Chapter 172. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the night sky. The specks of stars reflected in his eyes. These stars should also be planets, right? According to the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, Cloud Continent is vast and boundless. But in the four polar regions there is a boundless sea. The sea is so vast that it is boundless. Reincarnation Emperor Wu once went out to sea with the intention of exploring, but in the end, he discovered that the boundless sea seemed to have no end. In the end, he was also worried that he would get lost, so he didn't go deeper. A memory of Reincarnation Emperor Wu flashed past Duan Lingtian's mind. In other words, Reincarnation Emperor Wu didn't go deep to explore this vast world. Perhaps the cloud continent I'm on now is connected to the boundless sea, and is also a planet. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. At this moment, he made a great wish in his heart. In the future, if he could stand at the peak of Cloud Continent, he must bring his family and go out to sea to explore this vast world. He wanted to see if this place was also a planet. According to his estimation, if this was a planet, it would absolutely be a planet countless times larger than Earth. The speed of Reincarnation Emperor Wu at his peak was countless times faster than the planes on Earth in his previous life. With Reincarnation Emperor Wu's speed, if placed on Earth, he would be able to complete a full circle around Earth in the blink of an eye. If the land beneath my feet is really a planet, Duan Lingtian's gaze looked at the numerous stars in the sky, and his heart moved. Which planet is Earth? Earth was his hometown. There were too many memories of him there. If he had the chance to go back, he would definitely go back, for no other reason than to burn the bones and scatter the ashes of the manager that framed him back then. Although, to a certain extent, he still had to thank the other party. She gave him an even more exciting life. But that was that, and some debts still had to be settled. Young master, what are you thinking? Kerr's voice sounded like a silver bell, causing Duan Lingtian to come back to his senses. He smiled and said, I was wondering if there were humans like us on those stars. Young master, why would you think that? If there were people on those stars, they would have fallen down long ago. Kerr also looked up at the stars in the night sky. Her long, shapely eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and she had an innocent look on her face. Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. What could he say? Could it be that he had to explain to Kerr what gravitational force was? At this time, Li Fei also looked at the stars in the night sky. Her autumn eyes slightly narrowed as she pondered. Duan Lingtian and his two future daughters-in-law were admiring the moon and looking at the stars. However, outside the Su family mansion, two figures walked in one after another. The person in the front was a young man around the age of 22 or 23. The person behind him was a young man around the age of 20. He wore red clothes and had a cold expression. He always held the sheathed sword in his arms, and his cold eyes flickered with the trace of a strange light. After a short moment, Grand Elder Su Li has arrived. Before a spacious courtyard, the young man that led the way spoke respectfully. Let him in. An aged voice sounded out from within. The cold young man in red clothes that held a sword was precisely Su Li. A trace of a complicated sheen flashed past Su Li's eyes, but in the end, he still walked into the courtyard. Within the spacious courtyard, an aged figure stood there, motionless like a mountain, and a pair of eyes that emitted bright lights descended onto Su Li. After Su Li entered, he stood there without saying a word. Has your father been well recently? The Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan, slowly asked as his gaze descended onto Su Li. He's all right. He eats his fill and sleeps soundly. Su Li spoke indifferently, as if he wasn't willing to speak any further with Su Nan. Since you asked me to come, then speak frankly. Su Nan spoke unhurriedly. I still remember that your father was a sword cultivator all those years ago. He wielded the shadowless sword, and within our Su clan, he rarely met a match. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant and actually went to challenge Duan Rufeng, who was at the peak of the Duan clan at that time. In the end, not only was his sword broken, he even suffered internal injuries that were difficult to heal, and it was difficult for him to utilize the origin energy in his body. I heard that you have a good relationship with Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian, and are even friends, What? You don't hate the son of the enemy that caused your father to be so miserable? As he spoke up to hear, Sunan's gaze became sharp, as if it could see through everything. Why should I hate him? Suli spoke indifferently with a calm tone. If you called me here for the sake of sowing discord, then don't waste your efforts. Although his father lost at the hands of Duan Rufang all those years ago and suffered internal injuries, he never hated Duan Rufang. Even to the extent. Every time his father mentioned Duan Rufang, it was with heartfelt respect. That year, although he was at a faraway place, his father was still lost for a period of time after he found out that Duan Rufang had gone missing. At that time, although he was young, he still remembered it clearly. He'd been influenced by his father since he was young, so he naturally wouldn't hate Duan Rufang. Moreover, wasn't the reason his father left the Su clan and the Imperial City all those years ago because of the group of villains in the Su clan? If he were to speak of hate, then he hated the Su clan even more. Humph! You're really the same as your father, stubborn. Sunan's face sank. If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first. Suli's eyes squinted as a cold light flashed within, and his hand that held his sword tightened slightly. In his entire life, the person he admired the most was his father, and he wouldn't allow others to disrespect him. Since it's like this, then I'll be frank with you. Take this thing first. Sunan raised his hand and tossed a small jade bottle to Suli. Suli frowned. He was able to discern that this was a medicinal pill bottle. However, he didn't think that Sunan would be so kind as to give him medicinal pills. This is the origin freezing pill. Sunan slowly spoke. Suli's face went grim. He naturally knew what the origin freezing pill was. Although it couldn't be considered as a poison, if a martial artist below the origin core stage consumed it, then the origin energy of the martial artist would be suppressed by the medicinal strength, and the martial artist would be unable to circulate his origin energy for 10 hours. Even if only a trace of it was consumed, one's origin energy would be suppressed for at least half an hour. At this instant, Suli understood Sunan's intentions. You want me to give this origin freezing pill to Duan Lingtian? You're very smart. Sunan's gaze flashed as he slowly said, I know you take him as a friend, so I won't force you. There's no need for you to kill him yourself. You only have to let him consume the origin freezing pill when he's eating, even if it's only a trace of it. At that time, our Su clan's disciples in Paladin Academy will personally make a move. Do you think it's possible? Suli sneered, then raised his hand and intended to throw away the medicinal pill bottle in his hand. If you throw away this origin freezing pill, then there'll be no room for negotiation. Sunan's face sank as he spoke coldly. What? Threatening me? Do you think I, Suli, am the type of person that would harm the life of a friend for the sake of living? Suli laughed in disdain. He would rather die than betray his friend, let alone harm his friend's life. Sunan's eyes squinted as he slowly said, Exactly, you're exactly the same as your father all those years ago. However, you don't have a choice. Our Su clan has long since found out where you and your parents live in Flowing Wind City's Wuling Town. I'll give you 2 days. If you don't make that Duan Lingtian consume the origin freezing pill within 2 days, then I'll send someone to ride a Fergana horse to Wuling Town and take the lives of your parents. Suli's face went ghastly pale. Although his father's cultivation wasn't weak, due to his body's internal injuries, he was unable to utilize his origin energy. His mother was only an ordinary woman, and her cultivation was even inferior to his. Despicable! Suli never imagined that this Su clan's grand elder, Sunan, would actually be so despicable as to use his parents' lives to threaten him. The lives of your parents are in your hands. You, take care of yourself! Sunan lightly smiled, as if he was certain that he had Suli in his grasp. Then he waved his hand and asked Suli to leave. Suli took a deep breath as his gaze flickered, and he fell into a struggle. In the end, he still held the medicinal pill bottle that contained the origin freezing pill and left the Su clan estate. Early morning the next day. After eating breakfast, Duan Lingtian brought along the 2 little pythons and went to Paladin Academy as usual. What happened yesterday had obviously been intentionally suppressed by Paladin Academy and didn't spread out. The group of Star Mastermind Department students in the classroom didn't use any strange gazes to size up Duan Lingtian. The morning passed peacefully. At noon, Duan Lingtian and the others once again gathered in the cafeteria to eat. Su Li, why is your expression so unsightly? Duan Lingtian noticed that Su Li's expression was slightly unnatural, and he couldn't help but ask. I wonder what's wrong with this fellow, to have such a stinky expression early in the morning. Tian Hu shook his head. It's nothing. Under the caring gazes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, Su Li shook his head. Before long, the food was served, and there was also a jug of wine. Thinking about what happened yesterday makes me happy. Let's have a proper toast. Tian Hu smiled as he extended his hand to take the jug of wine. Slap! Su Li raised his hand and slapped Tian Hu's hand away, taking the jug of wine first. The sun has risen from the west. You actually took the initiative to pour wine for us. Tian Hu had an expression of disbelief. If it wasn't for you guys appearing in time yesterday, my cultivation would have been crippled by that Su Tong. Su Li muttered. What's there to be polite about? We're all friends. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I say, Su Li, when did you become so wishy-washy? Come, hurry up and pour the wine. At a table not far away, two young men were sitting together. Looks like this Su Li is going to make his move today. Humph! Still calling himself a friend, but didn't he still betray him? That Duan Lingtian, even in death, probably wouldn't have thought that his good friend would drug him. The two young men whispered to each other in words only they could hear. However, we've gotten rid of this Duan Lingtian, so we have to leave Paladin Academy. Chapter 173. They've already drunk the wine Su Li poured. The gazes of the two young men abruptly lit up. Bang! Just at this moment, they saw the wine cup in Su Li's hand slip to the ground and shatter. Su Li, how could you be so careless? Tian Hu shook his head and smiled. Just at this moment, Duan Lingtian's face went grim. His formidable spiritual force vaguely perceived a trace of danger. Duan Lingtian, watch out! Xiao Yu, who sat opposite Duan Lingtian, seemed to have seen something, and his pupils constricted and his face went ghastly pale as he shouted out explosively. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 3-foot-long blades that flickered with a cold light came from the hands of two unfamiliar young men, and they whistled out as they flashed towards Duan Lingtian. The swift and fierce sword lights gave rise to piercing howls as they flashed towards Duan Lingtian's back. Above the two young men, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 2 9th-level core formation martial artists. Presumptuous! Just at this moment, an aged voice that contained explosive rage sounded from the top of the canteen. A gust of wind could be faintly felt from the stairs that led downstairs. An aged figure swiftly descended from the sky. But unfortunately, he was obviously too late. The swords in the hands of the two young men had already arrived before Duan Lingtian and were about to pierce through Duan Lingtian's back and pass through his body. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu's faces went ghastly pale, but their cultivations were far inferior to the two young men that suddenly attacked Duan Lingtian, and they were utterly unable to help Duan Lingtian in time. When they stood up, the two young men's swords had already arrived behind Duan Lingtian. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian moved. Origin energy exploded beneath his feet, and 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes abruptly condensed into form above him. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's body moved at an extremely tricky angle, and barely dodged the two swords that flashed swiftly towards him. Not only that, his feet trembled, and in an instant, his entire body seemed to have turned into a spirit snake, sticking close to the two young men who had suddenly attacked him, and swept behind them. You're courting death! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand, and a purple sword light swept out. 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. Sword drawing technique. With just one sword strike, 2 streaks of bright blood spurted out. The two young men who had come with menacing momentum a moment ago were sent flying with their eyes wide open, crashing heavily into the wall. In their brief moment of death, their gazes did not look at Duan Lingtian. Instead, they looked at Suli. You! After one of the young men stopped breathing, the other young man struggled to raise his hand and wanted to point at Suli with an angry expression. Unfortunately, before he could even lift his hand, he had already breathed his last. Dead? The two young men only had one thought in their minds before they died. They'd been tricked. Tricked by Suli. It was fine if this Suli didn't poison them. But he'd smashed his cup and sent them a secret signal, making them think that Suli had already succeeded, which was why they impatiently wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was poisoned and was unable to utilize his origin energy, so wouldn't it be easy for them to kill Duan Lingtian? But who would have thought that Duan Lingtian wasn't poisoned at all? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the two corpses on the ground, and his expression was extremely unsightly. These two people were obviously senior students of Paladin Academy. Who the hell sent them to kill him? As a student of Paladin Academy, if they dared kill someone in the academy, it was equivalent to giving up their future, because Paladin Academy would expel them. Someone sent by the third prince? Or the fifth prince? Or the Duan clan's second master, Duan Ru Lei, or the Su clan? Weisstein! At this moment, under the respectful greetings of the group of students, the gray-robed old man who had just flashed over from the pavilion had already walked over. The old man's expression was extremely unsightly. There was actually a student who dared to kill another student in Paladin Academy. Luckily, the person who was killed was fine, otherwise, Paladin Academy would have lost a great deal of face. Weisstein! Duan Lingtian greeted the old man as well, and his expression eased up slightly. The Academy will give you an explanation for this matter. The old man had a serious expression as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian slowly nodded, and a light flashed within his eyes. What he wanted to know the most now was who sent these two people. Immediately after, the old man walked towards the two corpses, and after looking through their student tokens, his expression sank. They're fourth-year students. Does anyone recognize them? Following the old man's words, a group of people in the cafeteria surrounded them and pointed at them. Isn't this our classes Su Ping and Su Ji? It really is the two of them. They seem to be from the Su clan, right? But why did they want to kill Duan Lingtian? Two madmen. They actually dared to kill someone in the academy. Before long, someone recognized the two young men who were killed. Su clan? Duan Lingtian's eyes focused and a cold, killing intent arose within them. He never imagined that the Su clan members would actually be so insane as to dare kill him in Paladin Academy. However, he was also slightly curious. Why would the Su clan only send two 9th-level core formation martial artists to kill him? This was practically no different from courting death. No matter what, boundless rage still arose within his heart. He would remember this debt. Su clan? The old man heard the discussion of the group of students, and his face sank. Good. What a Su clan! He had received the reports of the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Su clan from the two academy teachers yesterday, so he didn't feel it was sudden. However, the Su clan members daring to kill someone in the academy had undoubtedly touched his bottom line. This time, the Vice-Dean is really angry. Then the Su clan is probably out of luck. The hearts of some of the surrounding students trembled as they faintly guessed. Duan Lingtian, are you all right? At this moment, Xiao Yu and the others arrived beside Duan Lingtian with faces full of concern. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Only two 9th-level core formation martial artists. Wanting to kill me? Still lacking. Not to mention two 9th-level core formation martial artists. Today, as long as it wasn't a martial artist at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above who ambushed him, they would die without a doubt. Earlier, if it wasn't for him suppressing the two little pythons hidden within his sleeve and not allowing them to attack, those two Su clan members wouldn't even have the chance to get close to him. The two little pythons were his trump cards, and if it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't easily reveal them. Are there any Sioux clan members amongst you? The old man's gaze swept past the surrounding crowd. Instantly, the faces of a few people went grim, but they still braced themselves and stood out. The few of you, take the corpses of your clansmen and follow me to the Sioux clan. The old man walked out in large strides and left the cafeteria. Traces of suppressed rage were mixed within his words. Duan Lingtian and the others sat down and continued eating. What happened earlier was only a farce to them. When they almost finished eating, Duan Lingtian noticed that Suli seemed to want to say something but hesitated, and he couldn't help but smile. Suli, if you have something to say, just say it. We're not outsiders. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu noticed that something was off with Suli. I want to borrow 1 million silver from you. Suli finally opened his mouth and went silent after he finished speaking. 1 million silver? Once Suli spoke, Tian Hu's eyes stared wide open. Only Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun didn't have much of a reaction. They were only slightly surprised as to why Suli suddenly wanted so much money. However, they didn't ask any further. I have 200,000 silver on me. Xiao Yu was the first to speak. I have 300,000 silver. Suli, if you're not in a hurry, I'll go back tonight and gather the money. I'll give it to you tomorrow, Xiao Sun said. Slap. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything. He stretched his hand into his bosom and slapped a stack of silver bills in front of Suli. Exactly 1 million silver. F***K. Duan Lingtian, you're so rich. Tian Hu fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva and glanced at Duan Lingtian in astonishment. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's gazes also descended onto Duan Lingtian. They could take out 1 million silver, but they wouldn't carry so much money on them. Duan Lingtian, where did you get so much money? Xiao Yu had a face full of astonishment. He was the grandson of the Aurora City's Xiao clan's supreme elder, so casually taking out a few million silver wasn't surprising. But Duan Lingtian was only a branch family disciple of the Li clan, and a disciple with a different surname. When I left Aurora City, the patriarch gave me 2 million silver, Duan Lingtian casually said. Looks like the Li clan's patriarch Liao thinks highly of your future. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a large investment. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. However, he made the right bet. He believed that with Duan Lingtian's strength and natural talent, the Li clan's business deal was a sure win for them. Thank you. Suli glanced gratefully at Duan Lingtian before putting away the silver bills. We're all friends, there's no need to be so courteous, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Currently, he had a huge sum of tens of millions of silver, and a mere 1 million silver was nothing to him. He also didn't plan on letting Suli return it. To him, friends were far more important than money. But he didn't notice that in the depths of Suli's eyes, a strand of a strange flowing light flickered. Sioux Clan Estate. Within the spacious courtyard, a young man with a pale complexion sat at the side, and his eyes were suffused with crimson red. Grandfather, do you really have a way to make that Duan Lingtian die? The young man took a deep breath, and his voice contained extreme hatred mixed within. This young man was precisely Su Tong, whose Dantian was crippled by Duan Lingtian. The original number 1 genius of the Sioux clan's younger generation, in existence at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage, had now become a cripple, and his strength was only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Tong, don't worry. By tomorrow at the latest, that Duan Lingtian will surely die. The Sioux clan's grand elder Sunan, who stood at the side, slowly said with a tone filled with confidence. Grand elder, are you sure that Duan Lingtian will surely die? Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice faintly mixed with a trace of rage sounded from outside the courtyard. Patriarch! Chapter 174. Grand Elder, shouldn't you give me a good explanation for some things? The Sioux clan's patriarch, Subo Ye, had a solemn expression mixed with a trace of anger, and his eyes stared fixedly at the old man before him. Patriarch, what are you doing? A bad premonition arose within Sunan's heart. He understood the patriarch and knew that it was impossible for the patriarch to get so angry over a small matter. Paladin Academy's Zhan Xiong just left our Su clan. Su Boya's expression was extremely unsightly as he said in a deep voice. Grand Elder, I handed that matter to you because I believed you could handle it well, and also because Su Tong is your grandson. But what you did this time was indeed thoughtless. Not only were you unable to kill that Duan Lingtian, you even brought trouble to our Su clan. Hearing Su Boya's words, Su Nan reacted and his expression changed. Could it be that the plan failed? Patriarch, what's going on? Su Nan's breathing became slightly hurried. Just a moment ago, Paladin Academy's Vice Dean Zhan sent over the corpses of Su Ping and Su Ji. Su Boya took a deep breath. Su Ping? Su Ji? Su Nan's expression changed. Patriarch, Su Ping and Su Ji are dead? Su Ping and Su Ji were precisely the chess pieces in his plan, the chess pieces that cooperated with Su Li to kill the Duan Lingtian. Exactly, not only are they dead, they were killed by that Duan Lingtian. Su Boya said in a deep voice. If they succeeded and killed the Duan Lingtian, then it would be fine. At most, Paladin Academy would expel them, and it wouldn't affect our Su clan at all. But not only did they fail to kill the Duan Lingtian, they were even killed by the Duan Lingtian. Now, for the sake of giving an explanation to the Duan Lingtian, that Paladin Academy's Vice Dean Zhan isn't willing to let the matter go. Do you know that because of this matter, Vice Dean Zhan reduced our Su clan's recommendation quota to Paladin Academy from 5 to 3? As Su Boya finished speaking, the anger on his face became even more intense. In the past, the 5 quotas weren't even enough for the Su clan's higher-ups. Now that it had been reduced to 3, one could imagine what sort of expression those higher-ups would have when they found out about all this. Hearing this, Su Nan's body trembled and his face went pale. He had really gone for wool and come home shorn. No. Impossible. If Su Li hadn't drugged them, they wouldn't have acted against that Duan Lingtian. Su Nan was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Humph. Su Boya's face sank as he grunted coldly, then flicked his sleeve and left. Grand Elder, feel free to speak if you're unable to deal with this matter, and I'll send someone else to deal with it. After Su Boya left, Su Nan thought for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. How did his plan, which he thought was perfect, end up like this? There was only a single possibility, and that was Su Li didn't play by the rules and even betrayed him, joining forces with the Duan Lingtian to kill 2 Su clan disciples. At this moment, Great Elder, here is a letter for you. Right at this moment, a humble voice sounded out from outside the courtyard. A Su clan disciple passed a letter to Su Nan. Su Nan received the letter and opened it to take a look. Great Elder Su Nan, I'm truly sorry. I accidentally dropped my wine cup during lunch, causing your people to mistakenly think that it was the secret signal to kill Duan Lingtian. Signed off, Su Li. There was only a short sentence on the letter, yet it angered Su Nan to the point his body trembled violently, and the vital blood in his body roiled. Pooh! In the end, Su Nan was forcefully angered to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Nan's eyes flickered with a trace of a bloodthirsty sheen, and his icy cold voice revealed a bone-piercing coldness. Su Li, I'll make your entire family die a horrible death. Nearby, Su Tong's expression was extremely unsightly. He realized that his enemy, Duan Lingtian, had escaped calamity. Paladin Academy. On a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in cultivation, and his entire body was immersed in a tranquil state. Duan Lingtian! Suddenly, an urgent voice jolted Duan Lingtian awake. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and noticed that Tian Hu was hastily running over from afar. Duan Lingtian leaped down from the large tree and went up to greet him. Tian Hu, what happened? Duan Lingtian, Su Li left. Tian Hu laughed bitterly. Left? Duan Lingtian didn't react to Tian Hu's words for a moment. This is the letter Su Li left for you. It wasn't until Tian Hu handed him a letter that his expression turned serious. He opened the letter. Duan Lingtian, when you see this letter, I should have already ridden the Fergana horse I borrowed money from you and returned home. When I left the Su clan estate last night, I had already made up my mind. Even if I, Suli, have to give up my great future, I won't harm my own friends. When I return this time, I'll take my parents away. As for where to go, I haven't thought of it yet. Maybe I'll leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye, and help me say goodbye to Xiao Yu and the others. Maybe one day in the future we'll meet again. At that time, I'll return the money I owe you. Signed by Suli, Crash. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and crumpled the letter into a ball. In the letter that Suli had written to him, other than these words of farewell, he had also described in detail what had happened. Suli left Paladin Academy this time and gave up his own future. The first reason was for the safety of his parents. The second reason was for this friend of his. At this moment, many of the doubts in Duan Lingtian's heart were solved. Why did those two Su clan members overestimate their abilities and make things difficult for him when Suli accidentally dropped a cup at noon? It turned out that those two Su clan members thought that Suli had given him an origin freezing pill. Suli. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. Although Suli was usually taciturn, at this moment, he was able to feel Suli's friendship. For this friend of his, Suli was willing to give up his great future. Suli, I believe that we'll surely meet again. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. A trace of anticipation flashed within his eyes, and his heart was slightly heavy. Duan Lingtian didn't know that after parting today, the next time he saw Suli again would be many years later. Duan Lingtian, Suli left? At this moment, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun came over as well. You guys take a look. Duan Lingtian sighed and passed the letter in his hand to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu opened the letter, and Xiao Sun and Tian Hu went over to read it as well. That Su clan Grand Elder is despicable. After Tian Hu finished reading the letter, his face was extremely gloomy, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. He and Suli had gotten to know each other through fighting, and they'd even entered the Star General Department together. In his heart, he'd long since taken Suli to be his good friend, but he'd never thought that Suli would leave just like this. In the future, he didn't know if there would be a day when they would meet again. After Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun finished reading the letter, their eyes were suffused with rage, and mixed with a trace of admiration. For the sake of his friend, Suli gave up his great future and left just like this. Such actions were worthy of respect. Duan Lingtian once again returned to the large tree. Leaning against the tree trunk, he looked up at the azure blue sky through the luxuriant branches and leaves. His eyes gradually narrowed. Su clan. Since you guys want to play, then I'll play with you. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. To a certain extent, Suli's departure caused Duan Lingtian's attitude to undergo a slight change. The current him seemed to have once again returned to the cold and unfeeling weapons specialist. Dusk. Outside Paladin Academy, a luxurious carriage stopped at the side of the road. The person driving the carriage was an old man with white eyebrows. He had an extraordinary bearing, and it was obvious with a single glance that he wasn't a simple figure. Duan Lingtian had just walked out of Paladin Academy's gate when he noticed the carriage as well, but he didn't pay it any attention. After bidding farewell to Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu, he directly walked forward. Just when he passed by the side of the carriage, whoosh! A figure that was swift like a bolt of lightning was like a ghost as it obstructed Duan Lingtian's path. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that the person that appeared before him was precisely the old man with white eyebrows that drove the carriage. Duan Lingtian's face sank. At this moment, he could feel the unusual movements of the two little pythons hidden within his sleeve. Relying on the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu and his own spiritual force, he could deduce the old man's cultivation. This old man was an expert at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. In terms of strength, he wasn't even inferior to the 3rd prince's manager, Hu-san. However, this old man with white eyebrows obviously wasn't a half-step void stage expert like the Divine Might Marquis. Unless such a figure was able to launch a sneak attack when he wasn't on guard. Otherwise, by relying on the bone corrosion inscription, he had the confidence to instantly kill the old man. You're Duan Lingtian? The old man with white eyebrows asked in a low voice, and he used a condescending gaze to examine Duan Lingtian. K off. Duan Lingtian's gaze was icy cold and his face sank. He'd always disdained to pay attention to an old fellow like this that took advantage of his seniority. Moreover, he still had proper business to do and didn't have time to waste with this old fellow. The old man with white eyebrows was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would dare have such an attitude towards him. Instantly, a trace of rage appeared on his face, just when he was about to flare up. "Old Bai, don't forget proper business." An emotionless male voice sounded out from the carriage, causing the old man with white eyebrows to instantly restrain his rage. Duan Lingtian's brows raised and he was slightly surprised. Looks like the person within the carriage wasn't simple. "Duan Lingtian, my master invites you." The old man with white eyebrows suppressed his rage as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Duan Lingtian shrugged and didn't mind. "Stop." Right at this moment, a delicate shout sounded out from within the carriage. This time, it was the voice of a woman. He seemed to have heard this voice somewhere before, but Duan Lingtian was unable to recall it for a moment. Subsequently, the woman's voice sounded out once more. This time, she was speaking to the man within the carriage. "Cousin, this Duan Lingtian doesn't know how to appreciate favors. In my opinion, we should directly ask Old Bai to kill him." Subsequently, the carriage went silent. "It's her?" Duan Lingtian finally recalled. Wasn't this voice that of Tongli? Then the person she called cousin. Chapter 175. "So it's the fifth prince. I've truly been rude." Duan Lingtian glanced at the carriage and smiled lightly. "If the fifth prince has no other matters, then I'll be leaving first." After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he continued walking forward. "Wait." Right at this moment, the fifth prince's voice that didn't contain any emotion sounded out once more. Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks. He was extremely curious. What exactly did this fifth prince want to do? "Kneel down and kowtow 3 times. The enmity between you and my cousin will be written off at this point." The fifth prince's voice continued to sound out, and it contained an unquestionable tone. "Kneel down and kowtow?" Duan Lingtian's face went slightly grim, and rage arose in his eyes. "Cousin, I don't want him to kowtow, I want him to die." Tong Li's icy cold voice sounded out from the carriage, and her tone seemed as if there was no room for discussion. "Two idiots!" Duan Lingtian sneered and continued walking forward. "Duan Lingtian, if you leave just like this, you'll surely regret it." The fifth prince's voice continued to sound out. "Sorry, there's never been the word regret in my, Duan Lingtian's, dictionary." Duan Lingtian's face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and he didn't care about the fifth prince's threat in the slightest. A man had gold beneath his knees, and he knelt before the heavens, the earth, and his parents. Even the Supreme Emperor wouldn't be able to make him bow and bend the knee. Not to mention a mere prince. Presumptuous! The white-browed old man's face went grim, and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body, as if he wanted to chase after Duan Lingtian and kill him on the spot. Duan Lingtian stopped moving, and his eyes squinted as a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. If this white-browed old man dared to make a move, he would use the bone corrosion inscription to annihilate him at the first possible moment. "Senior Bai, let's go back." The fifth prince's voice sounded out, and it faintly contained a trace of coldness. The white-browed old man caught his breath and suppressed the rage in his heart, then he drove the carriage away. Within the carriage, Tongli looked unhappy. "Cousin, didn't you say you would help me vent my anger? Why did you only ask that Duan Lingtian to kneel?" The fifth prince smiled lightly. "Cousin, for some people, death isn't the greatest punishment for them. Just like this Duan Lingtian, he has an unyielding character, and asking him to kneel down and kowtow is more difficult than asking him to die. However, I can be considered to have given him a chance today. In the future, even if I were to really kill him, the Duan clan would have nothing to say." Tongli came to a realization and felt a little embarrassed. "Cousin, I misunderstood you. However, didn't that Duan Lingtian refuse to return to the Duan clan and didn't admit that he was a disciple of the Duan clan? Cousin, why are you still worried about the Duan clan? The fifth prince's eyes focused. Even though it's like that, the bloodline of the Duan clan's direct descendant flows in his body after all. Don't worry, cousin will absolutely not let off a person that bullies you. I'll let him live for a few more days. As he spoke, a doting expression appeared on the fifth prince's face. Thank you, cousin. Tongli smiled, and her eyes flickered with a vicious sheen, as if she'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being torn into pieces by her. On the other side, this fifth prince is simply even more arrogant than the third prince. As Duan Lingtian walked on the road, his heart went slightly cold. You better not offend me. Otherwise, even if you're a descendant of the imperial family, I still won't show mercy. Today, because of Su Li's departure, Duan Lingtian's mood wasn't good to begin with, and it faintly ignited flames of rage. Now, the appearance of the fifth prince and Tongli, as well as their condescending attitude of looking down at him, was like adding fuel to the fire, causing his rage to skyrocket and become difficult to restrain. Only when he arrived near the Divine Might Marquis estate did Duan Lingtian's expression ease up, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. In the entire imperial city, besides his family and a few friends, only the Divine Might Marquis estate was able to warm his heart. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate, a young soldier guarding the entrance took a step forward and shouted sternly at him. Stop! Slap! Before Duan Lingtian could speak, another middle-aged soldier caught up and raised his hand to slap the back of the young soldier's head. Brother Zhang, why did you hit me? The young soldier turned around and glared angrily at the middle-aged soldier. The middle-aged soldier paid no attention to the former and respectfully welcomed Duan Lingtian into the Divine Might Marquis estate. Young Master Lingtian, please come in. You know me? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He remembered that when he came here the last time, this person wasn't among the few soldiers guarding the entrance. Young Master Lingtian, when Vice General Peng invited you into the estate the last time, I just happened to see you. The middle-aged soldier said respectfully. He'd clearly seen that when Vice General Peng invited this youth in, Vice General Peng was extremely respectful and didn't dare slight this youth in the slightest. Duan Lingtian nodded and said, You go about your business, I'll go find the Marquis myself. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian entered the Divine Might Marquis estate with ease. Brother Zhang, who exactly is he? The young soldier rubbed the back of his head, but he wasn't angry anymore, as he'd realized that the violet-clothed youth wasn't simple. Humph! Kid, you're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. As for who he is, I'm not too sure either. I only know that when he came last time, it was Vice General Peng who personally went to invite him. Moreover, it's said that when he left, the Marquis and Junior Marquis personally sent him off. The middle-aged soldier had a fearful expression as he said, Now, do you think you deserve to be hit? The young soldier's face went pale from fright, and he hurriedly nodded. Deserved? Deserved? After entering the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian directly went to the audience hall. After the soldier guarding the entrance of the audience hall went to report, Duan Lingtian once again saw the Divine Might Marquis, Nie Yuan. Little Tian. Nie Yuan had a brilliant smile on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian. What? You've come this time because you need Uncle Nie's help? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Uncle Nie really has godlike foresight. Nie Yuan laughed as he scolded. You little fellow, don't play this game with Uncle Nie. Let me guess, it should be about the Su clan, right? Uncle Nie, you're quite well informed. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled. In Paladin Academy, 2 students from the Su clan tried to assassinate another student, but were killed instead. The Vice Dean, Zhan Xiong, was enraged. He personally went to the Su clan and reduced the Su clan's recommendation quota from 5 to 3. Looks like that Vice Dean Zhan takes good care of you. Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. He knew that the Vice Dean had gone to the Su clan, but he didn't know that the Vice Dean had reduced the number of people that the Sioux clan recommended to enter Paladin Academy every year to 3. For a moment, a trace of gratitude arose in Duan Lingtian's heart towards the old man. Speak, what business do you have with Uncle Nie? Nie Yuan dotingly glanced at Duan Lingtian as he asked. Uncle Nie, I want information on the Sioux clan's businesses in the Imperial City, including information on the people in charge of those businesses. Duan Lingtian stated the purpose of his visit. You're here for this? Nie Yuan was slightly surprised. He thought that Duan Lingtian wanted him to step forward and suppress the Sioux clan's spirit, but he never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually came for this. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There's nothing else? Nie Yuan asked again. Nothing else. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He came to the Divine Might Marquis estate precisely for this information. As for other matters, he could deal with them himself. All right, come get it in 3 days. Nie Yuan deeply glanced at Duan Lingtian, but didn't ask any further. Thank you, Uncle Nie. Since it's like this, I'll go back first so as to avoid worrying my mother, Duan Lingtian said again. Subsequently, Nie Yuan personally sent Duan Lingtian out of the Divine Might Marquis estate. This caused the rash guard to feel a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't offend this violet-clothed youth earlier, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown as soon as he arrived at the entrance of Paladin Academy. The restlessness of the 2 little pythons and his acute spiritual force told him that someone was secretly watching him. Humph! Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks and turned around to look into the distance, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. He didn't care who sent them. If they dared to show themselves, he didn't mind turning them into corpses. Outside Paladin Academy, in a secluded alley, 2 figures stood there, ramrod straight. He seems to have noticed us. One of the middle-aged men with a thin figure had a surprised expression. Seems like it. The other middle-aged man nodded. I heard he's only at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to notice us. The former went silent for a moment before speaking again. Maybe it's a coincidence. The latter was slightly uncertain as well. After Duan Lingtian walked into Paladin Academy, he noticed that the feeling of being watched had disappeared. He walked into the classroom as usual. An entire morning passed by in the midst of Sima Changfeng's long-winded lecture. During lunch, Duan Lingtian and the others were slightly unaccustomed to the absence of Su Li, so they tacitly maintained their silence. At dusk, after walking out of Paladin Academy's entrance and separating from Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, Duan Lingtian once again felt that someone was spying on him, and it wasn't just one person. It seems to be the same 2 people from this morning, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and walked into a remote alley. In this alley, he'd already successively lured and killed 2 batches of people that wanted to kill him. But this time, when he walked into the alley and slowly walked forward, those 2 people still didn't show themselves. Who the hell are they? Duan Lingtian frowned as he lost his patience. Humph! Since you 2 aren't taking the initiative, then I'll take the initiative. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he sped up, disappearing at the end of the alley in the blink of an eye. The 2 middle-aged men appeared in the alley and swiftly walked forward, but they were no longer able to find any traces of Duan Lingtian. Although they were nascent soul-stage martial artists, they weren't inscription masters and their spiritual force wasn't very sharp. Moreover, they didn't have the tracking and anti-tracking abilities that Duan Lingtian had from his previous life as a special forces soldier and mercenary. He actually ran away under our noses. The thin middle-aged man had a bitter smile on his face. We can be sure that our feeling this morning wasn't wrong. He has indeed noticed us. The other middle-aged man had a serious expression. You too, is playing hide-and-seek fun? Chapter 176. The 2 middle-aged men felt their scalps go numb, and they broke out in cold sweat from fright as they slowly turned around. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at the violet-clothed youth before them. When did this young man run behind them? They actually didn't notice him in the slightest. The 2 of them looked at each other, and were able to see the astonishment in each other's eyes. When the two middle-aged men turned around, Duan Lingtian was sizing them up as well, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. "Who sent you two?" Duan Lingtian stared at the two of them as he spoke with a calm tone, yet it seemed to contain a sense of killing intent mixed within. Whoosh! Instantly, a terrifying bloody killing intent swept out from Duan Lingtian's body, and it enveloped the two of them without the slightest restraint. Instantly, the two of them went pale. It was difficult for them to imagine that a youth that looked to be around the age of 18 could actually possess such a terrifying killing intent. Instantly, a killing intent arose from their bodies as well, resisting Duan Lingtian's killing intent. The two killing intents converged together, and were barely able to block Duan Lingtian's bloody killing intent. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he felt the auras on the two of them, and his icy cold face eased up. Only then did the two middle-aged men heave a sigh of relief, and their faces were filled with lingering fear. Even in their dreams, they would never have imagined that a little fellow at the 9th level of the core formation stage would actually be able to give them such a terrifying pressure. If it wasn't for the fact that the person standing before them was indeed a youth, they would even think that this was a formidable man that had walked out from hell. "Go back and tell your Marquis that I appreciate his good intentions." After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he went around the two middle-aged men and directly left. You know our identities?" The two middle-aged men were slightly surprised. "Humph! Besides soldiers that have experienced hundreds of battles, how many people can possess such a dense killing intent from the battlefield?" Under the gazes of the two middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian's figure gradually vanished ahead, but the words Duan Lingtian left behind caused the two of them to flush with embarrassment. A veteran of hundreds of battles? In front of this young man, they were too embarrassed to say that they were experienced soldiers on the battlefield. "It seems that the general still underestimated his nephew." The thin middle-aged man shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Since it's like this, let's go back. Not to mention anything else, with his ability, the number of people in the Su clan who can do anything to him can be counted on one hand." A bitter smile appeared on the corners of the other middle-aged man's mouth as he said slowly, "Divine Might Marquis Estate." The Divine Might Marquis, Nie Yuan, was stunned when he saw his two beloved generals standing in front of him with dejected expressions. "Didn't I ask you to protect my nephew in secret? Why are you back? General, don't joke around. It's more likely that your nephew will protect us." The thin middle-aged man shook his head. He still had some lingering fear when he thought of the scene just now. Until now, he still couldn't wrap his head around how that violet-clothed youth actually relied on a cultivation at the 9th level of the core formation stage to arrive behind him without him noticing. He could imagine that if the violet-clothed youth was replaced by an enemy that was on par with him, he would undoubtedly die. Although the other middle-aged man didn't speak, he nodded in deep agreement. "What do you mean by this?" Nie Yuan frowned with a puzzled expression. The two people before him were his trusted generals. They were invincible on the battlefield, and very few people were able to compare to them. But now, the two of them were like frosted eggplants, listless and dispirited. It was difficult for him to imagine what actually happened to make his two beloved generals like this. Finally, under the narration of the two of them, Nie Yuan knew the ins and outs of the matter. "He noticed your tracks at the first possible moment? Avoiding your pursuit and sneaking behind you without you noticing?" Nie Yuan had an expression of disbelief. Although he knew that his nephew was mysterious, he never imagined that he was mysterious to such an extent. "Buffon, what kind of little monster did you actually give birth to?" The corners of Nie Yuan's mouth twitched, and a trace of a sheen of envy and jealousy flashed past his eyes. The youth being able to cultivate to the 9th level of the core formation stage at the age of 18, and even become a grade 9 alchemist had already surprised him. He never imagined that besides this, the youth still had such a terrifying ability. Ordinary people might not think that the youth's pursuit and anti-pursuit ability was anything special. But as a figure like the god of war of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and a man that walked out of the battlefield, he was able to deeply realize how terrifying this ability was. If the youth had this ability, then it meant that sneaking into the enemy camp would be as easy as entering an uninhabited area. Even assassinating an enemy general wouldn't be a difficult matter. The agreement of 3 days arrived as scheduled. Duan Lingtian once again arrived at the Divine Might Marquis estate. Within the audience hall, the Divine Might Marquis, Nie Yuan, passed a stack of documents to Duan Lingtian. "Little Tian, these are the things you wanted." "Thank you, Uncle Nie. If there's nothing else, then I'll." After Duan Lingtian took the things, he intended to slip away. But would Nie Yuan allow him to leave? "Wait." Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled. "Little Tian, I think we can have a chat." "Chat about what?" Duan Lingtian had a vigilant expression, because he noticed the fox-like smile on Nie Yuan's face. "2 days ago, didn't you silently sneak behind my 2 beloved generals without them noticing?" Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. "Uncle Nie, this is what you wanted to talk about." Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He thought it was something else. "I've thought about it. If this ability of yours can be widely used in the army, you'll surely be able to create an invincible team. Sneaking into the enemy camp as easy as entering an uninhabited area, and taking the heads of enemy generals as easy as taking something out of your pocket." When Nie Yuan spoke of marching to war, his body unconsciously emitted an iron-blooded aura of slaughter. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised. As expected of the god of war of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, just this aura of slaughter far surpassed the 2 people he met 2 days ago. "Uncle Nie, you want me to teach you this ability?" Duan Lingtian guessed Nie Yuan's intentions. "Exactly." Nie Yuan's eyes shone as he nodded. "If you're willing, Uncle Nie can agree to any request of yours." Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Nie Yuan. "Uncle Nie, I cured Grandfather Nie's poison, and you seem to still owe me a great favor, right?" Nie Yuan laughed embarrassedly and rubbed his palms together. He was truly interested in Duan Lingtian's ability. "Uncle Nie." Duan Lingtian looked at Nie Yuan with a serious expression. "If you want to learn that ability of mine, it's not difficult, but it's not easy either. But it's not something that can be learned overnight. I naturally understand this. Just like marching to war and setting up formations, it requires accumulation over a long period of time before it can become an army that's always victorious." Nie Yuan nodded as he didn't find this strange. "Since it's like this, then Uncle Nie, send 2 people to me. I feel that the 2 people you sent to protect me last time aren't bad. Let them follow me for a period of time, and I'll surely be able to let them completely grasp my ability." The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of an arc as he spoke slowly. "Little fellow, your appetite is really big. Do you know that the 2 of them are top tiger generals under my command?" Nie Yuan laughed as he scolded. "But I presume they won't refuse to follow you and learn your ability." It was exactly as Nie Yuan had said. When the 2 middle-aged men that were sent by Duan Lingtian to protect Duan Lingtian in secret heard that Duan Lingtian wanted to teach them the miraculous tracking and anti-tracking ability, their eyes lit up as their breathing became hurried. They'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's ability, and they were able to realize what sort of improvement they would obtain after grasping that ability. "Little Tian, how long do they have to learn it for?" Nie Yuan's eyes squinted as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. "What? Uncle Nie can't bear to?" "Don't worry, I'll need them for a year at most. After a year, even if they're unable to attain my current level, they'll surely be able to grasp the main points. So long as they practice more, they'll be able to catch up to me sooner or later." Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke, and his face was filled with confidence. "A year? That's not long." Nie Yuan's brows raised as he nodded. "But..." Duan Lingtian looked at Nie Yuan and hesitated to speak. "What? Do you have any other requests?" Nie Yuan asked. "Uncle Nie, within this year, I hope that they can completely become my people and only listen to my orders. Others, including you, have no authority to order them. I need to have complete control over them." Duan Lingtian spoke of his request. "If this is unable to be done, then everything from before will be nullified. Nie Yuan's brows frowned slightly, but it quickly eased up as he shook his head. Never mind, I'll do as you say. I presume that you ought to have some sense of propriety when doing things. Presently, Nie Yuan didn't know. This decision would also become the decision he regretted the most in his entire lifetime. Only in the following days did he realize that in the concept of this nephew of his, there was utterly no sense of propriety. Duan Lingtian smiled. Deal! What are your names? Duan Lingtian looked at the two middle-aged men and asked. The middle-aged man with a tall and thin figure didn't dare hesitate. Young Master Lingtian, I'm called Zhang Qian. The other middle-aged man with a medium figure said respectfully. Young Master Lingtian, I'm called Zhao Gang. In the future, both of you can directly call me Young Master. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Yes, Young Master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly replied and were incomparably respectful. Even though the cultivation of the youth before them wasn't worth mentioning in their eyes, the ability of the youth in other aspects caused them to be wholeheartedly convinced. Uncle, yeah, then I'll take them away. Obtaining 2 7th-level nascent soul stage tiger generals for no reason, even though they'd only followed him for a year, it caused Duan Lingtian to be rather delighted. This time, Nie Yuan didn't send Duan Lingtian off. He was truly worried that he would regret it. He kept having the feeling that this nephew of his wasn't someone easy to deal with. I hope he doesn't cause any trouble. Chapter 177. Walking out of the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Have the two of you gotten married? The two of them nodded, and a warm and happy smile appeared on their faces. They obviously thought of their wives and children at home. From the two of them, Duan Lingtian found out that their families lived in the Divine Might Marquis estate. After bringing the two of them back to the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian called over the housekeeper, Jing Ru. Jing Ru, asked the servant girls to help them clean up 2 rooms. Yes, young master. After Jing Ru left, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and his expression became serious. I don't want anyone besides me, you two, and the people here to know about this courtyard house that I live in, including the Divine Might Marquis. Understand? Yes, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were both soldiers and understood that military orders were like mountains. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian would be their general for the next year. In the future, the two of you stay at my place for 3 days, then return to the Divine Might Marquis estate to stay for 1 day. Also, when I go to Paladin Academy, the two of you can go back and accompany your families, and wait for me outside Paladin Academy in the evening. Duan Lingtian continued to instruct. Thank you, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were already prepared to be separated from their families for a year, but they never expected that Duan Lingtian would be so reasonable, and their hearts were filled with gratitude. Before long, Jing Ru asked the servant girls to clean up the rooms. After Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang returned to their rooms, Duan Lingtian arrived at the rear courtyard. Scoundrel, who are the 2 people you brought back? Li Fei asked curiously. They're people I borrowed from Uncle Nye. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Li Fei nodded and didn't ask any further. She knew clearly in her heart that this man had his reasons for everything he did. Before long, Duan Lingtian returned to his room after greeting the 3 girls. He took out the stack of information he obtained from the Divine Might Marquis, Nie Yuan. This information was all about the Su clan's various businesses in the Imperial City, as well as the information of the people in charge of the various businesses. After taking a casual look, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. As expected of one of the 3 great clans of the Royal City, the clan's businesses can be found all over the Royal City, from the outer city to the inner city. Inns, apothecaries, weapon shops, restaurants, they have everything that one could wish for. Also, these people in charge are all at the nascent soul realm or above. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto one of the pages. Su Lai, 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, the nephew of the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. He's in charge of the Bright Star and under the Su clan in the inner city. He's fond of women, and his greatest hobby is forcefully seizing common women. He once burned and killed a family of 7 for a common woman. Look at this. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. He sneered. Like uncle, like nephew. You're the one. After putting away the stack of information into his storage ring, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and arrived at the front courtyard. After calling out Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, Duan Lingtian brought them out of the courtyard house. Presently, it was already deep into the night. Not many people could be seen on the streets. With Duan Lingtian in the lead, the 3 of them quickly arrived outside an inn. Young master, this is? Zhang Qian was slightly bewildered. Murder! Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted and coldness suffused his eyes. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang shuddered and gasped. Probably only this youth could speak of murder so casually. Although they'd killed many people on the battlefield. That was a battlefield, and this was the Imperial City. The meaning was completely different. This seems to be the Su clan's business. Zhang Qian's eyes squinted. Let's go! Duan Lingtian brought the 2 of them along the wall at the side of the inn and snuck up to the roof of the inn. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang obediently followed behind. After searching for a while, Duan Lingtian finally confirmed the location of their target. They were hiding on the roof of the inn. Don't! No! I beg you! Don't! A woman's cry for help came from the room. Duan Lingtian gently lifted up a tile and clearly saw the scene inside. A fatty with a belly full of fat was forcing himself on a plainly dressed, somewhat beautiful woman. The woman was obviously very unwilling and struggled with all her might. Bad luck! In an instant, the fatty lost his patience and kicked out, directly sending the woman flying. She crashed into the wall and completely lost all signs of life. This scene caught Duan Lingtian and the other 2 somewhat off guard. Although Duan Lingtian was furious, he still held his breath and his face was gloomy. Bastard! However, the faces of the 2 sturdy men beside him who had walked out from the battlefield changed greatly, and they angrily shouted in a low voice. Who? The fatty in the room noticed the commotion and his face changed greatly. When he raised his head, he noticed that a tile on the roof had been lifted up by someone. You too? Really? Glancing helplessly at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Looks like the first lesson I have to give you 2 is how to control your emotions. Alright, now that they've been alarmed by you 2, I'll leave it to you 2 to deal with. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he helplessly spread out his hands. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had long since been waiting for Duan Lingtian to say these words. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, their legs shook as they directly stepped through the roof and directly flashed in. Duan Lingtian followed them down. Where did you little thieves come from? You actually dare to have ideas about this lord? Didn't you ask who this lord is? The fatty with a bare upper body and a belly full of fat, the nephew of the Su clan's grand elder Su Nan, Su Lai, looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 with a face full of disdain. However, since you've come, then stay behind. The fat on Su Lai's body trembled as 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above him, and he revealed the strength of a 3rd-level nascent soul stage martial artist as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Bang! 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 The fatty's palm descended and shook 3 times in the air before transforming into 3 palm prints that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Humph! Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang moved, and 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes each appeared above them. 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. 2 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists! Su Lai was dumbstruck. He originally thought that it was only 3 little thieves, but he never imagined that there were actually 2 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists, and his face completely went pale. Who are you people? Su Lai shouted in a stern voice. But unfortunately, what awaited him was the enraged attacks of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. After easily shattering Su Lai's 3 palm prints, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's attacks descended onto Su Lai's body like a storm. Instantly, Su Lai's fat body completely deformed, and he didn't make a sound. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian slowly walked over and took off the spatial ring on Su Lai's hand, directly establishing ownership over it. When he saw the large pile of silver bills and silver ingots within the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone, and he muttered to himself. These silver bills and silver ingots added together are at least 7 or 8 million silver. Not bad, 7 or 8 million silver? Zhang Qian and Dao Gang were dumbstruck. Young master, who is this fatty? Zhang Qian fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a bad premonition arose within his heart. You don't know who he is, yet you still charged up to give him a beating and killed him? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Forget it, if I killed him, then I killed him. My target this time was originally him. This person is called Su Lai, and seems to be the manager of this inn. His other identity is that he's a direct descendant of the Su clan, and is also the nephew of the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. Duan Lingtian shrugged and finished speaking in one breath. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's faces completely changed. A direct descendant of the Su clan. Heavens! Even the divine might Marquis wouldn't dare so brazenly kill a direct descendant of the Su clan like this, right? What? You two don't think he deserved to die? Duan Lingtian noticed their expressions, and they had a strange expression. They seemed to be the ones who charged the fiercest earlier, right? Manager, what's the matter? Right at this moment, a wave of clamorous sounds came from outside the room, and it grew closer and closer. If you don't want to be discovered, then leave quickly. Duan Lingtian swept Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang with his gaze, then he took the first step to borrow strength from the room and jumped onto the penetrated roof. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't dare think too much as they hurriedly followed him out. If the members of the Su clan were to find out that they killed this Su Lai, then even the divine might Marquis wouldn't be able to protect them. This was a direct descendant of the Su clan. A large clan like the Su clan valued face the most, and killing a direct descendant of the Su clan was tantamount to slapping their face. After leaving the inn and going around a few streets, Duan Lingtian finally slowed down his speed. How was it? Was it satisfying? Duan Lingtian looked at the two of them and grinned. It was satisfying. But that was a direct descendant of the Su clan. If the Su clan were to find out that it was us, then we'd be completely finished. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile on his face. He was now slightly regretting leaving the divine might Marquis estate with this youth. He hadn't even learned anything yet, but had already provoked such a monstrous disaster. Although Zhao Gang didn't say anything, judging from his expression, he obviously had the same thoughts as Zhang Qian. You also said that if they were to find out that it was us, then wouldn't it be fine if we didn't let them find out? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Can't this guy's brain work? Swish! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew 2 large stacks of silver before passing them over to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Tonight's gains weren't bad. This is for the two of you, 1 million silver each. 1 million silver? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang shuddered and were completely dumbstruck. Even if they were 7th-level nascent soul martial artists and were generals that were only below 1 person in the army, but the wealth they'd accumulated over half of their lives in the army was only a few 100,000 silver. Now they were able to obtain so much money just by killing a damnable fatty that angered both men and gods? They both felt that they weren't dreaming. However, the two of them didn't accept the silver that Duan Lingtian passed over. Young master, we can't take this money. Stop being wishy-washy, quickly take it. Tonight was only the beginning. In the future, follow this young master and I guarantee that you'll make a killing. Ignoring their refusal, Duan Lingtian forcefully stuffed the silver into their hands as he spoke casually. Tonight was only the beginning? Chapter 178. Put away the banknotes, we're going back. If you don't want to die, then it's best not to let a 4th person know of what happened tonight, including the divine might Marquis and your families. Duan Lingtian walked forward in large strides, returning to his own house. Yes, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang put away the banknotes and followed Duan Lingtian. What a joke! If the matter of tonight were to be known, they wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. Even if they had made great contributions on the battlefield, even if they were the trusted aides of the Divine Might Marquis, but the Sioux clan wouldn't care so much. At that time, even the Divine Might Marquis might not be able to protect them. When Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhang Gang back to the house and returned to their respective rooms to sleep, the Sioux clan was completely in an uproar. The Sioux clan had many properties under their control, including the inns. However, tonight, a calamity had befallen the Bright Splendor, and that was subordinate to the Chu clan. The innkeeper of the Bright Star Inn, the person in charge of the Sioux clan, and the nephew of the Sioux clan's grand elder, Su Lai, was killed in his own room. Bang! Within the Sioux clan audience hall, the patriarch, Su Bo Ye, had a face full of rage. His hand descended, and the armrest of the newly changed chair was smashed into pieces. This caused the hearts of the Sioux clan elders present to tremble. Looks like after today, the patriarch's seat will have to be changed to a new seat. Who can tell me what's going on? Su Bo Ye's face was gloomy as he roared. The bearing that a patriarch should have was completely gone, and only exasperation remained. The Sioux clan had been in troubled times recently. First, the most talented direct descendant disciple of the younger generation, Su Tong, was crippled. Then, they lost their recommendation to enter Paladin Academy. And now, a direct descendant disciple of the Sioux clan was actually killed so brazenly. Patriarch, that nephew of mine died so miserably. We must find the murderer and make him pay with blood. The Grand Elder, Su Nan, who sat below Su Bo Ye, had a face full of grief and indignation. He was beyond furious. Truly, another wave of trouble before the first wave had subsided. If it was before, there would definitely be many people agreeing with the words of the Grand Elder. But now, Great Elder, as far as I know, Su Lai often kidnaps women. Even if he was killed tonight, there was a woman in the room who was killed because she didn't obey him. Could it be that he did too many bad things and suffered the revenge of a chivalrous expert? The old man sitting opposite Su Nan spoke indifferently. His tone was calm, but it contained a trace of schadenfreude. I think that the second elder is right. Grand Elder, you ought to have known about the vile conduct of that nephew of yours, Su Lai. Why didn't you advise him? That's right. If Grand Elder had taught him well, Su Lai would definitely have restrained himself and wouldn't have lost his life because of this. The remaining Su family elders all agreed. Some of the Su family elders were even more sarcastic. Ever since they found out that because of a decision made by the Grand Elder, Su Nan, the Su clan had lost 2 recommendation spots in Paladin Academy, extreme dissatisfaction arose in their hearts. The recommendation slots were already in high demand, but now it was even harder to get them. All of this was because of Grand Elder Su Nan. You all! Su Nan's expression was incomparably unsightly. He naturally knew why he had become the target of everyone. Now, the words of these elders were reasonable, causing him to not know how to refute them. Patriarch, even if that nephew of mine, Su Lai, was in the wrong, he was still a direct descendant of our Su clan. Could it be that we're going to let him die in vain? Su Nan looked at Su Bo Ye with a face full of anger. Humph! Su Bo Ye coldly snorted. Killing a direct descendant of my Su clan is tantamount to slapping my Su clan's face. Pass down the order to track down the culprit. If there's anyone who provides clues, they'll be rewarded with 10,000 silver. Rewarded with 10,000 silver? At dawn the next day, when Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the classroom, he heard some of the students in the class discussing what happened in the Su clan last night. That Su clan is really stingy. The life of a direct descendant is only worth 10,000 silver in their eyes. Duan Lingtian's gaze was strange, but he was extremely delighted in his heart. Before long, a trace of coldness appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Su Nan, what happened last night was only the beginning. Since you want to play, then I'll play along with your Su clan. Su Nan, the Su clan's grand elder, the mastermind who forced Su Li to leave. That afternoon, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds and cultivated as usual. Bang! The bottleneck that he originally thought would require a period of time to break through was instantly broken through under Duan Lingtian's concentrated cultivation. His cultivation had officially stepped into the 6th level of the core formation stage. Broke through? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and was slightly surprised. How could it be so fast? Duan Lingtian didn't know. The cultivation of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique walked the path of being overbearing and following one's heart. This time, because of Su Li's departure, his mentality underwent a huge change. It was as if he'd returned to being the iron-blooded weapons specialist from his previous life who had no scruples. As long as it's someone who bullies my friends, brothers, or family, then I'll definitely return the favor 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. This kind of mentality just happened to be in line with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique's overbearing and following one's heart. It also allowed Duan Lingtian's cultivation to advance at a rapid pace, directly breaking through the bottleneck of the 5th level of the core formation stage and stepping into the 6th level of the core formation stage in one go. Even to the extent that as long as Duan Lingtian maintained this kind of mentality, his future cultivation speed of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique would surely be able to maintain a rapid pace of advancement. After all, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was a cultivation technique of the same level as the supreme cultivation technique of the Samsara Emperor Wu, the triple life rebirth technique. Even surpassing top cultivation techniques like the Han Bing's God Sword technique, the Demonic Beauty Divine technique, and the Sun Moon Star technique. After breaking through to the 6th level of the core formation stage, Duan Lingtian was overjoyed in his heart. When I return tonight, I'll refine another dragon blood pill and directly complete the tempering of my fleshly body with origin energy. After that, I can continue charging towards the 7th level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian was slightly excited in his heart. Once he completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 6th level of the core formation stage, he wouldn't need to use the violet myrtle flexible sword and would be able to exert the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. As a grade 8 spirit weapon, the violet myrtle flexible sword was able to increase his strength by almost 20%. At that time, if he utilized the violet myrtle flexible sword, he would be able to exert the strength of 19 ancient mammoths. An ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist only possessed the strength of 12 ancient mammoths, and if he wanted to exert the strength of 19 ancient mammoths, he would have to rely on a grade 4 spirit weapon. However, not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that had numerous sects and experts like the Clouds might not possess a grade 4 spirit weapon. It could be said that after tonight Duan Lingtian, even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, or even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he could be said to be invincible below the Origin Core stage. At dusk, after Duan Lingtian left Paladin Academy, his brows slightly knit. Interesting. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of an imperceptible sneer. He noticed that besides his subordinates, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, there were another 3 people that were observing him from the shadows. Alas, are the people of this world so unprofessional when it comes to tracking? Duan Lingtian shrugged, then walked into a small alley in the distance with a familiarity. Not long after he entered the small alley, 3 figures seemed to have transformed into 3 gusts of wind that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Then they split into a triangle and completely surrounded Duan Lingtian. These were 3 middle-aged men with cold and expressionless faces. Their icy cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian as if they were looking at a dead man. Could it be that your master thinks that just the 3 of you are sufficient to take my life? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of a sneer. He vaguely sensed that the cultivations of these 3 people were between the 1st level of the nascent soul stage and the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. It was even to the extent that they were inferior to the fatty, Su Li, from the Bright Star in Last Night. Target confirmed, kill! One of the middle-aged men spoke with an incomparably icy cold voice, and as soon as he finished speaking, his entire body moved, pouncing towards Duan Lingtian. The other 2 middle-aged men moved along with him. 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the person that spoke, and he was obviously a second-level nascent soul stage martial artist. The other two were both first-level nascent soul stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian didn't have any intention of dodging when facing the joint forces of the three people, and it was even to the extent that he didn't allow the two little pythons under his sleeve to attack. At practically the instant the three people pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures that were a few times faster than the three people seemed to have transformed into two bolts of lightning as they instantly flashed into the battlefield and stood by Duan Lingtian's side, protecting Duan Lingtian behind them. In the air above the two people, the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths surged out. 7th level of the core formation stage! The three middle-aged men's faces went pale. The information is wrong, let's go! The second-level nascent soul stage martial artist's body trembled in the air as he stomped on the ground, desiring to borrow the force to flee. The other two people hurriedly stopped as well and fled in two different directions. Humph! A cold snort accompanied by a figure that was like a bolt of lightning instantly passed by the second-level nascent soul stage martial artist. The other figure that was like a bolt of lightning caught up to the other two first-level nascent soul stage martial artists. Leave them alive! Duan Lingtian's gaze focused slightly as he ordered. He wanted to know who sent these three people. No matter who sent them, he would make the other party pay the price for this. After a short moment, Zhang Qian's palm descended and heavily injured the second-level nascent soul stage martial artist, then like an eagle catching a chick, he brought the second-level nascent soul stage martial artist before Duan Lingtian. On the other side, after Zhao Gang killed one of the first-level nascent soul stage martial artists, he captured the other person. As long as you tell me who sent you, I can spare your lives. Duan Lingtian slowly walked out and his gaze descended onto the two middle-aged men with ghastly pale complexions. His voice was cold and indifferent, as if it came from the depths of hell. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face went pale. A scene that only appeared in martial arts novels from his previous life appeared before his eyes. Chapter 179. The two middle-aged men's faces darkened as they died from the poison and committed suicide. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang glanced at each other, and their expressions changed. Suicide soldiers! Suicide soldiers? What's suicide soldiers? Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't understand why Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's reactions were so big. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang glanced at Duan Lingtian and felt their scalps go numb. What kind of people did this young master offend? Zhang Qian took a deep breath and slowly explained. Young master, the so-called men of sacrifice are a group of chess pieces that are not afraid of death and were trained by some people with great schemes. These people are only loyal to one master and serve one master. As long as the master is willing, they are willing to give up everything for the master, including their lives. These men of sacrifice would rather die than reveal the identity of their master once they failed their mission. After Zhang Qian finished speaking, he and Zhao Gang both looked at Duan Lingtian. They were very curious as to how this young master offended the people behind these suicide soldiers. So these are the suicide soldiers. Duan Lingtian nodded, and a trace of coldness arose in his heart. To complete the mission, unafraid of death. These people were simply killing machines that had lost their humanity. Young master, did you offend someone? Zhao Gang asked hesitantly. I've offended many people. Don't you know the Su clan as well? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he spoke directly. Young master, logically speaking, it's impossible for these suicide soldiers to be members of the Su clan. Zhang Qian shook his head. According to what I know, these suicide soldiers are usually from the army. Only a few people with high positions would secretly gather these people and form a team of suicide soldiers under them. At the critical moment, they can transform into sharp blades and directly pierce into the enemy's chest. Then who do you think these suicide soldiers are most likely under? Duan Lingtian slightly frowned as he asked. Young master, within the imperial city, these suicide soldiers are more commonly seen under the princes of the imperial family. As long as it's a prince who has the intention of obtaining the throne, they've basically trained a group of suicide soldiers under them, without exception. Zhao Gang said with a solemn expression. His eyes could not help but reveal a trace of suspicion. Could it be that the young master had a grudge with those lofty existences? Prince? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed. Needless to say, he could guess that the 3 men of sacrifice who appeared here to assassinate him were either the 3rd prince's men or the 5th prince's men. 3rd prince, 5th prince. No matter which one of you made a move, I hope that both of you will stop before going too far. Otherwise, not to mention that you have no fate with the throne, even your lives will be in danger. Duan Lingtian's face darkened as killing intent rose in his heart. Come on, let's go back. Duan Lingtian called out to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang and went straight to his house. On the way, Duan Lingtian did not forget to scold the 2 of them. The 2 of you, the next time you're following me in secret, can you be more professional? I discovered your whereabouts as soon as I left Paladin Academy. As Duan Lingtian scolded the 2 of them, he also imparted to them the general knowledge of tracking that he learned from his previous life as a special forces soldier. When had Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang ever heard of these new things? For a moment, they were both intoxicated as they listened. They never thought that a mere tracking actually had so many things to pay attention to. The 2 of them looked at Duan Lingtian with even more respect. At the same time, they couldn't help but be curious. Where in the world did this youth learn all these things? You 2 rest and prepare. Tonight this young master will bring you 2 out to do a big deal. After returning to the house, Duan Lingtian informed Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, then walked into the main building and returned to his room. Big deal? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at each other and could see the wry smile on each other's face. They naturally knew what the big deal the youth was talking about. But did they still have a choice? As the saying goes, one wrong step leads to many wrong steps. The 2 of them helplessly shook their heads and obediently returned to their rooms to rest. As for Duan Lingtian, after returning, he didn't even have the time to greet the 3 beauties at home before directly returning to his room. Whoosh! The cauldron was taken out by him. Subsequently, he started to refine the dragon blood pill. After he finished refining the dragon blood pill, Duan Lingtian directly consumed it. Instantly, his fleshly body completed the tempering of the 6th level of the core formation stage, and gained the strength of an ancient mammoth. This also meant that his next step was to directly charge to the 7th level of the core formation stage. I'm finally about to catch up to those 2 little girls. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Ever since they settled down in the inner city of the Imperial City, no matter if it was Kerr or Little Fei, they would spend over 10 hours cultivating every day with the help of an inexhaustible supply of high-purity origin-increasing pills. Now, the 2 girls had successively broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage. But Duan Lingtian believed that with his current cultivation speed, he would surely be able to catch up to the 2 girls before long. Young master, it's time to eat. A voice that was like a silver bell sounded from outside. Duan Lingtian opened the door and saw Kerr standing at the door. Looking at the slim and graceful young girl, Duan Lingtian's gaze was slightly absent-minded. The current Kerr wasn't the little girl from before, she'd grown up. Looking at Kerr's beautiful face that was as white as jade and the pair of plump buds on her chest, Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen heated up and evil thoughts arose in his heart. Maybe he should find a time to eat Kerr up. Young master, I'll go out first. You quickly come out and eat as well. Kerr noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, and her heartbeat sped up. Her beautiful face blushed as she quickly walked out. This girl is shy. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed, then chased after her. After he finished eating, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and took out the information of the people in charge of the Su clan's various businesses. In the end, he locked onto a target. Su Yong, 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist, the younger cousin of the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. He's in charge of the Su clan's largest medicine store, Jiyun Pavilion. He has 2 sons who commit all sorts of crimes, and it's Su Yong who cleans up their messes every single time, ruthlessly destroying all threats. After he finished looking at Su Yong's information, Duan Lingtian decided on him. The main reason he chose him was naturally because of his relationship with Su Nan. Secondly, it was because of his vile conduct. Besides having two ignorant and incompetent good-for-nothing sons, he himself was full of evil deeds. As the saying goes, like father, like son. In this world where the strong are respected, it's like this. There's no law to speak of, and the fist is the law. Just like this Suyong. The conduct of him and his two sons can be said to be known by everyone within the imperial city. However, even the imperial family that controls the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom would turn a blind eye out of respect for the Su clan, and wouldn't punish them. Although Duan Lingtian didn't think of being some savior, since he'd decided to teach the Su clan a lesson, he naturally wouldn't be lenient. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. If it wasn't for your Su clan going too far, I wouldn't have targeted you. After Duan Lingtian finished looking through the other information related to Su Yong, he left the room. It was deep into the night, and it was impossible to see one's own fingers. In the northern direction of the imperial city's inner city was a residential area, and there was an extremely vast courtyard house within it. Within the courtyard house, the lights were extinguished, and the people within had obviously already fallen asleep. Whoosh! 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 3 figures were like night owls as they passed over the walls of the courtyard house and snuck into the courtyard house. Let's go! Moonlight sprinkled down, and the figure of the person in the lead appeared. It was a young man in black clothes and had his face covered. It was precisely Duan Lingtian. His target tonight was the Su clan's Su Yong. This Su Yong didn't live in the Su clan estate, and had instead bought a courtyard house outside by himself. He had a few concubines, and his days were extremely comfortable. Under the lead of Duan Lingtian, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, who similarly wore black clothes and had their faces covered, lightly followed behind. Through the moonlight, the helplessness in their exposed eyes could be seen. When had they ever been so sneaky? Young master, in my opinion, that Su Yong is only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Why don't we just openly charge in and kill him? Zhang Qian said. Although Zhao Gang didn't speak, he deeply agreed and nodded. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Why do I feel that these two fellows are even more ferocious than me? Fair and square? Duan Lingtian sneered in a low voice. If you two directly charge in, then what difference does it make if I'm there or not? Don't forget why your general asked the two of you to follow me. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang came to a sudden understanding. So the young master was training them. If there's no need, then kill Su Yong alone. Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang into the main building and arrived outside the innermost master bedroom. Duan Lingtian pushed out with his palm and shook open the lock on the door. Bang! The door was knocked open by Duan Lingtian. Who's there? Instantly, an explosive shout sounded out from within the room, and subsequently, the room lit up with a lamp. The entire room was completely illuminated. The middle-aged man that was originally completely naked covered his body with the clothes on the bed, then leaped off the bed and glared fiercely with his triangular eyes as he stared at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 who were covered under black clothes, and his face was gloomy. Who are you people? Ah. On the bed, a young woman that looked to be around 20 years old shrunk to the corner of the bed in fear and pulled over the blanket to cover her completely naked body. Kill him. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he ordered in a low voice. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang moved, flashing directly towards the middle-aged man with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. Above them, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes each appeared. 2 7th-level core formation martial artists. The middle-aged man, Su Yong, went pale as he realized that they didn't come with good intentions. His gaze quickly landed on a window not far away. His figure moved, and with a loud bang, he broke through the window and jumped out. Above him, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted as they chased after him. No. Don't kill me. Chapter 180. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a burst of clamorous sounds coming from the front courtyard of the house, and he knew that the commotion here had alarmed the others. Under the girl's terrified gaze, Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then he raised his hand and knocked her unconscious before chasing out of the window. In any case, his face was covered now, so he wasn't worried about being recognized. Outside the window was the rear courtyard of this house. Presently, Su Yong was lying by the wall of the rear courtyard, not moving and not making a sound. Obviously, he didn't manage to escape. Thinking about it, it made sense. How could a 6th-level nascent soul martial artist possibly escape from the joint forces of two 7th-level nascent soul martial artists? At this moment, Zhang Qian removed the spatial ring from Su Yong's body and respectfully passed it to Duan Lingtian. "Young master, let's go!" Duan Lingtian arrived at the side of the wall in a few steps. Then his legs exerted force and his origin energy skyrocketed. Above him, the strength of 10+ ancient mammoths flashed, directly leaping over the wall and arriving outside the house. When Duan Lingtian left with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, he could faintly hear a sorrowful cry coming from the rear courtyard. "Master!" On the way, Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, and the wealth within caused his eyes to light up. 30 million plus silver! Sure enough, it was as he thought. This Su Yong had worked for most of his life, and the wealth he accumulated far surpassed the fatty Su Lai from last night. In fact, Su Lai could be considered to be Su Yong's nephew. This uncle and nephew pair gave him a total of close to 40 million silver. "Take it!" Duan Lingtian withdrew another 2 million silver and gave it to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. The two of them didn't refuse this time and directly put it away. As far as they were concerned, now that they were following this exceedingly audacious youth, it was practically a 90% chance of survival. If they were to make a mistake one day, then this wealth could be left to their wives and children. With the Divine Might Marquis present, they didn't have to worry about their wives and children being burdened by them. It could be said that they'd already made plans for the worst. After all, what they were doing now was like making a steel wire on a cliff. The slightest carelessness would cause them to fall and shatter into pieces. The Su clan was not easy to deal with. If Duan Lingtian knew what Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were thinking, he would definitely be speechless. He had done similar things countless times in his previous life. Other than the time when he was betrayed, when had he ever failed? When he returned to the house, Duan Lingtian, who was already in a good mood, welcomed another pleasant surprise. Xiong Quan had actually spent all the 50 million silver he gave him last time, and had even gathered enough materials to inscribe over 10 bone corrosion inscriptions. "After today, the Su clan will definitely be vigilant. I'll rest for a few days, and use the next few nights to help Mother and those 2 little girls inscribe some bone corrosion inscriptions." Duan Lingtian's heart stirred, and he had a plan. To him, nothing was more important than the safety of his family. Duan Lingtian, who was in an extremely good mood, stealthily snuck into Li Fei's room. Li Fei hadn't slept yet, and was sitting cross-legged on the soft bed cultivating. When she heard movement, she opened her eyes, and with a glance, she saw Duan Lingtian. She didn't even have time to react before being pushed onto the bed by Duan Lingtian. "Little Fei, your husband is here!" Very quickly, accompanied by Duan Lingtian's heavy breathing, the soft bed started to sway, composing a decadent movement. Only when it was deep into the night did the movements of the two finally stop. The sound of panting pervaded the room. Just when Duan Lingtian was fully satisfied as he hugged the flushed little Fei and fell asleep, the higher-ups of the Su clan once again gathered in the audience hall overnight. "Killing 2 of our Su clan's direct descendant disciples in 2 consecutive nights. Looks like someone has the intention to go against our Su clan." Under the rage of the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boye, his palm descended, and the armrest of the new chair that had just been changed today was shattered. The Grand Elder Su Nan, who was below him, had an extremely unsightly expression. Last night, his nephew died. Tonight, his cousin had died. He suddenly felt that the spearhead of all this seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally pointing towards him. It wasn't only Su Nan who thought this way, even the other Su clan elders had similar thoughts. "Grand Elder, did you offend someone?" Yeah, Grand Elder, if you offended someone, you can speak of it. We can use this clue to track down the true culprit. Grand Elder, could it be that you have some difficulties? Grand Elder, I hope you can consider the big picture. One by one, the Sioux clan elders pointed their spearhead at Su Nan. The gaze of the patriarch, Su Boya, couldn't help but descend onto Su Nan. Now, even he had some doubts. Patriarch Su Nan can swear that I absolutely haven't offended anyone recently. If you really want to talk about conflicts, then it ought to be that Su Li and Duan Lingtian. However, it's absolutely impossible for the two of them to have the ability to kill Su Li and Su Yong. Being misunderstood by so many people, Su Nan was angered to the point his face flushed red, and in his heart, he hated that culprit to the bone. Su Li? Many of the Sioux clan elders present knew who Su Li was, and they all asked, "What does this have to do with Su Li?" Su Nan took a deep breath and spoke of the dispute between him and Su Li, including the fact that Su Li had already left Paladin Academy. When he first found out about this matter, he was very surprised as well. He never would have thought that Su Li, for the sake of his friend, Duan Lingtian, and for the sake of his parents' safety, was actually willing to give up his great future. As far as he was concerned, Su Li's choice was extremely stupid. Pfft! Grand Elder, you really do have the ability to not even let off a child. A Sioux clan elder who had a good relationship with Su Li's father couldn't help but sneer as he glanced at Su Nan with disdain. As far as he was concerned, the actions of the dignified Sioux clan's grand elder caused one's hair to stand on end. It's impossible for Su Li. As for that Duan Lingtian, although he's the son of Duan Ruffin, he still hasn't returned to the Duan clan, so it's impossible for him to have such ability. Grand Elder, did you miss something? Su Boya pondered for a moment, then looked at Su Nan with a burning gaze. Absolutely not. Su Nan shook his head with a face full of certainty. Su Boya frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking. No matter if it was Su Li from last night or Su Yong from tonight, after they were killed, their spatial rings vanished without a trace. Could it be that the goal of that person was to seek wealth? If it was to seek wealth, then it can be explained. No matter if it was Su Li or Su Yong, they were both the people in charge of the businesses under our Sioux clan. A Sioux clan elder said. Pass down the order, tell all the people in charge of the businesses to return to the Sioux clan estate and stay there. I want to see if that person dares to barge into our Sioux clan estate. Su Boya nodded and gave the order right away, and his eyes flickered with a cold sheen. In just 2 days, the Sioux clan had lost 2 direct descendant disciples. As the Sioux clan's patriarch, he had lost all face and felt a great humiliation. Early the next morning, the entire imperial city was bustling with noise and excitement, and the matter of the Sioux clan members dying for 2 consecutive nights was spread everywhere. Moreover, the people who died were all direct descendant disciples of the Sioux clan. That Sioux clan wouldn't have offended someone, right? Who knows? But the 2 people who died weren't any good people. True, it's good for a few more people like this to die. Shh! Be quiet, are you courting death? If the Sioux clan members hear what you said, then don't think of living. No matter if it was the imperial city's outer city, or the inner city, it was filled with similar discussions. 5th Prince's Estate. Your Highness, the 3 death warriors we sent out yesterday haven't returned for an entire night. I'm afraid they've met with misfortune. In a quiet pergola, the white-browed old man respectfully reported to the luxuriously clothed young man who was sipping fragrant tea. 3 nascent soul-stage martial artists weren't able to take the life of that Duan Lingtian. The luxuriously clothed young man, the 5th prince, had a slightly gloomy expression. Looks like the Duan clan is really benevolent and takes good care of this rebellious direct descendant disciple. Your Highness, what you mean is that the Duan clan members are protecting him. The white-browed old man was stunned. Besides this, do you think he has anyone else to rely on? The 5th prince grunted coldly as he asked. The white-browed old man went silent for a short moment before saying, Your Highness, then should we still? Let's put this matter aside for now. I heard that 2 direct descendant disciples of the Sioux clan died these past 2 nights. Send someone to investigate, and if you're able to find any clues, then give the Sioux clan a favor. Once the matter is completed, I want the Sioux clan to help me in the battle for the throne. I presume the Sioux clan's patriarch, Sioux Boye, wouldn't refuse. The fifth prince's eyes flickered, and a wisp of light flashed within. Yes. The white-browed old man replied and left. Duan Lingtian, you've injured my cousin over and over again. Even if the Duan clan members are secretly protecting you, you won't be able to jump around for long. A trace of a cold light flashed within the fifth prince's eyes. The ghastly Shadow Assassin organization could be said to be everywhere within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even within the Imperial City, there was a ghastly shadow stronghold. In a remote corner of the inner city. Very few people knew that the ghastly shadow stronghold in the Imperial City was here. Deep into the night, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance sneakily looked around before walking into the ghastly shadow stronghold, entering the hall and arriving before the counter. Target. Behind the counter, the young man with a stiff expression revealed a bone-piercing icy-cold voice. This caused the middle-aged man to feel a chill run down his spine as he said in panic, Duan Lingtian, 9th level of the core formation stage, grade 1 student of Paladin Academy. Paladin Academy? The young man's voice seemed to contain some misgivings. He's an outsider and doesn't live within Paladin Academy. The middle-aged man spoke as if he was reading a textbook. Obviously, he was ordered by someone to issue this mission. Deposit 200,000 taels of silver, confirmed in 3 days. The young man said coldly. Chapter 181. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of the undercurrent outside. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian lay on the lawn in the backyard, hugging Kerr on his left and Li Fei on his right. He crossed his legs and looked up at the sky, his gaze slightly blurred. A bright moon hung high in the sky, and the numerous stars set off the night sky. Scoundrel, why didn't you go out tonight? Li Fei asked curiously. She remembered that no matter if it was last night or the night before, Duan Lingtian would always bring the 2 people the Divine Might Marquis sent out to him. Tonight, however, he was out of the ordinary, and actually had time to accompany her and Kerr to watch the stars here. She had heard a little about the matter of the Sioux clan's direct descendant being killed, and subconsciously felt that it was very likely to be related to this man. You little girl, do you really want me to go out that much? Duan Lingtian's right hand slightly exerted force, and pulled Li Fei into his embrace. His palm lightly landed on the little girl's sexy butt, and conveniently pinched it twice. Instantly, Li Fei's sensitive body trembled, and her cheeks flushed crimson, as if blood would drip out. Young master, you're bullying big sister Fei Fei again. Kerr's silver bell-like voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel relaxed and happy. How he hoped that this moment could become eternal. Hugging the 2 little girls until the end of time, until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. But unfortunately, he understood that this was only an extravagant hope, and there were still many things waiting for him to do. What he needed to do now was to carve out a place that belonged to him in this world where the strong were respected. Only by standing at the peak of this world would he have the ability to bring the 2 little girls to every corner of this world and see all the clouds in the world. That was the true life. The true carefree life. At that time, no one would be able to threaten him, and everyone could only look up to him. Kerr, do you think this is unfair to your big sister Fei Fei? Don't worry, I won't favor one over the other. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he smirked and raised his hand to give Kerr's butt a slap and gently pinched it. Young master, you're so bad. Kerr was so shy that she threw herself into Duan Lingtian's embrace. After a long while, she raised her head in embarrassment. All right, give me your spatial rings. I'll help you inscribe an inscription tonight. Duan Lingtian stopped teasing the 2 girls and said seriously. Young master, what kind of inscription are you going to inscribe on us? Kerr's eyes flickered. After taking off the summer ring, her watery eyes were filled with curiosity. Li Fei also looked at Duan Lingtian. This man was so mysterious. After interacting with him for so long, she was already used to it. However, she still wanted him to inscribe some kind of inscription on them. Bone-eroding inscription. Duan Lingtian received the spatial rings from the two girls and lightly smiled. Subsequently, he introduced the use of the bone-eroding inscription to the two girls. For a moment, the two girls were scared to the point their faces went pale. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He wasn't surprised by the reaction of the two girls. Duan Lingtian stood up and took the two spatial rings before returning to his room. He withdrew a pile of materials from his spatial ring and started inscribing. Inscribing two bone-eroding inscriptions in one night caused Duan Lingtian's spiritual force to be extremely exhausted. After he finished inscribing, he returned the spatial rings to Li Fei and Ke one by one. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and directly fell onto Ke's bed, snoring loudly. Ke lay beside Duan Lingtian. Her eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian's handsome face, and a wisp of a happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. It was precisely because of this man that her life underwent such a tremendous change. She would live her entire life for this man, and she would have no regrets until her death. Early the next morning, when Duan Lingtian woke up, he only felt groggy. He sized up the surroundings and noticed that he wasn't in his room, and he recalled what happened last night. Right, I fell asleep in Ke's room last night. He stood up and noticed the young girl sitting cross-legged at the side cultivating. Duan Lingtian hugged the young girl from behind, and the young girl's delicate body trembled as she was startled awake from her cultivation. Young master, you're awake? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and greedily inhaled a breath of air. The natural fragrance on the young girl's body was always so pleasant to smell. After getting dressed under the help of Ke, Duan Lingtian and Ke went out to eat breakfast together, and only then did they walk out of the house and head towards Paladin Academy. A regular day passed just like that. When he walked out of Paladin Academy's gate in the evening, it was as peaceful as yesterday. Besides Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, he didn't notice a third person spying on him in secret. Duan Lingtian didn't dare be careless. He was clear in his heart. The calmer it was, the more likely it was that a storm was coming. Young master, the Marquis invites you over. Suddenly, Zhang Qian appeared and walked out, respectfully speaking to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, but he wasn't surprised. Now that the Su clan was facing a great enemy, it was practically a household name within the imperial city, and the Divine Might Marquis estate naturally wouldn't be unable to receive the news. His uncle Nie remembered that he asked for the information of the various properties and people in charge of the Su clan, and would surely suspect him. You two didn't betray me, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian with a burning gaze, seeming as if he would sweep him and Zhao Gang out of the house if Zhang Qian agreed. No. Zhang Qian hurriedly shook his head. The matter of the Su clan was not only related to Duan Lingtian, it was also related to his own life, so he naturally didn't dare speak carelessly. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Qian once again concealed himself in the shadows, whereas Duan Lingtian went to the Divine Might Marquis estate. At the gate of the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian noticed that one of the soldiers guarding the gate was actually a familiar face. It was precisely the young soldier that was slapped by an old soldier the last time he came here. Stop! Just at this moment, another soldier stood out and blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Slap! Under Duan Lingtian's astonished gaze, the young soldier that was slapped by the old soldier the last time slapped the soldier that was blocking his path. Under the furious gaze of the soldier that was slapped, the young soldier looked respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Young Master Lingtian, please come in. Duan Lingtian nodded and glanced deeply at the young soldier. This fellow, that slap from before wouldn't have been intentional, right? As expected, the furious expression on the face of the soldier that was slapped instantly vanished, and he looked at the young soldier with a perturbed expression as he asked. Brother Ji, who is he? He's young Master Lingtian, the nephew of the Marquis. Kid, look carefully in the future, don't act like a hothead. The young soldier spoke with the tone of an old man. As he spoke, he extended his hand to rub the back of his head with a lingering fear. I've been through this as well. Divine Might Marquis estate, within the audience hall. Uncle Nie, is there something you need from me? When Duan Lingtian entered, he noticed that the divine might Marquis Nie Yuan was already waiting for him, and he couldn't help but ask with a smile. Little Tian, tell Uncle Nie the truth. Was it you who led Zhang Qian and the others to kill the Su clans Su Lai and Su Yong? At the same time that Nie Yuan asked, his eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to discern something from Duan Lingtian's face. But unfortunately, he was unable to discern anything. Uncle Nie, if you don't have evidence, then don't speak nonsense, Duan Lingtian said in all seriousness. You kid! Zhang Qian and Zhao Ging not saying a single word was also your order, right? No wonder when you asked me for them the last time, you said you wanted to have complete control over them. You've already planned this at that time, right? Although Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to admit it, Nie Yuan knew that he guessed correctly, and he spoke angrily. Uncle Nie, all of this is only your guess. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change, then he said, Uncle Nie, if there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first. Wait. Nie Yuan stopped Duan Lingtian, then shook his head and smiled. I didn't call you here just to ask about that. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't mention a single word, so I guess that even if you came, you wouldn't be honest. I called you here this time because I want to tell you about the war at the northwest border. As he finished speaking, Nie Yuan's expression became serious. Northwest border? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that his teacher in the Star Mastermind department, Sima Changfeng, had mentioned this to him. Uncle Nie, why are you telling me this? I naturally have a reason for telling you this. The war at the northwest border is critical this time, and His Majesty has given me full authority to be in charge of the mobilization of reinforcements. A portion of these reinforcements will be mobilized from your Paladin Academy. Especially the students of your Star Mastermind department. If any of you put what you've learned into practice, then on the battlefield, you alone will be able to hold up against an entire army. Nie Yuan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. When I was discussing this with your Paladin Academy's Vice Dean Zhan, he strongly recommended you to me. Of course, he doesn't know of our relationship. Recommended me? Duan Lingtian was stunned, but with a quick thought, he came to an understanding. It should be Teacher Sima who recommended him to the Vice Dean. Right, recommended you. How about it, are you interested in going to experience it? At that time, this reinforcements will be led by your big brother Nie. Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with an extremely complicated gaze. At the beginning, when Paladin Academy's Vice Dean Zhan recommended Duan Lingtian, he was still skeptical. Later on, Vice Dean Zhan mentioned to him the plan of crossing the sea by deception that Duan Lingtian thought of, and it caused him to be extremely shocked. He never imagined that this nephew of his, whose natural talent in the martial Tao and alchemy could be said to be heaven-defying, would also have such a terrifying talent in strategy. Of course I'm interested. Duan Lingtian hurriedly nodded. Uncle Nie, when will the reinforcements head to the northwest border? 1 month later. If you want to go, then properly prepare during this period of time. Nie Yuan said again. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded, then bid farewell and left. On the way home, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly excited in his heart. The battlefield in this life was completely different from the one in his previous life. He'd participated in some of the battlefields in his previous life, but those were practically all clashes of hot weapons, and were far from the hot-blooded clashes of cold weapons on the battlefield in this life. In Duan Lingtian's heart, there had always been a dream. He hoped that one day, he would be able to gallop and kill his enemies on the battlefield that was similar to the ancient times of his previous life, fighting until the last moment, and spilling all his hot blood. Chapter 182. Even after returning home, a trace of an excited smile still hung on Duan Lingtian's face. Young master, what made you so happy? Kerr blinked her beautiful eyes that were filled with curiosity as she asked. Li Fei looked over as well. She could clearly feel Duan Lingtian's high spirits at this moment. Nothing, it's just that I intend to go to the battlefield to take a look 1 month from now. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he spoke casually. Unexpectedly, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Kerr and Li Fei's beautiful faces both changed. Battlefield? In their impression, the battlefield was a very dangerous place. If they went, they might not be able to come back. Young master, can you not go? Kerr was delicate and pitiful as tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't want Duan Lingtian to take the risk. Scoundrel, if you want to go, then I want to go as well. Li Fei had a stubborn expression, as if she wouldn't let Duan Lingtian go if Duan Lingtian didn't bring her along. Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on. What are you two thinking? I'm only going to be a reinforcement. Moreover, I'm not the type of soldier that goes to the battlefield. I'm the type of prime minister that stays in the tent and gives advice to the officers and soldiers that go to the battlefield, understand? Moreover, this is the rule of Paladin Academy. If you don't go to the battlefield, then you can't graduate. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his face became slightly hot. If he went to the battlefield, would he obediently stay in the tent? The answer was no. It's the rule of Paladin Academy? Li Fei's expression eased up slightly. She knew that Duan Lingtian chose the Star Mastermind Department in Paladin Academy, and she also knew the difference between the Star Mastermind Department and the Star General Department. Yes, Duan Lingtian replied with a thick face. Finally, Duan Lingtian spent some effort to appease the two girls. If he had a choice, he would rather look for a nascent soul realm martial artist and fight. Of course, he would use the bone corrosion inscription to kill his opponent. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian went to look for his mother, Li Ro, to ask for a spatial ring, and help Li Ro inscribe a bone corrosion inscription before calming down and cultivating. His goal was to break through to the 7th level of the core formation stage within a month. The next day, as soon as Duan Lingtian entered the classroom, he heard a group of students in the class fiercely discussing. They were talking about the reinforcements that would arrive in a month's time. Duan Lingtian, I heard that 300+ people from our Paladin Academy will join the reinforcements and head to the northwest battlefield. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun moved closer to Duan Lingtian. I've heard. Duan Lingtian nodded. Supposedly, 300 of these 300+ people are from the Star General Department, and there are probably no more than 10 students from our Star Mastermind Department. Xiao Yu's tone was obviously slightly disappointed. That's not strange. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. The Star Mastermind Department students aren't born for the battlefield. They mostly serve the internal affairs of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Just like those civil officials in the Imperial Court and the county governors of the 18 counties, they are basically all from Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department, and some of the officials under them are also from the Star Mastermind Department. Xiao Sun had a bitter smile. I wish for nothing more than to switch places with Tian Hu. Although the Star General Department's Grade 1 students don't have a quota for reinforcements this time, in another 2 years, we'll at least have the chance to enter the battlefield. In the Star Mastermind Department, we might not even have the chance to see the battlefield until we graduate. The battlefield is cruel, and the environment is extremely vile. It's not like the luxurious life you have in the Xiao clan. If you were to go, you might not get used to it. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He was clear about Xiao Sun's mentality. It was nothing more than curiosity. It's always good to experience it. Xiao Sun continued. Xiao Yu nodded and deeply agreed. If the two of you really want to go, I can go get 2 quotas for the 2 of you. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled when he saw their expectant gazes. You! Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with doubtful expressions. Xiao Sun said, Duan Lingtian, you have Teacher Sima's strong recommendation, so you might be able to obtain a quota. But you're bragging a bit too much when you say you'll get 2 quotas for us. Unless you know the general leading the troops this time, or the Divine Might Marquis. What? You two don't believe me? Duan Lingtian smiled. It was really as Xiao Sun said. Not only did he know the general leading the troops this time, he also knew the Divine Might Marquis. To him, obtaining 2 quotas was only a matter of saying a word. Xiao Yu's eyes focused as he said in surprise, Duan Lingtian, you really have a way to help us get a quota? You've known me for so long, have I ever lied to you? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless, as even Xiao Yu doubted him. The two of you, prepare well these days. 1 month from now, we'll depart together. Although Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun didn't know why Duan Lingtian was so confident, they realized that Duan Lingtian wasn't joking, and their gazes both lit up. Right, don't mention this during lunch. I'm worried that Tian Hu will go with me. It's fine if the two of you go together, as you're both students of the Star Mastermind Department and don't need to personally enter the battlefield. But Tian Hu is different, Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. Once the current Tian Hu entered the battlefield, it would absolutely be a narrow escape. As a friend, he didn't want Tian Hu to take risks. Don't worry, we know what to do. That kid Tian Hu, even if you don't help him obtain a quota, he'll still have plenty of chances to enter the battlefield in a year or two. Xiao Sun smiled. Soon, Sima Changfeng arrived. An entire morning of classes quickly passed. When it was close to noon, Sima Changfeng called Duan Lingtian out. Duan Lingtian, the order for reinforcements to the northwest border battlefield has been issued. I've already recommended you to the Vice Dean. The Star Mastermind Department's name list will be out in half a month, and will depart in a month. Prepare well. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded with a carefree expression. Seeing Duan Lingtian's calm expression, Sima Changfeng was secretly shocked. This kid was indeed a talent that could be nurtured. He was about to enter the battlefield, yet he was still so calm. But it was unknown what kind of expression Sima Changfeng would have if he knew that Duan Lingtian had already received the news beforehand. At noon, when they were eating in the cafeteria, Tian Hu's eyebrows fluttered, and his face was filled with excitement. I heard that the Star General Department's name list for reinforcements to the northwest border battlefield has been released, and many of them are only second-year Star General Department students. Looks like I'll have a chance next year as well. As long as you work hard and cultivate, you'll naturally have a chance. Duan Lingtian smiled. Sigh, Duan Lingtian, you guys don't have to be envious of me. Really. Although more than 90% of your Star Mastermind Department students have no chance of entering the battlefield after graduation, there's still a glimmer of hope. Moreover, even if you can't enter the battlefield, it's fine. Fighting and killing isn't suitable for you guys. Tian Hu seemed to be comforting Duan Lingtian and the other two, but his tone clearly contained a bit of complacency. Yes, you're right. Duan Lingtian earnestly nodded as he resisted the urge to laugh. Ha ha! Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun couldn't help but laugh loudly. What are you guys laughing at? Tian Hu had a stunned expression. Nothing. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun shook their heads. No matter how Tian Hu asked, they wouldn't say anything. They believed that Tian Hu would know the truth 1 month from now. After finishing their meal, they once again cultivated for an entire afternoon on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds. Only then did Duan Lingtian leave Paladin Academy with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. After parting ways, Duan Lingtian directly returned home. Inner city, in a remote corner. Not far away, a middle-aged man slowly walked to the front of a remote building. If one looked carefully, one would notice that his legs were slightly trembling. Motherfucker, I won't do this kind of work anymore. Although it's fine to just move my mouth, that fellow behind the counter is too terrifying. Just a few words and he almost scared me to the point of peeing my pants. As he muttered to himself, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and finally walked in. In the spacious hall, there was only one person standing behind the counter. I'm here to confirm the mission. That Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and didn't dare look directly at the young man behind the counter as he spoke in panic. We won't accept this mission. The young man behind the counter frowned when he saw the middle-aged man's terrified appearance and said indifferently, What? Won't accept? The middle-aged man was stunned. He never would have thought that it would be such an outcome. For a moment, he seemed to have forgotten his fear as he said in shock. Isn't this the Ghastly Shadow organization? Isn't your Ghastly Shadow the most famous assassin organization in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? You can't even deal with the youth? Slap. The young man's gaze was cold as it swept past the middle-aged man like a blade. He raised his hand and a stack of silver landed on the counter. "This is your deposit, return it! You all!" The middle-aged man didn't know where his courage came from, but he seemed to want to say something. F***K off! The young man's eyes slightly narrowed as an icy killing intent swept out from his body. But in the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man was enveloped by the killing intent as well. His body trembled as he was scared to the point of peeing his pants. "I asked you to F***K off, didn't you hear?" The young man's voice was slightly impatient. I can't move." The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. You actually dare dirty our ghastly shadow's stronghold?" The young man smelled the stench of urine, and his face went ghastly pale. He stretched out his hand and took back the silver on the counter. "Take this 200,000 as the cleaning fee. If the person behind you has any objections, you can ask him to come look for me personally. Now I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to disappear before me. Otherwise, leave your life here." The young man's voice became even colder. The middle-aged man's face went ghastly pale. His legs trembled, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he rushed out of the ghastly shadow's stronghold in an extremely sorry state. 200,000! 200,000 is gone just like that. After the middle-aged man left, he finally reacted to what had happened. The 200,000 silver seemed to have been confiscated. A gust of wind blew past, and the middle-aged man only felt his crotch go cold, but his heart was even colder. 200,000 was gone just like that. How would he explain himself when he returned? Chapter 183. Imperial City, Inner City, in a spacious house. "Trash, kneel down!" A middle-aged man with a stiff face kicked out like lightning and kicked the middle-aged man beside him, whose pants were soaking wet, to the ground. The latter knelt there, shivering. He lowered his head, not daring to look at the stalwart figure in front of him. "Second Master, I didn't handle this matter well. I'll make up for the 200,000 taels of silver that this trash lost." The middle-aged man with a stiff face respectfully said to the stalwart figure in front of him. 200,000 taels of silver is a small matter." The stalwart figure walked out from the shadows. The moonlight shone down, illuminating a slightly dignified face. This was a middle-aged man, and between his brows revealed the dignity of a superior person. "That ghastly shadow organization isn't willing to accept that little bastard's mission?" The dignified middle-aged man looked at the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. He could faintly smell the smell of urine floating from the latter's body, and he couldn't help but frown. "Yes, Second Master." The latter hurriedly nodded, his body shivering. "Clean it up." The dignified middle-aged man glanced at the middle-aged man with a stiff face, and his tone was incomparably calm. "Second Master, spare me, Second Master, spare." The expression of the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground changed greatly, and before he could finish speaking, the top of his head was shattered by a palm strike from the person beside him. "Dead? Second Master, even the ghastly shadow organization isn't willing to accept the mission to kill that Duan Lingtian. Could it be that he has something?" The middle-aged man with a stiff face was slightly hesitant. "Humph. I'm extremely clear about his background. Since Ghastly Shadow doesn't accept the mission, find some people outside to kill him." The dignified middle-aged man raised his hand, and a large stack of banknotes fell on the ground. "Here are 30 million taels of banknotes. Clean up this matter properly. I don't want the people in the clan to know." 30 million taels? The pupils of the middle-aged man with a stiff face constricted. He didn't expect that the person before him would be willing to pay such a large amount of wealth for a mere 18-year-old youth. "Yes, Second Master." The latter put away the banknotes, carried the corpse beside him, and left the house in a few steps. "Duan Lingtian, you killed my son, and I'll let you die without a burial ground." Before long, only the dignified middle-aged man remained in the courtyard. His icy cold voice echoed out and filled the entire courtyard. Early in the morning, the first light of dawn arrived. Bits and pieces of sunlight sprinkled in through the window and fell on the young man sitting cross-legged on the bed. Who? After a long time, the youth heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes focused. With my current progress, I should be able to break through to the 7th level of the core formation stage before we depart. Putting on a purple robe, the youth went out after eating. After entering Paladin Academy and passing by the side of the martial arts practice grounds, one could see many students cultivating martial skills and sparring on the martial arts practice grounds. These people are all from the Star General Department. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes a little. By the looks of it, the 1 month's worth of reinforcements had stirred up the fighting spirit of the Star General Department students. Suddenly, 3 young men walked towards them from afar. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Amongst the 3 people before him, there was a familiar face. It was precisely that Duan Rong, Duan Lingxing's cousin. Ever since Duan Lingxing died, Duan Lingtian hadn't seen Duan Rong again. He never expected to meet him here. Duan Rong noticed Duan Lingtian as well, and he lowered his head with the intention of avoiding him. Duan Rong, what are you afraid of? The tall young man beside Duan Rong looked at the distant violet-clothed youth, and his sword-like brows raised, seeming to be slightly puzzled. Big brother Su Qing, he's Duan Lingtian. The other person laughed bitterly. He's Duan Lingtian? The eyes of the young man called Su Qing narrowed as a bright light flashed within them, and he raised his hand and placed it on Duan Rong's shoulder. Duan Rong, you're a person from my Chilian County's county city. Could it be that you think he can bully you with me here? Duan Rong shuddered and returned to his senses. Right, how could he forget? The young man beside him was the son of the Chilian County's county governor, the eldest young master of the county governor's estate. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, he was even publicly acknowledged as the student with the strongest natural talent in the Martial Dao and Paladin Academy after Duan Ruffin. Duan Lingtian stood in the distance, and when he saw Duan Rong looking at him like a mouse looking at a cat, he didn't plan to tease Duan Rong. But suddenly, he noticed that Duan Rong seemed as if he'd been injected with chicken blood, and even walked towards him with the 2 young men beside him in an imposing manner. This caused him to be stunned. There's nothing wrong with this Duan Rong's head, right? Could it be that he wants to be bashed again? You're Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian noticed that the tall young man beside Duan Rong was looking at him with a hostile gaze, and his tone had a trace of coldness mixed within. This tall young man had a handsome appearance and an extraordinary bearing, and it was obvious with a single glance that he had an extraordinary background. Yes. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Could it be that this person wants to stand up for Duan Rong? I'm Su Qing. Su Qing stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and a trace of hostility seemed to arise within his eyes. Before the violet-clothed youth before him killed Duan Lingxing and became famous in Paladin Academy, he was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius in Paladin Academy. But after that, this halo was seized away by the violet-clothed youth before him. This caused the proud and arrogant him to be slightly unable to accept it. Su Qing? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart when he heard this. He wasn't unfamiliar with this name. He still remembered that when he just arrived at the Imperial City, he'd once heard people discussing this person within the restaurant in the outer city. Moreover, they even said that this person was the martial Dao genius with the highest natural talent in Paladin Academy in the past 20 years after his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffin. Later on, when he entered Paladin Academy, he frequently heard people mention this Su Qing. Su Qing, Paladin Academy's Star General Department's 2nd grade student. His cultivation was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, and he even possessed a grade 7 spirit weapon. In Paladin Academy, none of the students below the origin core stage were his match. What? You want to stand up for this Duan Rong? Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he calmly looked at Su Qing. So what if I do? A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Su Qing's mouth as a trace of a cold light flashed within his eyes. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Duan Lingtian and Su Qing had attracted the attention of many students. Because this was the side of the martial arts practice grounds, the crowd of students on the martial arts practice grounds quickly gathered over with interest. Duan Lingtian! A robust figure walked out from the crowd and stood beside Duan Lingtian. Tian Hu, you're actually here as well. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw Tian Hu, but he lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian, why did you get into conflict with this Su Qing? Tian Hu frowned as he glanced at Su Qing with slight fear. I had no intention of getting into conflict with him, but he blocked my path himself, and even said he wanted to stand up for this Duan Rong. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an innocent expression. You again? Tian Hu's gaze was slightly cold as he looked at Duan Rong and coldly said, Duan Rong, if you're a man, then don't rely on others. What are you glaring at? If you have the guts, then fight me. Duan Rong's face was livid, but he didn't dare accept the challenge. He had witnessed Tian Hu's strength, and it was far from what he could compare to. Forget it. If the dog bites you, would you bite it back? Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at Tian Hu with a smile. It's about time now, go to class. Otherwise, be careful of that Neo-Pi punishing you. As he spoke, he called out to Tian Hu to walk side by side, intentionally bypassing Su Qing's group of 3. Duan Lingtian, you and I are both at the 9th level of the core formation stage, and we both have grade 7 spirit weapons. Do you dare to fight me? Su Qing's eyes focused when he saw so many people spectating. He intended to show off his might and reclaim the title of Paladin Academy's #1 genius. A person must know their limits. Duan Lingtian ignored Su Qing and indifferently left behind a sentence before continuing to walk forward with Tian Hu. Awesome! This Duan Lingtian is too awesome! This Su Qing was once our Paladin Academy's #1 genius, but Duan Lingtian actually ignored his challenge. He even warned Su Qing to know his limits. The surrounding crowd of students were in an uproar. Su Qing's face was livid and his body trembled. His handsome face was now replaced by a savage expression. He, Su Qing, was from the Qilian County's county governor's estate and was the son of the Qilian County's county governor. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, and when he started cultivating, he even displayed monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao. He was even called the #1 genius of Qilian County in the past 100 years. Later on, he even passed the entrance exam set up by Paladin Academy in Qilian County and smoothly entered Paladin Academy. Even after entering Paladin Academy, he was still outstanding. He was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius of Paladin Academy, and among the students of Paladin Academy, there was only one person that could defeat him over 20 years ago. That person was precisely Duan Rufeng. Duan Rufeng was once a peerless genius whose name spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom. They weren't of the same generation, and now Duan Rufeng had even gone missing for many years. Su Qing didn't feel anything when Duan Rufeng overshadowed his limelight. But when Duan Lingtian appeared with the identity of Duan Rufeng's son and even displayed a cultivation at the 9th level of the core formation stage at the age of 18 and killed Duan Lingxing, who was similarly at the 9th level of the core formation stage, his name shook Paladin Academy and even the entire Imperial City. Su Qing's halo seemed to have been snatched away overnight. Since then, hostility towards Duan Lingtian had arisen in his heart. Since you was born, then why you was born? Originally, he only had hostility in his heart, but when he really saw Duan Lingtian today, he instead discovered that he yearned so much to defeat Duan Lingtian and prove himself to everyone. He, Su Qing, was still the #1 genius of Paladin Academy. A legend that was difficult for all the Paladin Academy students to surpass. But now, when he issued a challenge, this Duan Lingtian actually disdained him. This caused his heart to be completely filled with flames of rage. Duan Lingtian, coward! Su Qing's expression was gloomy as he looked at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure from afar and sneered. Duan Lingtian, who was walking side by side with Tian Hu, stopped when he heard Su Qing, then he shook his head and smiled before continuing forward. If you feel that roaring like this can suppress the inferiority in your heart, then go ahead and roar. It's not that I don't dare to battle you, but that I disdain it. You're on your own now. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded from afar, but when it entered Su Qing's ears, it was like needles piercing his heart. Duan Lingtian! Chapter 184. Accompanied by Su Qing's explosive shout, the origin energy on his legs skyrocketed, and his entire body seemed to transform into a cannonball as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. Whoosh! Su Qing's speed was extremely swift, like a cheetah that charged out, swift like the wind. Wham! Su Qing raised his hand, and a completely black, 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. The black sword light tore through the sky and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Above Su Qing, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly appeared and condensed into form. Relying on the amplification of a spirit weapon, Su Qing's attack was comparable to the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. 9th level of the core formation stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. As expected, the moment Su Qing attacked, it attracted the gazes of all the Paladin Academy students present. Their gazes were suffused with a trace of burning anticipation. They were all extremely curious if Su Qing could defeat Duan Lingtian. The sword in Su Qing's hand flashed out, and in the blink of an eye as he dashed towards Duan Lingtian, his eyes flickered with a fierce and enraged sheen. This Duan Lingtian actually dared to say that he disdained to battle him. If it was an origin core martial artist that was older than him who said these words, he wouldn't feel anything. But the person who said these words was only a 9th level core formation martial artist. Moreover, it was an 18-year-old youth. Most importantly, this youth was the target of comparison in his heart, the target that he intended to suppress. Whoosh! A wave of sword howls sounded out from behind him, causing Duan Lingtian's face to go grim. He exerted strength in his hand and pushed Tianhu away, moving to the other side. Meanwhile, Su Qing's sword whistled over, barely flashing past the position Duan Lingtian was at earlier, and practically brushing past Duan Lingtian's clothes. Su Qing despicable! Tianhu was in a slightly sorry state, and his expression was extremely unsightly as he glared angrily at Su Qing. However, Su Qing did not pay any attention to Tianhu. Instead, he looked at the nearby Duan Lingtian and said in a voice as cold as ice, "Duan Lingtian, you just said that you disdain to fight with me? I would like to see what makes you, Duan Lingtian, so arrogant." Duan Lingtian's face darkened. He didn't expect Su Qing to be so overbearing. In his heart, the flames of fury were burning. It was hard to suppress. At this moment, a group of students in the distance had also caught up and were looking at the scene in the distance. Their gazes all landed on the 2 figures facing each other in the distance. A young man in his early 20s. An 18-year-old teenager. The young man was Paladin Academy's famous genius student, Su Qing. He was once the #1 genius and was publicly acknowledged as the #1 person under the Origin Core stage in Paladin Academy. The young man was also a famous genius student in Paladin Academy. His name was Duan Lingtian. When he just entered Paladin Academy, he was unknown. Until he had a life-and-death battle with a 9th level core formation student. After he revealed his 9th level core formation cultivation and relied on a grade 7 spirit weapon to kill his opponent, his name shook the entire Paladin Academy. Since then, the halo of Paladin Academy's #1 genius had shifted from Su Qing to this young man. And today, when the former #1 genius and the current #1 genius faced each other, what kind of sparks would be created? At this moment, everyone held their breaths as they looked at the scene before them in anticipation. They believed that what followed would be an exciting battle between 2 evenly matched opponents. To be able to witness the battle between Duan Lingtian and Su Qing with my own 2 eyes, even if I'm late and get punished, it's worth it. Exactly. The former #1 genius against the current #1 genius, this is a rare sight. The surrounding students had bright lights in their eyes and had excited expressions on their faces. Duan Rong stood in the crowd as his icy cold gaze descended onto the violet-clothed youth, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Duan Lingtian, let's see how you deal with this today. Actually fighting big brother Su Qing. You're courting death. As a member of the Chilean County's Duan clan, Duan Rong was deeply aware of how terrifying the county governor's son, Su Qing, was. He didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be a match for Su Qing. Su Qing, if you don't want to lose face, then leave quickly. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he looked at Su Qing with a calm and carefree expression. Don't want to lose face, leave quickly? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, not only did Su Qing's face go pale, even the surrounding students looked at Su Qing with strange gazes. If Su Qing were to leave now, it would undoubtedly be even more embarrassing. Duan Lingtian, anyone can talk big. If you're a man, then fight me and prove to everyone that you indeed have the strength to disdain to fight me. Su Qing's gaze burned as he stared at Duan Lingtian. An origin energy flashed on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand that was pitch black like ink. A trace of a cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Since you insist on going your own way and aren't afraid of losing face, then I'll fulfill your wish. He knew clearly in his heart that if he didn't prove himself now, then Su Qing would surely talk endlessly. Since it was like this, then he would completely destroy Su Qing's confidence and make him retreat in the face of difficulties. I'll wait and see. Su Qing grunted coldly with an arrogant expression. Then receive a punch of mine. Duan Lingtian's voice exploded out like muffled thunder. In an instant, Duan Lingtian made his move. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent, his speed swift like lightning. Above Duan Lingtian, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Su Qing moved along with Duan Lingtian, seeming to have transformed into a gust of wind, and the 3-foot-long blade in his hand that was pitch black like ink flashed out. Sword images flashed, as if transforming into a myriad of sword images. Obviously, this was an extremely profound sword skill. At the same time, 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above Su Qing. Su Qing's entire strength exploded out the moment he attacked, and combined it with his spirit weapon. You only have this little bit of strength. Facing Su Qing's sword, if it was the Duan Lingtian of the past, he might have some fear, but the current Duan Lingtian, Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and in an instant, the speed of his feet soared by a few levels. He instantly dodged Su Qing's sword. Whoosh! Su Qing chased after him. However, he quickly noticed that he was utterly unable to catch up to Duan Lingtian, as Duan Lingtian's speed left him in the dust. How could this be possible? How could he possibly be so fast? When he saw another 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes appear above Duan Lingtian, his eyes emitted a sheen of disbelief. The strength of 16 ancient mammoths. Oh my God! The strength of 16 ancient mammoths! Duan Lingtian isn't utilizing a spirit weapon to execute an attack now, and is only using his movement technique to dodge Su Qing. In other words, he isn't relying on a spirit weapon, but is drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 16 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Looks like this Duan Lingtian has already broken through to the Origin Core stage. Only an Origin Core martial artist is able to possess such a terrifying strength of ancient mammoths under the circumstances of not utilizing a spirit weapon. The first level of the Origin Core stage possesses the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian is obviously holding back now. The surrounding crowd of students were dumbstruck for a moment, then were overwhelmed with astonishment. Most of the people had expressions of disbelief. An 18-year-old Origin Core martial artist? Heavens! What monster is this? Duan Ron was dumbstruck as he looked at the scene before him. No! Impossible! How could this little bastard possibly be an Origin Core martial artist? Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and his figure flashed out to directly flash behind Su Qing. His right arm trembled as he struck out with a simple and unadorned punch. Bang! The strength of 16 ancient mammoths exploded out, destroying the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Su Qing's body and blasting Su Qing flying. Bang! Su Qing fiercely fell to the ground, and his body trembled as he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he indifferently swept Su Qing with his gaze, then slowly said, "Now what do you think?" Do I, Duan Lingtian, have the strength to disdain to battle you? However, at this moment, Su Qing seemed as if he didn't hear Duan Lingtian's words, and he had a dazed expression as his eyes dimmed. He'd obviously suffered a great blow. Humph! Duan Lingtian coldly swept Su Qing with his gaze, then called out to Tian Hu before directly heading towards the classroom. Most of the students present sent Duan Lingtian off with their gazes, and their eyes emitted a sense of astonishment and admiration. An 18-year-old Origin Corps martial artist. This youth's natural talent had already completely surpassed his father, Duan Ruffeng. Even Duan Ruffeng only broke through to the Origin Corps stage when he was 20 years old. How could they know that Duan Lingtian's cultivation was still a distance away from the Origin Corps stage, and the reason he was able to display such a terrifying strength was entirely because of the supreme cultivation method he cultivated, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Su Qing relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to execute an attack with the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. But before Duan Lingtian's barehanded attack with the strength of 16 ancient mammoths, he was unable to withstand a single blow. What you're saying is simply nonsense. This grade 7 spirit sword only amplifies attack strength, and Su Qing's speed is similarly only powered by the strength of 12 ancient mammoths. Whereas Duan Lingtian's speed is powered by the strength of 16 ancient mammoths, they're completely not on the same level. The gap between the 9th level of the core formation stage and the 1st level of the Origin Core stage is too great. And this is still Duan Lingtian not using his full strength. Yeah, if he used his full strength, Su Qing wouldn't even have the chance to swing his sword. The group of students discussed animatedly. But when these words entered Su Qing's ears, it was like needles piercing his ears, causing him to be nearly numb. An 18-year-old Origin Core stage martial artist. Su Qing suddenly felt that he'd lived all these years in vain, and his pair of dim eyes flickered with the dejection of defeat. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Tian Hu were walking towards the classroom, and Tian Hu had a face full of surprise. F***K. Duan Lingtian, when did you step into the Origin Core stage? Tian Hu seemed to be carefree, but he was slightly bitter in his heart. When he met Duan Lingtian for the first time in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, Duan Lingtian was the same as him, only a 4th-level core formation martial artist. But now, he'd just broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage less than 2 days ago. He originally thought that he could gradually catch up to Duan Lingtian's footsteps, but he shockingly discovered that Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the Origin Core stage. He only felt a wave of powerlessness. Maybe I shouldn't have compared myself to this freak. I'm simply asking for a beating. Chapter 185. Duan Lingtian only lightly smiled in response to Tian Hu's question. In the eyes of others, his strength was indeed something that only an Origin Core martial artist was capable of displaying. Regarding this, he didn't give any further explanation. After all, this was related to the cultivation method he cultivated, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. That was his greatest secret. Once it was leaked, he would surely suffer a calamity. Duan Lingtian had only cultivated to the 2nd form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Raging Python form, and he could already feel how heaven-defying this cultivation method was. He could imagine that if the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique were to be exposed before others, even those true Void Stage experts would probably be tempted. Before long, Duan Lingtian separated from Tian Hu and directly went to the classroom. Within the classroom, besides Sima Changfeng, the other 17 students sat in their respective seats, and only Duan Lingtian was missing. Teacher. Duan Lingtian arrived at the classroom door and smiled apologetically to Sima Changfeng. Sima Changfeng didn't say anything and nodded. Come in. Only then did Duan Lingtian enter and sit down. Duan Lingtian, although you used to come late, you've never been late. Tell me honestly, did you do something bad last night and can't wake up this morning? Shao Sun sat behind Duan Lingtian and moved his head closer to Duan Lingtian as he laughed wickedly. Is that all you have in your head? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Shao Sun as he spoke angrily. Before long, the entire morning had passed. After class ended at noon, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun walked on the road to the cafeteria. Everywhere they passed, many students would pay attention to them. Do we have flowers on our faces? Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu as he asked. In any case, you and Duan Lingtian don't have flowers on your faces, but do I? Xiao Yu felt it was strange as well. Why were these people looking at them like that? Your face doesn't have any either. Xiao Sun glanced at Xiao Yu and said in all seriousness. Among the three of them, perhaps only Duan Lingtian could remain calm. After all, he knew the reason. That's Duan Lingtian, a grade 1 student who stepped into the Origin Core stage at the mere age of 18. F***CK. It couldn't be, right? A first-year student at the Primal Core stage? At this time, two students nearby stopped and looked at Duan Lingtian, whispering to each other. Because they were not far away, their voices were heard by Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. The two of them finally reacted. It turned out that the reason why so many people were staring at them along the way was not because of the flowers on their faces, but because they were looking at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian! You broke through to the Origin Core stage! Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu's faces were filled with astonishment, and their eyes revealed an inconceivable luster. This was too exaggerated. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and remained silent. F***CK. You wouldn't have really broken through to the Origin Core stage, right? Also, why do so many people know that you broke through to the Origin Core stage, but we don't? Could it be that you were late this morning for something? Xiao Sun cursed and asked a string of questions. Although Xiao Yu didn't finish speaking, his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. When you see Tian Hu in a while, you guys can ask him yourselves. Duan Lingtian shrugged and was slightly helpless. In the cafeteria, Duan Lingtian's group of three had just sat down when Tian Hu arrived. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun naturally couldn't avoid asking him questions. Quickly, under Tian Hu's narration, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun finally knew the ins and outs of the matter. They never imagined that the reason Duan Lingtian was late this morning was actually because of Su Qing. They naturally knew who Su Qing was. He was a Year 2 student of Paladin Academy, and was also the publicly acknowledged number 1 genius of Paladin Academy before Duan Lingtian appeared. Duan Lingtian, not only did you snatch away the title of number 1 genius from Su Qing, you even made him suffer a crushing defeat in public. He's bound to be inferior to you in all aspects of Paladin Academy in the future. Xiao Sun shook his head and was slightly shocked in his heart. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so valiant, and even defeat Su Qing. Of course, what he was even more shocked about was Duan Lingtian's cultivation, stepping into the Origin Core stage at the mere age of 18. Just thinking about it caused his scalp to go numb. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly. I gave him a chance at that time, but it was he who was overbearing. He deserved it. Tian Hu had a face full of schadenfreude. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze, and unknowingly, a trace of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Presently, he was only a step away from the 7th level of the core formation stage, but Duan Lingtian had already stepped into the Origin Core stage. Although he had long since no longer intended to compare himself with Duan Lingtian, he still felt a sense of loss in his heart. Right. Suddenly, Tian Hu seemed to have thought of something and looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly serious expression. Duan Lingtian, I heard that Su Qing's background isn't simple. He's the son of the Chulian County's county governor, one of the 18 counties under our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Son of the county governor? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he recalled the scene from this morning, and came to a sudden realization. This morning, Su Qing didn't have a sword in his hand, but later on, he obviously took it out from his spatial ring. At that time, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised that Su Qing actually had a spatial ring. Moreover, that sword was a grade 7 spirit weapon. Now that he knew of Su Qing's identity, he felt relieved. Son of the county governor? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. The Crimson Sky Kingdom only had a total of 18 counties. And he first cut off the arm of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's son, Pei San. After that, he successively beat the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter, Tongli, into a pig's head. Now, he defended the Chilean county's county governor's son, Su Qing. Out of the 18 county governors, he'd indirectly offended 3. Under the slightly worried gazes of Xiao Yu's group of 3, Duan Lingtian laughed indifferently. What are all of you doing? Don't forget that I've already offended a county governor. The Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter, Tongli, hates me to the bone. Moreover, she's the cousin of the 5th prince. Compared to that, this Su Qing is nothing. Only now did Xiao Yu's group of 3 recall that this fellow was a troublemaker, and they all shook their heads and laughed bitterly. Actually, it's nothing much. That Su Qing himself was overbearing. You only defeated him and didn't injure him. That Chilean county's county governor ought to not be so petty. Xiao Sun lightly smiled to ease the atmosphere. Xiao Yu and Tian Hu both nodded in agreement. As for Duan Lingtian, he didn't mind Chilean county's county governor. He wasn't even afraid of nobles like the 3rd prince and 5th prince. How could he be afraid of a mere county governor? At this moment, the entire cafeteria was practically filled with the matter of Duan Lingtian revealing his origin core stage cultivation this morning and defeating Su Qing. Duan Lingtian had once again become the center of attention. Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't like the feeling of being looked at like a monkey, so he casually ate some food before leaving the cafeteria and going to the large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds to cultivate. In the pavilion of the cafeteria, the old man in a gray robe had an astounded expression as well. That little fellow actually broke through to the origin core stage. At dusk, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun parted ways at the gate of Paladin Academy. As soon as he walked out of the gate, he noticed that there were people staring at him. 2 of them were his subordinates, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. The other 5 people were all strangers. However, the strength of these people wasn't even at the nascent soul stage. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he walked into the remote alley in large strides. Many people had already died successively in this small alley. Without exception, these people were all people that wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Not long after Duan Lingtian entered the small alley, he felt waves of awe-inspiring sounds of wind coming from behind him. In the blink of an eye, the 5 middle-aged men had surrounded him. Duan Lingtian noticed that the gazes these 5 people shot at him now faintly contained a trace of greed. Obviously, they were scheming something. Looks like these people were entrusted by someone, and are doing this for money. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed. Thinking up to here, Duan Lingtian looked at the person in the lead of the 5 people. This was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. His expression was savage, and one could tell with a single glance that he wasn't a kind person. You guys are probably doing this for money, right? How much did that person pay? I'll pay double. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the 5 people, including the scarred man, couldn't help but be stunned. Kid, there are rules in the underworld. Since we, the Crimson Norse 5 Tigers, have accepted his money and negotiated this deal with you, it's useless even if you pay 10 times the price. The scarred man grunted coldly, and as he finished speaking, he changed the topic. Of course, even though you won't be able to escape death. However, if you want the person that bought your life to die, then so long as you pay us now, we guarantee to kill that person after you die. Hearing what the scarred man said, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. That works? Of course, we're doing this for money, and only recognize money, not people. The scarred man said as a matter of course. Then how much do I have to pay for you guys to help me kill that person? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked with a smile on the corners of his mouth. 100,000 silver. The scarred man didn't hesitate in the slightest as he directly spoke. 100,000 silver? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then how much did he pay for my life? You're a student of Paladin Academy, so your life is more expensive. 200,000 silver. The scarred man said again. 200,000 silver? Duan Lingtian was first stunned, then under the dumbfounded gazes of the scarred man and the others, he started cursing. F***K. This young master's life is only worth 200,000 silver? 200,000 silver is already a lot. One of the scarred man's subordinates muttered. 200,000 silver is a lot? Duan Lingtian laughed coldly, and with a raise of his hand, a large stack of silver notes appeared in his hand. All of them were in denominations of 10,000 silver. Now this young master has 1,000,000 silver notes. As long as you can kill this young master will give it all to you. How about it? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the scarred man and the others were all dumbstruck. They've done many transactions, but this was the first time they've encountered such a situation. Is what you said true? The scarred man fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his face was filled with disbelief. Don't try to fool me, Wang Dahu, or else you'll suffer. I, Wang Dahu, have a resounding reputation in the underworld. How resounding? Chapter 186. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at the two people walking over from afar. Why did you two come out so quickly? I haven't had enough fun. Haven't had enough fun? The Crimson North's 5 tigers that were led by the scarred man, Wang Dahu, were completely stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian, and a bad premonition arose within their hearts. They all turned around to look at the source of the voice. Over there, 2 middle-aged men were walking over side by side. On each of the 2 middle-aged men, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. A total of 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed over along with them. Nascent. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Wang Dahu's pupils constricted and his face was filled with terror as his legs started trembling. His other 4 brothers were more or less the same, their faces all went pale, and they didn't even dare have the thought of fleeing. What a joke! Before a 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist, it was impossible for the few of them to have the chance to escape. Now, they could only hope that this violet-clothed youth would forgive them. Thump! Thump! Under Wang Dahu's lead, the 5 of them directly knelt down around Duan Lingtian and drooped their heads, looking extremely like frosted eggplants. Slap! Wang Dahu raised his hand and slapped himself, then begged for mercy with a trembling voice. Young master! We had eyes but failed to see and offended you. You're a magnanimous person, so take us as farts and spare our lives. Now, he finally realized that this young man was just toying with them. At the same time that he was terrified to the point of almost being terrified, a trace of rage seemed to arise within his heart. This rage was naturally directed towards the person that paid to kill them. If they knew that their target this time had 2 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists by his side, then not to mention 200,000 silver, even if they were given 10 million silver, they still wouldn't dare come. Although money was tempting, their lives were more important. Duan Lingtian was shocked by the actions of the 5 people as well, as he never imagined that they would be so straightforward. Aren't all of you the Crimson North's 5 tigers? Can't you have a little backbone? Duan Lingtian glanced at Wang Dahu and lightly smiled. Young master, before you, we can only be considered as the Crimson North 5 cats, Wang Dahu said with a bitter smile on his face. Now, he could only hope that the purple-clothed youth in front of him would spare the lives of his brothers. Crimson North's 5 cats? This suits you. Zhang Qian stood beside Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but laugh. Crimson North 5 cats, let me hear you. Zhao Gang also smiled. His calm gaze fell on Wang Dahu and the other 4. Meow! Wang Dahu's face turned red. Although he felt humiliated, when he thought about how his life was in the other party's hands, he could only lower his head and cry out. Meow! Meow! The other 4 people also cried out as they knelt on the ground, trembling. They knew clearly in their hearts that as long as the youth gave an order, their heads would be separated from their bodies. Duan Lingtian frowned. Looking at the terrified appearance of Wang Dahu and the other 4, he didn't even have the interest to teach them a lesson. I can spare your lives, but you must tell me who paid for my life. But I don't know if you want to be tough guys and continue to abide by the so-called rules of the underworld, or do you want your own lives? Want my life, want my life! When Wang Dao and the other four heard that they had a chance to live, their eyes lit up as they spoke in unison. What, you don't want to follow the rules now? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Wang Dao and the other four laughed bitterly. Their lives were already hanging by a thread. What rules were there to follow? No broken rules were more important than their lives. Speak, who paid for my life? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Hammer 7. Wang Dao said honestly. Hammer 7? Do you know who he is? Duan Lingtian frowned. I know. He's a big hoodlum in the outer city of the Imperial City. Wang Dao hurriedly nodded. Let's go, bring me to him. Duan Lingtian looked at the sky. At this time, the gate from the inner city to the outer city should have just opened not long ago. After finishing his business, he should be able to rush back in time. Imperial City, Outer City. Duan Lingtian sat in the guest room of an inn, leisurely drinking tea. Other than Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang standing behind him, Wang Dao also stood respectfully at the side with a nervous expression. Wang Dao, didn't you say that Hammer 7 was nearby? It's already been more than 10 minutes, and your four brothers still haven't returned. They wouldn't have left you behind, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Dao, and a trace of coldness flashed past his eyes. Young master, don't worry, we, the Crimson North 5 Tigers. Just as Wang Dao opened his mouth, he noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze had turned sharp, and he hurriedly changed his words. No, it's the Crimson North 5 Cats. We, the Crimson North 5 Cats, are famous for being loyal. Young master, you can rest assured about this. I hope it's as you say. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze swept past Wang Dao, and he continued to lower his head and drink his tea. The cup of tea was quickly finished. Right at this moment. Zhang Qian, go open the door. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he suddenly spoke. Although Zhang Qian felt it was slightly strange, he still went to open the door. At this moment, he heard a wave of footsteps coming from outside. It was the other four of the Crimson North 5 Tigers, and they carried a sack back. There was obviously a person inside the sack, and the person emitted a wave of woo-woo sounds as he constantly struggled. After everyone entered, Zhang Qian closed the door and looked at the violet-clothed youth who sat there with a carefree expression, and he was shocked in his heart. The soundproofing of this inn was extremely good, and he didn't notice in the slightest that four of the Crimson North 5 Tigers had returned. How did the young master know? Not only Zhang Qian, even Zhao Gang's pupils couldn't help but constrict. Both of them realized that there were still many things they had to learn from this young master. Young master, he's here! The other four of the Crimson North 5 Tigers threw the sack on the ground, and a wave of shrill cries sounded out from within the sack. Subsequently, the four of them opened the sack once more. A young man that was tied up appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The young man's mouth was stuffed with a ball of cloth, and he was currently emitting loud woo-woo sounds as he glared angrily at the Crimson North 5 Tigers. If you dare make even the slightest sound, I don't mind slashing your throat. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand, and the violet myrtle flexible sword seemed to have transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that descended onto the young man's neck, causing the young man to be frightened to the point his body trembled, and he hurriedly shut his mouth. At this moment, he started to size up the youth before him. Wham! The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and he removed the ball of cloth from the young man's mouth. Even when the ball of cloth was gone, the young man still obediently shut his mouth, and he didn't dare make even the slightest sound. The sword that was placed on his neck wasn't a joke. Duan Lingtian stared at the young man and said indifferently, You should be Hammer 7. Speak, who asked you to hire someone to kill me? Hammer 7's expression changed. You're Duan Lingtian? Slap! Zhang Qian's figure moved, and he raised his hand to slap Hammer 7. His voice was cold as he said, How can you say the young master's name? Yes, young master, young master. Hammer 7 was stunned by the slap, and he hurriedly nodded, not daring to hesitate. The name Duan Lingtian had recently spread like wildfire in the Imperial City. As long as one was a person in the Imperial City, There was almost no one who didn't know of Duan Lingtian, and he naturally knew of him as well. Therefore, even if someone came to him and asked him to hire someone to kill Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare to brazenly do it. He could only find a few hotheads who had just arrived in the imperial city and hadn't heard of Duan Lingtian, and hire them to do it. He originally thought that things would go smoothly, but now it seemed that it was completely different from what he imagined. He regretted it now. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been greedy and found these unreliable fellows. What Crimson North's 5 Tigers? The name sounded quite big, but in the end, it was wiped out by someone else. Let me ask you, who asked you to hire someone to kill me? Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and his voice was cold as if it was transmitted out from an ice cave. Young master, I can't say. If I say, I'll die. Hammer 7's face was pale as he smiled bitterly. Believe it or not, I can kill you right now. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the crepe myrtle flexible sword swept out. With a shio sound, one of Hammer 7's eyebrows was shaved off. Hammer 7's expression changed, and he said in a panic, Young master, I'll speak. I'll speak. Speak, who is it? Although Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, it was mixed with breathtaking rage. He wanted to know who exactly wanted his life. No matter who it was, he wouldn't let the other party have an easy time. It's Hong Jie, young master, it's Hong Jie. He gave me 3 million silver and asked me to find a few clean people to deal with you. Hammer 7 hurriedly said. 3 million silver? The faces of Wang Dao and the other 4 of the Crimson North's 5 Tigers went pale as they stared angrily at Hammer 7. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian being present, they would probably have rushed up and killed Hammer 7 at the first possible moment. This Hammer 7 took 3 million silver, but only gave them 200,000 silver? And almost made them lose their lives. Hong Jie? Duan Lingtian frowned, feeling that the matter seemed to be getting more and more complicated. Young master, I've heard of this Hong Jie. He's a local tyrant in the outer city of the Imperial City. Supposedly, he's related to the Shao clan's patriarch. Zhao Gang seemed to have thought of something as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Hammer 7 as he indifferently said, Take out the 3 million silver. Yes, yes. Young master, I only have 2,800,000 silver here, and there's still 200,000 silver in their hands. Hammer 7 obediently withdrew a large stack of silver from his pocket, and didn't forget to look at Wang Dahu and the others. Wang Dahu glared at Hammer 7, but didn't dare hesitate, and obediently took out 200,000 silver. Wang Dahu. Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke. Young master, I'm here. Wang Dahu took a step forward and was incomparably respectful. Deal with him and clean him up. Duan Lingtian's voice was terrifyingly calm, causing Hammer 7's face to go pale. But unfortunately, he didn't have the time to beg for mercy before his head was blasted apart by Wang Dahu's fist. Above Wang Dahu, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. Chapter 187. Wang Dahu! Just at this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Dahu. His gaze focused, and his voice was slightly cold. I'll give you a chance. Take the 200,000 taels of silver and leave. As for the lives of your 4 brothers, they must stay here. Otherwise, all of you will die. Duan Lingtian's sudden change in expression caught Wang Dahu and the other 4 off guard, and their expressions changed. You're going back on your words. Wang Dahu's expression changed, and he glared at Duan Lingtian. He didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would go back on his words. You're courting death. Zhang Qian's voice was ice-cold, and his leg kicked out like lightning, sending Wang Dahu flying and crashing into the wall. Wang Dahu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, but his eyes were still filled with unwillingness as they landed on Duan Lingtian's body, filled with rage. Boss! The other 4 members of the Crimson North's 5 Tigers were filled with grief and indignation. Wang Dahu, this is the last chance I'm giving you. I hope you cherish it well. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Wang Dahu as he said indifferently. Even if I, Wang Dahu, die, I won't give up on my brothers. Wang Dahu gnashed his teeth. Although he was afraid of death, when he thought of using the lives of his brothers who had gone through fire and water with him to exchange for his own life, he still rejected Duan Lingtian. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he wouldn't be at ease for the rest of his life. Boss, you can go. Boss, we know you're loyal. But we still hope that you can survive and help us take care of our families. Boss, live well. The other four seemed to have realized that a great disaster was about to befall them, and they hurriedly advised. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother. Wang Dao's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the four people in front of him, and he was extremely emotional. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's brows twitched. As soldiers, they valued relationships and loyalty. Now that they saw Wang Dao and the other four in such a state, they couldn't help but feel deep veneration and compassion. Just when they wanted to open their mouths to plead with Duan Lingtian. Congratulations, Wang Dao. You have passed my test. The coldness on Duan Lingtian's face instantly melted. He took the 2,800,000 taels of silver that Hammer 7 took out. He put away the 2 million taels for himself and threw the other 800,000 taels to Wang Dao. After cleaning up this place, take this 1 million taels and your 4 brothers and leave the imperial city. The sudden change made Wang Dao's group of 5 stupefied. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang instead had smiles on their faces, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian with were filled with even more admiration. Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. Wang Dao and the other 4 knelt down again and repeatedly kowtowed. This time, they were truly grateful to Duan Lingtian. I'll leave this to you guys. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wang Dao and the others. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he left with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Young master, if Wang Hu had abandoned his 4 brothers just now, what would have happened? Outside the inn, Zhang Qian followed behind Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but ask. If he had chosen to abandon his brothers, then none of them would have survived. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. In his heart, if Wang Dao had made that choice, then even he wouldn't be able to convince himself to let Wang Dao and the others go. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang gasped when they heard this. They tacitly glanced at the youth with deep gazes. They didn't doubt in the slightest that when this youth grew up, he would surely be a formidable figure. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he looked at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, do you know where Hong Jie usually stays? Zhang Qian knew Hong Jie quite well, so Duan Lingtian quickly brought the 2 of them to look for Hong Jie. After a round of coercion, Duan Lingtian pried open Hong Jie's mouth and handed Hong Jie over to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang to deal with, who knew that the 2 of them would directly kill Hong Jie. You guys! Duan Lingtian was stunned. Zhang Qian laughed slyly. Young master, this Hong Jie has done all sorts of evil. I've wanted to teach him a lesson since long ago. Then why didn't you teach him a lesson in the past? In the past, we were afraid of his relationship with the Shao clan's patriarch. Why aren't we afraid now? We've already killed 2 Su clan direct descendant disciples and have already thrown caution to the wind. We don't lack one more Hong Jie. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless towards the reason of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Why does it sound like he's the one who led them astray? This Hong Jie actually has a spatial ring as well. Over 30 million? After Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of Hong Jie's spatial ring, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the large pile of silver within it. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Hong Jie to be so rich. It should have been given to him by that Duan clan member. Zhang Qian guessed. Humph! This Hong Jie even said he only took 5 million. I was almost deceived by him. Duan Lingtian coldly snorted. The inner city is about to close, let's go. Now that their objective had been achieved, the only thing left to do was to deal with the inner city. Duan Ru-Lei! Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. He found out from Hong Jie that it was a subordinate of the Duan clan's second master that came looking for him. The identity of the person behind the scenes was obvious. It was precisely the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei. After entering the inner city, Duan Lingtian said to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, "Both of you keep an eye on that Duan Rulei tonight. I want to know if he returned to the Duan clan estate or went somewhere else. Once you're done scouting, come back and inform me." "Yes, young master." Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly nodded. They'd already guessed this young master's plan. The young master intended to kill Duan Rulei. Even though they knew that Duan Rulei was the Duan clan's second master and had an extraordinary identity, they'd already killed two Su clan direct descendant disciples, so they didn't think much of it, according to the young master. As long as they dealt with it cleanly and didn't leave behind any traces, it would be absolutely safe. The night was dark and the wind was strong, a night to kill. In the inner city, outside a large courtyard house, 3 black-clothed and masked figures quietly climbed over the wall and snuck into the house. It was precisely Duan Lingtian, Zhang Qian, and Zhao Gang. After a night of tracking by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, they'd confirmed that Duan Rulei had arrived at this courtyard house and hadn't returned to the Duan clan estate. This courtyard house was twice the size of Duan Lingtian's house. Now, the lights were completely extinguished, and it was extremely quiet. Something seems to be wrong. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force trembled, as he faintly realized something. Not only that, he also noticed that the 2 little pythons concealed within his sleeves had become restless, as if they'd noticed something. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian along and continued forward. Since he'd come, he didn't want to return empty-handed. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, what threat could a cripple pose? Even if there were people protecting him, he wasn't afraid. So long as it wasn't a half-step void stage expert, he could deal with it by relying on the bone corrosion inscription. Whoosh! Just when Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang to the center of the front courtyard, a clear and melodious sound sounded out, and the lights instantly lit up, illuminating the entire front courtyard. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, 3 figures flashed out and surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 3. When these 3 people moved, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above each of them. 3 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists. The 3 people that appeared were 3 old men, and they stared at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 with burning gazes. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted and his face went grim, but his face was covered, so others were unable to see it. He never imagined that he would actually be noticed. However, he didn't mind. 3 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists, so long as Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang joined forces to kill one of them, he could use his spatial ring and the bone corrosion inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword to instantly kill the other 2. Duan Lingtian, needless to say, I've still underestimated you. Right at this moment, accompanied by a cold voice, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance slowly walked out from the courtyard house's main building. Beside the middle-aged man followed an azure-clothed old man. Although it was the first time he'd seen this middle-aged man, he was still able to discern that the middle-aged man was somewhat similar to Duan Lingxing from that time, and Duan Lingtian guessed his identity. Duan Rulei! However, his attention wasn't on Duan Rulei, but on the azure-clothed old man beside Duan Rulei. The azure-clothed old man had an emaciated figure that was all skin and bones, but he gave Duan Lingtian an unfathomable feeling, and an extremely dangerous feeling. With the experience of the Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew that this old man wasn't an ordinary person. The strength of the azure-clothed old man might even surpass an ordinary 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At this moment, he could feel his heartbeat speeding up. He's probably not at the half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian consoled himself. What? Duan Lingtian, you're still unwilling to be honest with me, your second uncle? Duan Rulei's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then took off his hood and revealed his face. Since he was recognized, then there was no need to continue wearing it. Now, he was almost certain that he'd been tricked by Duan Roulet tonight. Duan Roulet had obviously set up a trap for him. As expected, he's slightly similar to Duan Ruffeng from all those years ago. When he saw Duan Lingtian's face clearly, Duan Roulet's gaze squinted and a trace of breathtaking rage arose within him. It was as if he'd returned to the past and recalled the scene when Duan Ruffeng crippled his Dantian all those years ago. "I'm extremely curious. How did you know I would come?" Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Roulet and asked. "That can only mean that the two people by your side weren't professional in following me, and were seen through by Elder Ku long ago." As he spoke up to hear, Duan Roulet slightly paused for a moment, then smiled to the azure-clothed old man beside him, and within his smile was a trace of reverence mixed within. "Young master, we're sorry." Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang never imagined that the matter would happen to them, and their pupils constricted as they spoke apologetically with bitter voices. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the azure-clothed old man. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had followed him for a period of time, and had improved a lot in tracking. Duan Lingtian was sure that even if they were asked to follow an ordinary 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, they might not be noticed. Could it be that this azure-clothed old man was really a half-step void stage expert? Chapter 188. "Duan Lingtian, how is it? Are you afraid now?" Duan Roulet's eyes contained a sense of ridicule, as if he wanted to see Duan Lingtian's terrified expression. "Afraid?" Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly constricted when faced with Duan Roulet's question, and he lightly smiled. "Why should I be afraid?" "Humph!" Duan Roulet's voice went cold. "You're at death's door, yet you still dare to be stubborn. I'll make it clear to you, this is my private courtyard house. Including Elder Ku and those 3 people, they aren't members of the Duan clan. So don't think that they'll take into account that you're a direct descendant of the Duan clan and show mercy. So you're saying that I'm definitely going to die today, right?" Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, and in the eyes of others, he seemed to have disregarded life and death and didn't care in the slightest. "It's good that you know." Duan Roulet's face was covered in a layer of frost as he sneered. "Now, do you regret killing my son? If I say I regret it, could it be that you'll let me off?" Duan Lingtian replied with a question, and his face was still carefree. "Of course not. Today, no matter what, you're definitely going to die." Duan Roulet's gaze went cold as he revealed his determination to kill Duan Lingtian. "Then isn't it fine? I'll die if I regret it, and I'll die if I don't regret it. Then why should I regret it? Maybe I, Duan Lingtian, will have regrets in my life, and there will be moments of regret. But killing your son, Duan Lingxing, I've never regretted it. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future." Duan Lingtian's gaze was like a sword as he stared at Duan Roulet in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Good, good." Duan Roulet was so angry that he started laughing. "As expected of Duan Ruffeng's son. You really do have the same demeanor as him." Subsequently, Duan Roulet's gaze sized Duan Lingtian up from top to bottom. "I heard from my nephew that your cultivation has already stepped into the origin core stage. If I'm not wrong, you seem to be only 18 today. An 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist, in terms of natural talent, you're simply even more monstrous and heaven-defying than your father all those years ago. But unfortunately, you're going to die here today." Obviously, Duan Roulet had also learned of what had happened in Paladin Academy this morning from Duan Rong. Duan Lingtian, with a cultivation at the origin core stage, defeated the former number 1 genius of Paladin Academy, Su Qing. An 18-year-old Yuan Dan stage martial artist? The azure-clothed old man by Duan Roulet's side spoke with a slightly hoarse voice, and his eyes flickered with a strange sheen. "Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation, such natural talent would probably be considered to be at the top. What a pity! However, being able to kill such a monstrous genius in my lifetime can also be considered to be good fortune." The corners of the azure-clothed old man's mouth gradually curled into a wisp of coldness. Traces of a strange aura extended out from his body. This aura was noticed by Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force at the first possible moment, causing his eyes to focus once again. Half-step void stage! Now, he could finally completely confirm that the old man before him was a half-step void stage expert. You know of the half-step void stage? The azure-clothed old man was slightly surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his pair of strange eyes flickered with a sheen of ridicule. Looks like you're not simple, kid. Right, being able to control 2 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists, I presume you have some ability. Since when did an existence at the half-step void stage become someone's lackey? Moreover, you're even a lackey for a cripple at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he ridiculed. The azure-clothed old man didn't have any reaction, but Duan Rulei's expression had already greatly changed. Duan Roulei, don't speak irresponsibly and sow discord between me and Elder Ku. Elder Ku is my honored guest, and I've always treated him like an elder. Kid, no matter how much you speak, it's still a waste of time. If I were you, I might kneel down and beg for mercy, and kowtow a few times to the second master. Maybe the second master's mood will improve and he'll leave you with an intact corpse. The azure-clothed old man wasn't ashamed or angry, and his voice was calm, yet it contained a breathtaking coldness. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the judge of life and death, and Duan Lingtian was only a mortal waiting for his judgment. Kneel down and beg for mercy, an intact corpse? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a cold smile, and his fierce gaze descended onto Duan Roulei. You want me to kowtow and beg for mercy? Old man, are you so old that even your brain isn't working properly? Can a cripple like him bear it? Is a cripple like him worthy? Duan Lingtian! Duan Roulei's face was crimson red as he burst into rage. In these past few years, although he didn't have his cultivation, his status in the Duan clan was still important. Who would dare directly call him a cripple in front of him? Now, this Duan Lingtian repeatedly called him a cripple, and it had completely infuriated him. Elder Ku, I'll be troubling you. Duan Roulei took a deep breath as killing intent flashed within his eyes. He looked at the azure-clothed old man beside him, and he didn't plan to waste his breath on Duan Lingtian any longer. Xing, father is about to take revenge for you. Duan Roulei's icy cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian violently dying on the spot. The three of you deal with these 2 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists. I'll deal with this kid myself. An 18-year-old nascent soul stage martial artist. Kid, I'll always remember you in this lifetime. You'll be the first peerless genius to die at my hands. The azure-clothed old man's expression was extremely gloomy as he ordered the 3 old men that surrounded Duan Lingtian, Zhang Qian, and Zhao Gang. Then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with ridicule. Yes. The 3 old men were extremely respectful and reverent to the azure-clothed old man, and when they heard the order, their figures moved and instantly pounced towards Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's gazes focused, and they could only battle with these 3 evenly matched enemies. After all, their opponents had more people, and they quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. The azure-clothed old man slowly walked out towards Duan Lingtian. Kid, you're going to die soon. Could it be that you're not afraid? Every step the azure-clothed old man took, the sheen of ridicule that was mixed within his eyes grew deeper. If I was afraid, could it be that you would let me live? Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at the azure-clothed old man as if he was looking at an idiot. You're courting death. Noticing Duan Lingtian's unusual gaze, the azure-clothed old man's face went grim. He flew into a rage out of humiliation, and killing intent that covered the heavens and covered the earth rose up from his body. This Duan Lingtian actually dares to infuriate Elder Ku. The corners of Duan Roulei's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw this scene. Old fellow, could it be that you really think you can kill me? Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he looked at the azure-clothed old man who was enraged to the extreme and intended to attack him. stop trying to be mysterious. The azure-clothed old man had a face of disdain as his figure flashed and walked out. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen was stunned. Duan Lingtian's feet trembled as his origin energy skyrocketed, and he swiftly flashed backwards as he shouted explosively. Uncle Nya, do you still intend to continue watching the show? The azure-clothed old man was stunned and stopped his footsteps. On the other hand, Duan Rulei couldn't help but frown. Kid, I originally wanted to make you suffer a bit more so that you wouldn't dare act rashly in the future. But I never imagined that I would actually be discovered by you. Accompanied by a somewhat helpless hearty laugh, a figure flashed in from outside the house and lightly descended before Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind him. This was a middle-aged man, and his entire body emitted a peerlessly overbearing aura. It was precisely the divine might Marquis, Nia Yuan. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth slightly curled into a faint smile. Not long after Duan Rulei and the azure-clothed old man appeared, he noticed Nia Yuan, who was concealed at the side. This was also the reason why he was able to maintain a carefree expression from beginning to end. He knew clearly in his heart that with Nia Yuan present, he wouldn't die. General. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang pulled apart the distance between them and their three opponents before looking at Nia Yuan and respectfully bowing. Divine Might Marquis. Duan Rulei's face went grim. He knew of the friendship between Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufeng, and this divine might Marquis, Nia Yuan. For a moment, a bad premonition arose within his heart. But in next to no time, he caught his breath. The divine might Marquis was in existence at the half-step void stage, and his strength was similar to Elder Ku. Their sides still had a steady chance of victory. You're the divine might Marquis? The azure-clothed old man's gaze descended onto Nia Yuan, and it faintly contained a trace of wickedness. I've long since heard that the divine might Marquis, Nia Yuan, has a shocking strength and is in existence at the half-step void stage. Today, this old man will seek guidance from the divine might Marquis. Nia Yuan glanced indifferently at the old man. If you want to seek guidance from me, I'll naturally accompany you. But unfortunately, your opponent today isn't me. As soon as Nia Yuan finished speaking, he moved. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian only felt a flash before his eyes, and Nia Yuan vanished on the spot. In the next moment. Bang! 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 Those 3 7th-level nascent soul stage existences were all dead. Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict as he gazed at Nia Yuan, who seemed to have returned to his original spot in an instant, and his heart trembled. Just based on the ability Nia Yuan executed earlier, he was obviously only a step away from the true void stage. Looks like this Uncle Nia of his had extremely high natural talent in the martial Dao. You have already arrived at the final step? The azure-clothed old man was originally puzzled by what Nia Yuan said earlier, but now that he saw the ability Nia Yuan executed, his face went pale. Even if it was the half-step void stage, there was more or less a difference in strength. Compared to him, Nia Yuan had undoubtedly walked further, and was only a step away from reaching the true void stage, the void prying stage. Whoosh! Practically at the same time that the azure-clothed old man's face went pale, a figure silently sneaked in and descended beside Nia Yuan. The person that arrived had a tall figure, wore black clothes, and his face was covered by a Ghost King mask, causing his appearance to be unable to be seen clearly. Duan Lingtian's face slightly went pale. He was actually unable to notice the existence of this person in the slightest. There was only one possibility. This person was a void-prying stage expert. A true emptiness realm expert. In the next moment, a scene that caused Duan Lingtian to be even more astonished appeared. The old man that was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws a moment ago had a ghastly pale expression the instant the ghost-masked man appeared, and he even directly knelt on the ground with a thump as he shivered. Cap. Leader. Chapter 189. Before the masked man, the old man didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting. Perhaps, as far as the old man was concerned, any resistance was futile before the masked man, and kneeling down and begging for mercy might give him a way out. The masked man moved and slightly extended his right hand. But right at this instant, terrifying origin energy raged on the masked man's right hand before condensing together. Wham! A saber light condensed from origin energy carried along a mysterious and terrifying aura as it lightly trembled, and before the old man could react, it slashed past the old man's neck. The old man, who was still trembling a moment ago, was instantly split into two, and his blood dyed the ground as if transforming into a stream. A half-step void stage expert died just like that. A feeling of unreality arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, and he only returned to his senses when the masked man's figure moved and instantly vanished before his eyes. If it wasn't for the old man's corpse being right before his eyes, he would even suspect that the masked man had never appeared. The azure-clothed old man was an expert that had stepped into the half-step void stage at any rate, but before the masked man, he was like paper. You deal with the rest yourself. Nye Yuan's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a fierce light when he heard what Nye Yuan said, and his icy cold gaze descended onto the distant Duan Roulet, who had long since been scared silly. Duan Roulet's face was ghastly pale, but he didn't flee. Even if he wanted to flee, with his mere cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he wouldn't be able to flee far. Amongst the people present, even the weakest, Duan Lingtian, would be able to easily catch up to him. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as if transforming into a spirit serpent, and he instantly flashed before Duan Roulet. Duan Roulet seemed to have realized that a great calamity was about to befall him, so he simply threw caution to the wind, and his gaze was vicious. Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky that the Divine Might Marquis is helping you. But even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. I wasn't even afraid of you when you were still human. No wonder I'd be afraid of you after you become a ghost? Duan Lingtian was amused. Because of the appearance of the ghost-masked man, Duan Lingtian, whose mood was slightly depressed, didn't waste words with Duan Roulet. The violet myrtle flexible sword swept out and directly ended Duan Roulet's life. At the same time, he put away Duan Roulet's spatial ring. It could be imagined that as a person who controlled more than half of the Duan clan's businesses, the wealth on Duan Roulet's body would surely be extremely considerable. Uncle Nye, who was that? Duan Lingtian put Duan Roulet's spatial ring into his own spatial ring. He didn't even have time to claim ownership before his gaze fell on Nye Yuan, who wasn't far away. He could tell that this Uncle Nye should know of that person's existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words to the old man in green. It's a pity that your opponent today is not me. These words were enough to show that Nye Yuan recognized the masked man. He is a very scary person. A hint of fear appeared on Nye Yuan's face. Not your friend, Uncle Nye? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Nye Yuan laughed bitterly. Of course not. Perhaps I, the Divine Might Marquis, am high and mighty in the eyes of others, but in his eyes I'm nothing. I just happened to encounter him when I hurried over. His purpose for coming here is to punish this traitor. As Nye Yuan spoke, he looked at the green-clothed old man whose head had been separated from his body. Traitor? This old man whose cultivation had stepped into the half-step void stage was actually once the subordinate of the masked man. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. That masked man was a true void stage expert after all. It wasn't surprising that he had such a subordinate. Uncle Nye, according to my knowledge, there are 3 true void stage experts in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Besides the one in the Imperial family and Grandpa Nye, there seems to be only that one from Ghastly Shadow. Could it be that the person from before was? Duan Lingtian looked at Nye Yuan, as if wanting to discern the answer from his face. Nye Yuan lightly smiled, but didn't express his opinion. His figure flashed as he directly flew away. You too, help this kid clean up this place properly. Duan Roulet is the Duan clan's second master after all. It's best if the Duan clan doesn't find out about you too. Yes, General! Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had respectful expressions as they sent Nye Yuan off with their gazes. So mysterious? Duan Lingtian shook his head, then didn't think any further. In any case, Whether that person was the void stage expert from Ghastly Shadow or not wasn't related to him in the slightest. Duan Lingtian slowly walked out and took the spatial rings of the green-clothed old man and the other 3 old men one by one. Subsequently, with the help of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, he first cremated the corpses of the old men, then burned down the entire courtyard house with fire. Flames soared into the sky, as if a raging inferno was burning the city. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 instead walked out from within the scorching flames and slowly disappeared at the end of the street. At this moment, they were able to hear the waves of exclamations that sounded out from behind them. The matter had finally been resolved. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. But when he thought of what happened today, he still had a slight lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for Uncle Nie's timely appearance, he would probably be dead by now. He didn't think that the ghost-masked man would save him. Perhaps, in the eyes of the ghost-masked man, any life was like grass, not worth mentioning. After returning to his own courtyard house, Duan Lingtian entered his room and fell into a deep sleep. And right at this moment, the entire Duan clan was completely stirred. The second master, Duan Ru-Lei, who played an important role in the Duan clan and controlled most of the businesses, was burned to death by raging inferno in a single night, and his courtyard house in the inner city was reduced to ashes along with it. Within the audience hall of the Duan clan estate, Patriarch Duan Ru's face was gloomy, and his gaze was like lightning. Second brother is gone just like that. No matter who did it, even if my Duan clan has to dig 3 feet into the ground, we'll still find him and burn his bones to comfort second brother's soul in heaven. Patriarch is right. Second master's death is unclear, so this is how it should be. Most of the Duan clan elders present nodded in agreement. But looking at their expressions, there were even more that didn't care. Perhaps, in their eyes, Duan Ru-Lei was only a cripple in the end. Even to the extent that with Duan Ru-Lei's death, the businesses that were originally under Duan Ru-Lei's control would become vacant, and they would be able to get a share of the profits. To them, Duan Ru-Lei's death was a good thing to a certain extent. Of course, they only dared to think like this in their hearts. The Duan clan's 4th master, Duan Ruhong, had a gloomy expression. It's really been troubled times recently. First, the Su clan had 2 direct descendant disciples successively die, and now second brother was burned to death for no reason. Could these 2 matters be related? 4th master, you're too sensitive. According to my knowledge, the death of the 2 Su clan direct descendant disciples seems to be related to the Su clan's grand elder Su Nan. Second master, however, has no relationship with Su Nan. A Duan clan elder shook his head as he slowly spoke. His words obtained the agreement of most of the people present. No matter if it's related or not, my Duan clan will surely investigate this matter to the end and return justice to second brother. Duan Ru's voice contained a breathtaking rage mixed within. Patriarch, there's one more thing. I heard my grandson say that early this morning at the side of Paladin Academy's martial arts practice grounds, Duan Rufing's son, Duan Lingtian, relied on his cultivation at the Origin Core stage to defeat the former number 1 genius of Paladin Academy, Su Qing, in one go. An aged Duan clan elder suddenly spoke out. His grandson was also a student of Paladin Academy. What? Origin Core stage? Second elder, you're not joking, right? Duan Rufing's son has stepped into the Origin Core stage? Yeah, second elder. According to my knowledge, Duan Lingtian seems to be only 18 years old today, right? Being able to cultivate to the 9th level of the core formation stage is already a monstrous talent, and seems to have surpassed Duan Rufeng all those years ago. Origin Core stage, impossible! Throughout the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, there seems to have never been an 18-year-old Origin Core stage martial artist. Even in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, an 18-year-old Origin Core stage martial artist is an absolute monstrous talent in the martial Dao, and is an existence that the various large sects fight for. I think it's impossible as well. The group of Duan clan elders didn't dare believe it, and they all shook their heads. Silence! Right at this moment, Patriarch Duan Ru spoke out, suppressing the clamorous discussions within the audience hall. I can testify to this matter. Second Elder isn't lying. Early this morning, Duan Rufing's son, Duan Lingtian, did indeed defeat Su Qing. At that time, he didn't use a spirit weapon, and he exerted the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. As soon as Duan Ruwa spoke, the audience hall went deathly silent. The people present didn't have any more doubts. Exerting the strength of 16 ancient mammoths without the use of a spirit weapon? So long as it was a normal martial artist, their first thought would be that an Origin Core stage martial artist held back. After all, a 9th level core formation martial artist would at most be able to exert the strength of 12 ancient mammoths without the use of a spirit weapon. Only an Origin Core stage martial artist would be able to exert the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. Patriarch. The old man that sat below Duan Ruhua and hadn't spoken since the beginning suddenly spoke. This old man had long snow-white hair and a pair of straight white eyebrows. Presently, his pair of muddy eyes seemed to have pushed aside the clouds and mist, emitting 2 dazzling lights. Along with the old man speaking, everyone in the audience hall, including Patriarch Duan Ruhua, respectfully looked at the old man. The old man was precisely the Duan clan's Grand Elder. Not only that, the old man had another identity. The previous generation's patriarch of the Duan clan, Duanjin. Since that Duan Lingtian has such natural talent, we must use all means possible to make him return to the clan and acknowledge his ancestors. He has even more potential than Duan Rufeng all those years ago. In the future, the Crimson Sky Kingdom will surely be unable to trap him. Duanjin slowly spoke, and a trace of burning desire flashed within his eyes. If he's able to be chosen by those top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, with the generosity of those sects, even bestowing a Void Advancement Pill for Duan Lingtian isn't impossible. Void Advancement Pill. As soon as Duanjin finished speaking, the audience hall went deathly silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing remained. Void Advancement Pill. They naturally knew what medicinal pill that was. Void Advancement Pill, a Grade 5 medicinal pill that only a Grade 5 alchemist could refine. Once a half-step Void stage expert consumed it, there was a 50% chance of breaking through to the Void prying stage within 3 days. There was a 30% chance of breaking through to the Void prying stage within a month. Chapter 190. Even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a Grade 5 alchemist was in existence that was rare like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Besides the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, the formidable powers that were capable of asking a Grade 5 alchemist to help refine a Grade 5 medicinal pill were only those top sects that stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If it was said that in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, beneath the imperial family, the various great clans were in charge, then, in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, beneath the imperial family, the various great sects were in charge. I heard that 30 years ago, a peerless genius had once appeared in the Yuanshan Kingdom's Yuan clan, and he stepped into the Origin Core stage at the mere age of 19. Later on, he went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Snow Moon sect and became a disciple of the Snow Moon sect's Grand Elder. Because of this, the Yuan clan obtained a Void Advancement Pill and became a Void Prying Stage expert. A Duan clan elder couldn't help but sigh as he was reminded by Grand Elder Duanjin. I've heard of this as well. Another Duan clan elder nodded as well, and his gaze emitted slight burning desire. Void Prying Stage expert. To the Duan clan, this was extremely important. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were at least close to 100 existences at the half-step Void stage when all the powers were added together. However, in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were only 3 true Void stage experts. Wanting to step into the Void Prying stage was too difficult. Even if it was in existence at the half-step Void stage, without a certain amount of natural talent, it would be impossible for them to break through to the Void Prying stage in their entire lifetime until the end of their lifespan. In the history of the Duan clan, there were at least over 100 experts that stepped into the half-step Void stage. However, not even a single Void Prying stage expert had appeared. That year, practically everyone in the Duan clan thought that Duan Rufeng would surely be able to break the Duan clan's history, and become a void-prying stage expert. At that time, Duan Ruffam could be considered to be the most genius disciple in the history of the Duan clan. But unfortunately, Duan Ruffam went missing in the end, and there was no news of him until now. As far as the Duan clan members were concerned, he was surely doomed. Whereas now, Duan Rufing's son, Duan Lingtian, had appeared out of nowhere, entering the primal core stage at the mere age of 18. Such natural talent aroused the enthusiasm of the Duan clan's higher-ups for a moment. That year, they looked forward to Duan Ruffam becoming a void-prying stage expert and leading the Duan clan to a higher level. Now, with the lesson of Duan Ruffam, they didn't look forward to Duan Lingtian becoming a void-prying stage expert, as they weren't willing to wait any longer. They only hoped to make Duan Lingtian enter a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Then the Duan clan would have the opportunity to obtain a void advancement pill. At that time, if a half-step void stage expert in the clan consumes it, the expert would be able to directly break through to the void-prying stage. In this way, not only would they not repeat the same mistake as Duan Ruffam, they could also allow a void-prying stage powerhouse to appear in the Duan clan within a short period of time. Patriarch, I agree with what the Grand Elder said. No matter what price we have to pay, we must make Duan Lingtian acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan. We must make him join a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and strive for a void advancement pill for our Duan clan. I also agree with Great Elder. I agree too. When they thought of how a void-prying stage expert might appear in the Duan clan because of this, the Duan clan elders present were extremely excited. Duan Ruhong slightly frowned. He felt slightly disgusted by this decision, since when did the Duan clan reach the point of needing to make use of a child? Grand Elder! Patriarch Duan Ruhwa looked at Duan Jin, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. It's not that our Duan clan hasn't thought of making Duan Lingtian return to acknowledge his ancestors, but he's always been unwilling. As far as I'm concerned, that child has inherited third brother's temper and will absolutely not easily change his mind. I've said it before, we can pay any price for this. So long as it's something the Duan clan can do. Duan Jin's eyes were like a dazzling array of stars as he slowly spoke. Duan Ruhwa secretly gasped when he heard this, as he could feel the weight of the Grand Elder's words, and it was at this moment that the servant girl that had just finished pouring tea for the Duan clan higher-ups in the audience hall left the audience hall and walked into a spacious courtyard. Within the courtyard, the fat woman's small eyes narrowed after she finished listening to the servant girl, and a cold light flashed within. My husband just died, and the Duan clan wants the murderer of my son to return to acknowledge his ancestors. And they don't hesitate to pay any price to make him return? The fat woman's entire body trembled as she was enraged to the limit. I can't stay in this Duan clan any longer. That useless trash, Duan Rulei, is dead as well, and I'm unable to take revenge for my son. Mother's home, I want to return to my mother's home. I'll take revenge for my son by myself. The fat woman packed herself up that night, and at dawn the next day, she hastily left the imperial city. Paladin Academy. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian had only just entered the entrance when he noticed that the students he encountered on the way were more or less all staring at him with peculiar gazes. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he shook his head. Looks like after the disturbance yesterday morning, he won't be able to have peace for a period of time. Fortunately, after a period of time, he would be temporarily leaving Paladin Academy and heading to the northwest border battlefield. When he passed by the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he noticed that not far away, there were 3 female students confronting each other. Accurately speaking, it was 2 female students who had joined forces to bully another female student. Duan Lingtian clearly saw the beautiful face of the lone and helpless female student. Although she couldn't be considered to be a beauty, her appearance could still be considered delicate. Originally, he didn't intend to interfere in this matter. I heard that you've made Duan Lingtian your idol, right? One of the 2 female students who had their backs facing Duan Lingtian waved the black whip in her hand as she used a condescending tone to ask the delicate female student. Tongli? Duan Lingtian recognized the owner of the voice, and his eyes went cold. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Today, he could be considered to have completely experienced the meaning of these words. Duan Lingtian stopped his footsteps, his eyes slightly narrowed as he paid attention to the development of the matter. What's wrong with me making Duan Lingtian my idol? I just admire him and like him. What's wrong with that? Am I obstructing all of you? The delicate female student's face flushed red as she spoke. I don't care if you admire others, like others, or make others your idol. But Duan Lingtian is my absolutely irreconcilable enemy. Whoever dares to make him their idol is going against me, Tong Li. Tong Li's voice was incomparably cold and indifferent, as if she was suppressing the extreme rage in her heart. Little bitch, do you know Miss Li's identity? Miss Li is the cousin of the fifth prince. She's not someone a lowly commoner like you can offend. Quickly kneel down, kowtow, and apologize, then shout Duan Lingtian is a bastard 100 times. Perhaps Miss Li will be merciful and let you off. The female student beside Tong Li had her hands on her hips as she stretched out her hand to point at the delicate female student's nose as she intimidated her. You all. The delicate female student was angered to the point her breathing became hurried. We what? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you still don't kneel down and shout Duan Lingtian is a bastard, I'll immediately slap your face into pieces. Tong Li waved the black whip in her hand, as if it would swing out at any moment. The delicate female student's face turned pale as her body trembled slightly, but she still clenched her teeth, unwilling to submit. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he walked over. He finally couldn't continue watching. Although he didn't know this female student, she was bullied by Tong Li and her companion because of him after all. No matter what, since this matter was seen by her, she couldn't avoid getting involved. As Duan Lingtian approached, the delicate female student's eyes lit up, revealing a face of worship. 3 breaths have passed. Looks like you're still stubborn. Tong Li didn't notice the delicate female student's expression. Her gaze turned cold as the black whip in her hand danced, as if it had transformed into a black venomous snake, biting towards the delicate female student. Because the delicate female student saw Duan Lingtian, she was slightly distracted and had no time to react to Tong Li's whip. In an instant, her expression changed as she was scared stiff as a wooden chicken, subconsciously closing her eyes. Very quickly she felt a gust of wind blowing against her face. She originally thought that pain would follow, but who knew that following a pause sound, there was no more following. She opened her eyes and realized that there was an additional youth in purple in front of her. The youth in purple had his back facing her as he used his hand to catch the long whip that was thrown towards him. In an instant, her cheeks flushed red as she felt her heart beating faster. When Tong Li saw that someone dared to stop her from teaching others a lesson, her expression changed and was prepared to berate. But before she could open her mouth, she was completely stunned. Because the person who stopped her was none other than that Duan Lingtian whom she hated to the bone. What about me? Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold as he used his strength to snatch the black whip from Tong Li's hand. Miss Tong, I realize that as long as you don't flaunt your prowess for a day, you'll feel uncomfortable for a day. I wonder how this student has offended you. Tong Li's face was ashen as she shouted coldly. What has it got to do with you? What has it got to do with me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as his gaze quickly moved from Tong Li to that female student beside Tong Li. Earlier, you told this student to kneel on the ground and shout 100 sentences? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you clearly earlier. This female student's expression changed greatly. She dared to do that earlier because Tong Li was standing by her side to support her. But now, how could she dare to continue saying? What kind of joke was this? This Duan Lingtian had previously beaten Tong Li into a pig head right in front of her. She didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared to repeat what she said earlier, Duan Lingtian would definitely beat her into a pig head as well. I didn't say anything. The female student's face was deathly pale as her body trembled slightly as she lowered her head, not daring to meet Duan Lingtian's gaze. Weren't you quite awe-inspiring earlier? Duan Lingtian sneered as his eyes focused and shouted coldly. Kneel down. Duan Lingtian no longer treated this female student who was like a fox exploiting the tiger's might as a woman. Don't you always ask people to kneel down? Now I'll make you kneel down. Chapter 191. At this moment, many students had gathered around to watch the show. In next to no time, these students all knew the sequence of events. For a moment, their gazes towards Tongli and the female student kneeling on the ground were filled with disdain and rage, without the slightest trace of pity. Compared to these foxes who relied on the tiger's might to intimidate others, they were more sympathetic towards the weak like the delicate female student. As far as they were concerned, Tongli was similarly relying on the tiger's might to intimidate others. The tiger behind Tongli was the fifth prince, Duan Lingtian. Tongli's expression was incomparably unsightly. Although she didn't care about the life and death of this follower by her side, but in the eyes of outsiders, this follower was one of hers. If a follower was humiliated, then she would naturally be humiliated as well. What? Miss Tong, do you have an objection to what I said? Duan Lingtian's icy cold eyes met with Tongli's, causing Tongli's gaze to flicker. She was extremely afraid that Duan Lingtian would once again beat her into a pig's head like last time. Humph! Duan Lingtian grunted coldly as he looked at the female student kneeling on the ground and said indifferently, Now shout Tongli is a slut 100 times for me. I'll whip you for every time you shout one less time. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words caused the gazes of the surrounding students to light up. Their gazes were filled with ridicule as they looked at the female student kneeling on the ground. As far as they were concerned, this female student was simply suffering the consequences of her own actions. The expression of the female student kneeling on the ground went grim as she raised her head to glance at Tongli. When she noticed Tongli was looking at her with a vicious gaze, she was terrified to the point her body trembled, but she still gritted her teeth and didn't dare shout out. Not shouting? Duan Lingtian's voice was cold and indifferent, as if it came from the depths of hell, and a terrifying killing intent swept out from his body and enveloped the female student. Instantly, the female student felt as if she was in an azure field, and terror arose from the bottom of her heart as she hurriedly said, I'll shout, I'll shout. You dare! Tongli's expression went grim. She never imagined that this follower would really dare to shout, and she raised her hand to slap the female student. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the black whip in Duan Lingtian's hand swung out and directly descended onto Tongli's arm. Pa! Along with Tongli's miserable shriek, a pitch-black bruise appeared on the arm that she had retracted her hand from. You! Tongli glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. Even though she had a bellyful of vicious words in her heart, she just didn't dare speak them out now. With two previous examples, she was very clear about the Duan Lingtian's temper. She knew that if she dared to say any more harsh words, this Duan Lingtian would definitely attack her. In order to avoid physical pain, she chose to endure. In the future, she would make Duan Lingtian pay for all of this. Tongli is a slut! Tongli is a slut! At this moment, the female student who was kneeling on the ground opened her mouth and started shouting again and again. After hearing this female student call him 20 to 30 times, Duan Lingtian yawned out of boredom. He looked at the delicate female student beside him and smiled. What's your name? The delicate female student's face was as red as an apple. She lowered her head and whispered, My name is Tanghua. Tanghua? This name suits you quite well. And I'm going to the classroom. Help me keep an eye on this place. If she doesn't follow my instructions and shout 100 times, and if this Tongli dares to play any tricks, you can come find me in the Star Mastermind Department's first-year classroom. Duan Lingtian handed the black whip in his hand to Tanghua and smiled at her before leaving. Looking at Duan Lingtian's departing figure, Tanghua's heart was somewhat agitated. Tongli is a slut! Tongli is a slut! The voices that came from beside her ear made Tongli's expression extremely ugly. She coldly shouted, He's already gone, why are you still shouting? Immediately, the voice of the female student who was kneeling on the ground stopped abruptly. She timidly looked at Tongli. Miss Li, I didn't do it on purpose, really. That Duan Lingtian is too scary. You mean that if he's scary, then I'm not scary? Tongli interrupted the female student's words. Her face sank and her eyes flashed with a sharp light. Before the female student could explain herself, she heard Tenghua say with a flushed face. You've only shouted 41 times, there's still 59 more. Hurry up and shout. The female student who was kneeling on the ground trembled. Only now did she realize that even though Duan Lingtian had left, he still left behind such a spokesperson. Thinking of Duan Lingtian's threat just now, she sucked in a breath of cold air and continued to shout. Tong Li is a slut! Tong Li is a slut! Tong Li's expression changed. She angrily glared at Tenghua. Little slut, do you not want to live anymore? Tenghua clenched her teeth. Her timid gaze gradually became firm. If you have any objections, you can go find Duan Lingtian. He asked me to help him keep an eye on him. Since I've agreed, I'll definitely complete this task properly. You! Tong Li reached out her hand and pointed at Tenghua's nose. She was so angry that her body started to tremble. Right now, she really wanted to strangle this woman to death. But when she thought of Duan Lingtian's words just now, she finally endured it. Humph! Tong Li coldly snorted. She turned around and left, but before she left, she didn't forget to threaten Tenghua. You're called Tenghua, right? I'll remember you. Tenghua clenched her teeth. Her slightly wavering gaze became firm once again when she thought of what the youth told her before he left. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian trusted her so much, so she couldn't disappoint Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian, what happened in the morning was only a small episode. Tenghua was also only a passerby in his life. A regular day passed by. At dusk, he, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun walked out of Paladin Academy's main gate. Just at this moment, a person walked out of a carriage that was parked outside as the coachman pulled open the carriage's curtain. Duan Lingtian frowned as he recognized the person. It was precisely the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong. He didn't have a good impression of Duan Ruhong. He still remembered that when Duan Lingxing intended to kill him at the Li clan in Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Ruhong only berated Duan Lingxing before leaving the matter unsettled. Duan Ruhong seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's hostile gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he said, Can you come up and say a few words? You two leave first. Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before boarding the carriage. Within the carriage, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian sat opposite each other, and Duan Ruhong indifferently said, Speak frankly if you have something to say. If you're persuading me to return to the Duan clan, then please keep your mouth shut. I, Duan Lingtian, won't easily change the things I, Duan Lingtian, have decided on. When he saw Duan Ruhong earlier, he guessed Duan Ruhong's objective this time. It was surely because he revealed a strength that caused others to mistakenly think he was at the origin course stage yesterday morning, so the Duan clan wanted him to return and acknowledge his ancestors. After all, even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, an 18-year-old origin course stage martial artist was in existence that was rarely seen. Wait for me to finish speaking before making a decision. Duan Ruhong laughed bitterly. Speak. Duan Lingtian was slightly impatient. It's like this. The Grand Elder, who is our Duan clan's previous generation's patriarch, said that so long as you're willing to return to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors and admit that you're a Duan clan disciple, our Duan clan will satisfy any condition of yours, so long as it's something our Duan clan is capable of doing. Duan Ruhong took a deep breath as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian frowned. So good? Can agree to any condition of mine? However, Duan Lingtian understood that there was no free lunch in this world. The Duan clan is willing to pay so much, I presume they have some sort of scheme? I wonder what the Duan clan wants from me. Duan Ruhong glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and suddenly felt that this youth before him was much more astute than his third brother, Duan Rufum, from all those years ago. The Duan clan does indeed have a request, and the objective is the Void Advancement Pill. Void Advancement Pill? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He who had merged with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu naturally knew what the Void Advancement Pill was. The Void Advancement Pill was a grade 5 medicinal pill that was capable of assisting a half-step Void stage martial artist to draw down the 6-9 heavenly tribulation within a short period of time, and after overcoming the tribulation, the martial artist would step into the Void Prying stage. Normally speaking, only martial artists with natural talent that was difficult to break through to the Void Prying stage would consume the Void Prying Pill. Because once one consumed the Void Advancement Pill and forcefully drew down the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, it would leave behind extremely obvious aftereffects. A martial artist that used the Void Advancement Pill to forcefully break through to the Void Prying stage would at most be able to cultivate to the 9th level of the Void Prying stage in their entire lifetime, and would be unable to break through any further. It could be said that once one consumed the Void Advancement Pill, it was equivalent to destroying one's future. At the very least, Duan Lingtian wouldn't consume the Void Advancement Pill even if he was beaten to death. However, to the group of half-step Void stage martial artists in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, if they didn't possess the Void Advancement Pill, then more than 90% of them would be unable to break through to the Void Prying stage in their entire lifetime. So, the Void Advancement Pill was their only choice. They would utterly not care about the aftereffects caused by the Void Advancement Pill. Even if it's only at the 9th level of the Void Prying stage, it's sufficient to run amok in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even that Void Prying stage expert of the Imperial family probably hasn't attained the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Duan Ruhong was shocked in his heart when he saw Duan Lingtian pondering. Could it be that this little fellow knows what the Void Advancement Pill is? After all, although the Void Advancement Pill couldn't be considered to be a secret, it wasn't something that anyone could know about. Void Advancement Pill. The Duan clan is truly scheming, Duan Lingtian sneered. However, why does the Duan clan think that I'll be able to bring them the Void Advancement Pill? Duan Ruhong's heart trembled. This little fellow really does know about the Void Advancement Pill. According to the Grand Elder's intentions, it's to let you enter one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. With your natural talent, you'll surely be able to make the higher-ups of the top sects think highly of you. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult for you to ask for a Void Advancement Pill for the Duan clan. Enter one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Looks like the Duan clan has already remembered it well. Chapter 192. How about it? Have you considered it? Duan Ruhong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with an expression of anticipation. If it was in the past, he would never have imagined that there would be a day when he would speak humbly before this nephew of his. However, Duan Lingtian had the qualifications now. After all, not everyone was able to possess a cultivation at the origin course stage at the age of 18. Although he felt that the clan using Duan Lingtian like this wasn't appropriate. But with a quick thought, if a Void Prying stage expert was able to appear in the Duan clan because of this, then he would undoubtedly be able to witness the moment the Duan clan walked towards glory. As a Duan clan disciple, he looked forward to the appearance of that moment. You can really agree to any condition of mine? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and stared fixedly at Duan Ruhong as he asked to confirm once again. So long as it's within the Duan clan's ability, we can agree to anything. Duan Ruhong's expression turned serious as he spoke. Even if I want you to die? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he suddenly asked. Duan Ruhong was stunned, but he still nodded in all seriousness. If I die, then I can exchange it for your return to the Duan clan. The clan doesn't have to make a move, I'll end myself. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Duan Ruhong. As the saying goes, a person's eyes are the window to their heart. A person's mouth can deceive others, but their eyes can't deceive others. Now, Duan Lingtian couldn't see a trace of hypocrisy in Duan Ruhong's eyes. This also showed that what he said was from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The people of this world have really been thoroughly brainwashed. I'm just joking. Although I don't really approve of you, It hasn't reached the point of wanting your life. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. There was no deep enmity between him and Duan Ruhong. Duan Ruhong heaved a sigh of relief. He really thought that Duan Lingtian wanted his life. However, if Duan Lingtian really wanted his life, then for the sake of the Duan clan's future, he would absolutely not live for a moment longer. Then do you agree now? Duan Ruhong asked again. When he saw Duan Lingtian's attitude, he suddenly felt that there was hope. As long as the Duan clan can keep their promise, so what if I return to the Duan clan to acknowledge my ancestors? In this way, one of my mother's wishes has been fulfilled. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he mumbled to himself. The Duan clan was undoubtedly a clan that placed benefits above everything else. Because he had value, they would give up everything for him. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, since it was like this, why not make good use of the Duan clan? Presently, no matter which aspect he was in, he was still in the initial stage. If he really had the assistance of the Duan clan, then many problems would be easily solved. Moreover, this way, he could curry favor with his mother. Why wouldn't he do it? As for the void advancement pill that the Duan clan wanted, that was a matter for the future. There was no need to think about it now. Duan Ruhong had a delighted expression when he heard Duan Lingtian. Then when do you and your mother intend to arrive at the Duan clan? I can ask the patriarch to prepare a large courtyard for you. It will definitely be more comfortable than living outside. There's no need. We're living very well outside. Even if I really return to the Duan clan to acknowledge my ancestors and admit that I'm a member of the Duan clan, I still won't return to the Duan clan estate. I'll tell you this first. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and as he finished speaking, his expression became slightly serious. Duan Ruhong lightly smiled. This is naturally not a problem. Not all the direct descendant disciples of the Duan clan lived in the Duan clan estate, and many of them had their own residences outside. Just like him, he had a residence outside as well. As for when my mother and I will return to the Duan clan, the day after tomorrow. It just so happens that I don't have to go to class for the next 2 days. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before giving Duan Ruhong an answer. All right, I'll send someone to pick you up at that time. Duan Ruhong's face revealed a smile. There's no need, we'll go over ourselves. At that time, don't let anyone refuse us outside the door. Duan Lingtian refused Duan Ruhong's good intentions, then stood up and directly got out of the carriage. This impetuous character is no different from third brother all those years ago. Looks like that matter from over 2 years ago has always caused him to take it to heart, and he's still so hostile towards me even now. However, since he agreed to return to acknowledge his ancestors, I can be considered to have smoothly completed my mission this time. Duan Ruhong muttered to himself, as he shook his head and smiled. After Duan Lingtian returned home, he told his mother, Li Ro, about returning to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors. Tian, why did you suddenly change your mind? Although Li Ro was slightly surprised and pleasantly surprised, she still had doubts in her heart. She knew her son's character very well, and once he decided on something, he wouldn't easily change his mind. I've thought about it recently and figured it out. The blood of the Duan clan's direct descendant flows in my body after all, and it's impossible for me to not return to the Duan clan for my entire lifetime. Duan Lingtian spoke nonsense, so he naturally wouldn't speak of the truth of the matter. Otherwise, his mother would surely think too much again. Mother knows that the matter is surely not so simple. However, since you're willing to return to acknowledge your ancestors, it can be considered to have resolved one of Mother's worries. If you're unwilling to speak of other matters, then Mother won't force you. Li Ro glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, as if she could see through his heart. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly, and only now did he remember that his mother wasn't so easy to fool. The next day, Duan Lingtian, who didn't have to go to Paladin Academy, obediently stayed at home and accompanied the 2 little girls at home for an entire day. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, Duan Lingtian asked Xiong Quan to prepare a carriage, and he headed towards the Duan clan estate with his mother, Li Ro. Duan Lingtian didn't bring along the 2 little girls at home. To him, going to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors today was only a formality, and he would return very quickly. The Duan clan estate occupied a vast area, as if it was a city within a city. On the way. Mother, you seem to be slightly nervous. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Ro and smiled. You child, you actually dare to make fun of Mother. Mother is only slightly moved. You're already so old now, in other words, I've already left the Duan clan for many years. Li Ro's gaze was misty, as if she'd returned to the happy days before her husband went missing. In next to no time, the carriage under Xiong Quan's control stopped before the entrance of the Duan clan estate. It's quite a show of extravagance. Duan Lingtian could vaguely see through the carriage window that a red carpet was laid out before the entrance of the Duan clan estate, and both sides of the red carpet were filled with servants and maids. This? Li Ro was slightly dumbstruck when she saw this scene. She suddenly realized that her son's decision to return to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors was probably not so simple. Young master, madam, we've arrived. Xiong Quan's respectful voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian was the first to get off the carriage. Then he respectfully helped his mother down before supporting his mother to walk up the red carpet outside the Duan clan estate. Greetings, young master Lingtian, greetings, madam. Meanwhile, the servants and maids on both sides of the red carpet respectfully bowed to the mother and son pair. Duan Lingtian raised his head and was able to see that the group of people that were originally standing at the entrance of the Duan clan had come over to greet them. These people were led by a dignified middle-aged man and a dignified old man, and his fourth uncle, Duan Ruhong, followed behind them. Duan Lingtian supported his mother to greet them. Patriarch, big brother. Li Ro looked at the dignified old man in the lead and bowed respectfully. Then she looked at the dignified middle-aged man and lightly smiled as she greeted. Ru Feng's wife, I'm no longer the Duan clan's patriarch. Ru Hua is the patriarch. As for me, I'm now the Duan clan's grand elder. The dignified old man lightly smiled, and his tone was extremely courteous to Li Ro as well. He's the previous patriarch of the Duan clan, Duan Jin? Duan Lingtian looked at the dignified old man and thought in his heart, as he guessed the old man's identity. Li Ro shook her head and smiled. I've left for almost 20 years. I never imagined that the patriarch had already retired to the second line, and big brother has already become the patriarch. Tian, why aren't you greeting them? Li Ro's beautiful brows frowned as she spoke to Duan Lingtian, who was by her side. Greetings, patriarch, grand elder. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Duan Ruhua and Duan Jin. As expected of Ru Feng's son, he looks extremely similar to Ru Feng from all those years ago. Good, very good. Duan Jin looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a treasure, and his eyes emitted light. Yeah, in the blink of an eye, the baby from all those years ago has already grown so big. Duan Ruhua nodded as well and lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, the group of Duan clan elders came up to greet Duan Lingtian and his mother. These Duan clan elders now faced Duan Lingtian and his mother with smiling faces, and they didn't dare slight them in the slightest. Duan Lingtian sneered in his heart when he saw this scene. Truly snobbish. That year, his mother, a woman, took him, who was in his infancy, and left the Duan clan. No one stopped them, and they allowed the widow and her to wander outside. Now that they knew that he might be able to obtain a void advancement pill for the Duan clan, all of them were like flies that stuck to him. Duan Lingtian only felt a wave of disgust in his heart. Before long, under the direction of Patriarch Duan Ruhua, Duan Lingtian completed the acknowledgement of his ancestors within the Duan clan's ancestral hall, and returned to the Duan clan once again. Little Tian, feel free to tell uncle if you need anything in the future. After everything was completed, Duan Ruhua said to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian hurriedly nodded. Also, you don't have to worry about the matter of the Su clan. The clan will help you deal with it. Duan Ruhua then said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered. This patriarch was a smart person. He knew that his mother was present, so he didn't mention the conflict between him and the Su clan in detail. However, even so, Li Ro was still suspicious. Tian, what happened between you and the Su clan? On the carriage, Liro curiously asked. Mom, it's nothing. A Su clan direct descendant provoked me in the academy and was injured by me, Duan Lingtian casually said. Liro nodded, as this wasn't a big deal. Chapter 193. Hey! Brother, have you heard? That Duan Lingtian that gave rise to much discussion a while ago has already broken through to the origin core stage. I've heard of this news a few days ago. I have a distant cousin, and he's in Paladin Academy. Sorry for my disrespect. Brother, you're actually the cousin of a Paladin Academy student. You're welcome. Then brother, do you know that Duan Lingtian has already returned to the Duan clan early this morning? There's such a thing? Hee hee. I have a distant cousin who's a servant girl in the Duan clan. Supposedly, it's a grand occasion. Didn't that Duan Lingtian refuse to return to the Duan clan in the past? That's old history. Let's not mention it. In a restaurant in the inner city of the Imperial City, two young men chatted and became familiar with each other. And now, similar conversations were playing out in the inner city of the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian stepped into the origin core stage at the age of 18, and was the publicly acknowledged #1 genius in Paladin Academy. Now, he had the title of a direct descendant of the Duan clan. In the eyes of the people in the Imperial City, Duan Lingtian was enough to be called a favored child of heaven, and his limelight even surpassed that of Duan Ruffam from all those years ago. Su clan estate. In the spacious courtyard, the old man raised his hand, and the stone table in the courtyard shattered with a bang and fell to the ground. Grandfather, what happened? A young man with a slightly sickly pale face walked out of the room and looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. Tong, why did you come out? Your injuries haven't healed, so you need to rest more. A trace of guilt flashed within the old man's eyes when he saw the young man. Grandpa, did something happen? Su Tong's face sank. Flowing light spun within the old man's eyes as he forced a smile. Nothing happened, don't think too much. Grand Elder. Right at this moment, the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, paid a visit. He walked into the courtyard and looked at the old man, the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. Patriarch. Su Nan and Su Tong hurriedly bowed to Su Boya. Grand Elder, I presume you've heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors, right? Su Boya looked at Su Nan and said slowly. Su Nan's face sank as he nodded. What? Su Tong's face went pale. That Duan Lingtian actually returned to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors? At this moment, he felt as if the sun and moon had lost their light, and all he could see was darkness. 2 days ago, he'd heard the news of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the origin core stage, and at the same time that he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's peerless natural talent in the martial Dao, his heart was filled with resentment. He wished he could cut Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces. However, in his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian's martial arts talent was strong, he did not have a strong background. If his grandfather wanted to avenge him, it would not be difficult. But now, the news of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue, striking Su Tong to the point he was unable to catch his breath. An 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist was nothing. If he couldn't grow up, then everything was useless. But once this 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist was branded with the Duan clan's brand, it would undoubtedly be an additional layer of life-saving talisman. The Duan clan would absolutely not allow anything to happen to a genius martial artist like Duan Lingtian. Grand Elder, the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, has already personally discussed the matter of Su Tong with me. He's willing to give up a restaurant under the Duan clan's control in the outer city to our Su clan. That restaurant will be handed over to you in the future, how about it? Su Boya looked at Su Nan as he slowly spoke. Patriarch, what does Duan Ruhua mean? Does he want us to put down the enmity between us and Duan Lingtian? Su Nan's face sank as he roared. Grand Elder! Su Boya frowned, and his voice became slightly colder. He was the patriarch of a clan at any rate, and this Grand Elder actually dared to make a fuss in front of him. Where would he put his face? Patriarch. Su Nan reacted and said apologetically, I was only angry earlier. I hope Patriarch can forgive me. Humph! Su Boya's cold and indifferent gaze swept past Su Nan. Grand Elder, besides informing your family to take over that restaurant, I also want to remind you of something. At the very least, don't look for trouble with that Duan Lingtian in the future. Otherwise, even if something were to happen to your family because of this, the clan wouldn't stand up for you. What? Su Nan's face went pale, and Su Tong, who was beside Su Nan, had a face full of resentment. The last sentence the patriarch said was undoubtedly expressing the Su clan's stand. What he meant was that if their family dared to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian, then they would be isolated from the Su clan. Patriarch, our family is a direct line of descent at any rate. You want to isolate our family for a Duan Lingtian? I wonder if this is the patriarch's idea, or the clan's idea? Su Nan's face was gloomy, and as he finished speaking, his tone faintly contained traces of questioning. Presumptuous! Su Boya's face went pale. Grand Elder, you actually dare go against your superiors! Right at this moment, another group of people surged in from outside the courtyard, and it was precisely the group of Su clan elders. All of you! A bad premonition arose within Su Nan's heart when he saw so many people appear at this moment. Grand Elder, you must not misunderstand the Patriarch. What the Patriarch said earlier was something that we unanimously approved of. The corners of the Su clan's second elder's mouth curled into a cold smile. Su Nan's face sank, and his gaze flashed past the faces of the Su clan elders one by one. Then he said in a low voice, What the Duan clan paid for my grandson shouldn't be as simple as a restaurant, right? Exactly. The restaurant in the outer city is only the compensation that the Duan clan gave to your bloodline. What the Duan clan gave to our Su clan as compensation is a recommendation quota to Paladin Academy every year. In other words, the Duan clan will give one of their 5 recommendation quotas to our Su clan. In this way, our Su clan will be the same as the Duan clan and have 4 recommendation quotas every year. The second elder didn't deny it and spoke directly. The Duan clan is really generous. Su Nan's face sank and went pale, and he finally understood what was going on. Patriarch, elders, if there's nothing else, then Su Nan won't be entertaining you. Su Nan took a deep breath, and his tone contained an intention to keep people at a distance of 1,000 miles. He understood that what was done couldn't be undone, and this matter was already not something that he could change. Su Boya's brows raised as he shook his head, then he left with the group of Su clan elders. No. I can't accept this. Grandfather, I can't accept this. Su Tong's face was pale, and his hands held onto his head, clutching his hair until it was a mess. He ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was real. Pooh! Meanwhile, Su Nan's face flushed red, and he forcefully spat out a mouthful of congested blood. This was from being angered by the Su clan higher-ups. Tong, don't worry. Even if I have to give up our bloodline, Grandfather will take revenge for you. You're the only descendant of our bloodline, and now that you've been destroyed, our bloodline no longer has any future to speak of. Su Nan's eyes flickered with cold lights, and his face was filled with viciousness and ruthlessness. Within the audience hall of the 5th Prince's estate. After hearing the report of the white-browed old man, the 5th Prince's face gradually became gloomy. Didn't that Duan Lingtian have a backbone? To a clan that abandoned him so many years ago, he's going back so easily? The 5th Prince's eyes focused, as the matter of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan was slightly out of his expectations. Your Highness, I'm guessing that the Duan clan saw that Duan Lingtian broke through to the Origin Core stage at the age of 18 and thought highly of Duan Lingtian's future, so they made such a heavy promise to move Duan Lingtian's heart. The white-browed old man slowly spoke. Humph! To think that I thought he was a tough nut to crack at the beginning. The 5th Prince's voice was filled with disdain. Cousin! Right at this moment, a red figure flashed into the audience hall. The icy coldness on the 5th Prince's face instantly melted, and he lightly smiled. Girl, you're in such a hurry. Is something the matter? The person that entered was precisely Tong Li. Tong Li's face sank. Cousin, I heard that Duan Lingtian has returned to the Duan clan. Is this true? Yes, I only found out about it from old Bai. The fifth prince nodded. Then, does this mean that I can't take revenge? Tong Li's eyes emitted traces of unwillingness, and she had a face full of unwillingness. Li, don't worry. Even if that Duan Lingtian has the support of the Duan clan, I won't let him off. But I need to consider this matter at length. The fifth prince continued. Didn't you say that there was a female student bullying you at Paladin Academy the day before yesterday? I'll ask old Bai to send a few people to you to deal with her. Tong Li's eyes lit up. Thank you, cousin. In the spacious backyard of the house, Duan Lingtian was comfortably lying on a recliner with his eyes closed as he basked in the sun. Li Fei, who had an angelic face and a devilish figure, was sitting at the side and helping him massage his legs. Little Fei, a little higher. Right there. Oh, comfortable. Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of foul air, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. Young master, open your mouth. Ker, who was gentle like water, sat on the other side of Duan Lingtian as she sent peeled grapes into Duan Lingtian's mouth. Duan Lingtian ate the grapes as he enjoyed the massage, and his entire body felt comfortable. His days were simply more comfortable than those of a celestial being. Young master, was it fun when you went to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors this morning? Ker asked with a tone that had a trace of curiosity mixed within. Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes when he heard this, and when he noticed that Li Fei had looked over as well, he lightly smiled. What's so fun about it? It's only a formality. I think Aunt Ro is rather happy. Li Fei smiled. Of course, Mother has been looking forward to this day for who knows how long. This time, it can be considered to have fulfilled Mother's wishes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Besides paving the way for himself, there was another reason for this matter this time, and that was for his mother. Otherwise, even if the Duan clan's patriarch personally came to ask, Duan Lingtian might not be willing to return to the Duan clan. Chapter 194. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian walked out of his house and headed towards Paladin Academy. 2 days of vacation have passed so quickly. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he slowly walked into Paladin Academy. At this time, he could still sense many gazes focused on him, but he was already used to it and directly ignored it. As soon as he entered the classroom, he noticed that the gazes of the crowd of students in the classroom had uniformly descended onto him. Duan Lingtian, congratulations! Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian and congratulated him with a smile. Congratulations for what? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was unable to react. What else could it be? Naturally, it's congratulations on returning to the Duan clan and once again becoming a member of the Duan clan's direct line of descent. Xiao Yu added. He was happy for Duan Lingtian as well. After all, the situation that Duan Lingtian faced before this caused even their hearts to tremble. The fifth prince and the Su clan weren't easy to deal with. And now, Duan Lingtian had returned to the Duan clan. With Duan Lingtian's monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao, he would surely receive double the attention of the Duan clan. As far as he was concerned, even the fifth prince and the Su clan wouldn't dare act rashly now. So it's about this. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't feel that this could be considered a happy occasion. However, he was able to see through Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's thoughts, and a trace of warmth couldn't help but arise in his heart. These are the friends of Duan Lingtian. The time of the morning quickly passed. At noon, after class, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 headed to the cafeteria as usual. Just as they arrived outside the cafeteria, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 stopped in their tracks. It wasn't because of anything else, but because there was a person blocking their path. It was a female student. Her appearance was ordinary, and her figure was round. But at this moment, what caused Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to be stunned was that this female student's face had an expression of resentment. It was as if someone had wronged her. Student, what are you doing? Xiao Sun's face was full of doubt as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and Xiao Yu with a strange gaze. His heart moved. It can't be that these two fellows secretly owed a romantic debt, right? No, their taste shouldn't be so unique. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu's expressions were the same as Xiao Sun's, and even their thoughts were the same. Duan Lingtian! Suddenly, the female student spoke, and her tone carried a trace of grief and indignation. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu dubiously swept a glance at Duan Lingtian with an expression that said, "You really do have a heavy taste." "I don't know her." Duan Lingtian glared at the two of them. He naturally knew what these two filthy guys were thinking. "That's right. You don't know me." The female student took a deep breath and said with a look of grief and indignation, "Then you should know Tanghua, right?" "Tanghua?" Duan Lingtian frowned. He felt that this name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a while. Hee. The female student had a mocking expression. "It's only been 2 days, and you've already forgotten her? To think that she endured the pressure and persevered to complete the task you entrusted to her. I really feel bad for Tanghua. Just to help you, she actually threw away her life." Duan Lingtian recalled something when the female student was halfway through her sentence. Tanghua was the female student with a delicate face from last time. At that time, Tanghua was being bullied by Tongli, and he helped Tanghua. Later, he even gave Tongli a show of strength, making the female student beside Tongli kneel on the ground and shout, "Tongli is a slut!" In the end, he felt bored and left first. Before leaving, he asked Tanghua to help monitor the female student until she shouted it 100 times. Now, after hearing the female student's grief and indignation, Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. "What did you say? Tanghua died?" Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly became bloodshot, and a terrifying killing intent extended from his body. The female student was so scared that her face was deathly pale. She gritted her teeth and nodded. "Yes." "What the hell happened?" Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. His expression was as heavy as water. "It's like this. Yesterday was the holidays, so Tanghua and I went out for a stroll. But halfway, Tongli brought people to capture us and brought us into a remote alley. Tanghua's hands were first chopped off by Tongli, then her legs were chopped off. After that, Tongli splashed water on Tanghua, who had fainted, to wake her up. She tortured Tanghua for half an hour and tortured Tanghua to death." The female student's face was deathly pale, her eyes filled with fear. She was scared silly yesterday. Even after returning to Paladin Academy, she was still in a daze and didn't sleep for an entire night. Duan Lingtian's expression was gloomy. He didn't expect that one of his decisions would actually ruin Tanghua's life. A trace of regret arose in his heart. He shouldn't have asked Tanghua to help him. Otherwise, Tongli wouldn't have transferred her rage onto her. "Tongli!" Duan Lingtian's eyes were crimson red, and the killing intent on his body swept out without holding back. Instantly, with Duan Lingtian as the center, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun couldn't help but retreat, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with a terrified expression. As for the female student, she'd long since been scared to the point of retreating into the distance. "Duan Lingtian!" Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun had worried expressions. Although they didn't know who that Tanghua was, they guessed that Duan Lingtian and that Tanghua ought to have some sort of relationship. And now, that Tanghua was killed by Tongli. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a crimson-red color, and his entire body stood there as if he transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura. At this moment, many students surrounded them. "Isn't that Duan Lingtian? He seems to be very furious. Isn't that female student Tanghua's friend? Looks like Duan Lingtian is angry because of Tanghua. Who's Tanghua?" The crowd of students that surrounded them discussed animatedly, and there was no lack of people that knew the ins and outs of the matter. "So in that case, Tanghua left yesterday and never returned? There's a 90% chance she was killed by Tongli's revenge." Some of the students secretly guessed, and traces of coldness arose in their hearts. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun finally understood the ins and outs of the matter from the discussions of these people. So that's how it was. They finally understood why Duan Lingtian was so angry. Who knows where Tongli is right now? Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes swept over the crowd of students present, and his voice was cold and indifferent, mixed with a breathtaking coldness. At this instant, the students present felt a chill run down their backs, and their hearts went cold. Duan Lingtian, what happened? Right at this moment, Tianhu arrived as well, and he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian's appearance. Very quickly, Tianhu also found out the ins and outs of the matter from Xiao Sun, and he flew into a rage. That Tongli is simply a crazy woman. No, she's simply worse than a beast. How painful that Tanghua must have been before she died. At this moment, the expressions of the surrounding crowd of students changed one after another. When Xiao Sun narrated the ins and outs of the matter to Tianhu, he didn't intentionally suppress his voice, so practically everyone present heard it. Tanghua was actually tortured to death by 1,000 cuts by that Tongli? Many of the surrounding female students had pale faces. Some of the female students that had just finished eating and walked out of the cafeteria even vomited out all the food they had just eaten. If I see that crazy woman, Tongli, I don't care if she's the cousin of the 5th prince. I'll slap her a few times first. Tianhu's expression was unsightly as he was filled with righteous indignation. Although Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu didn't speak, their eyes also revealed traces of coldness. That Tongli was too vicious. Who said he's going to slap me? Right at this moment, an indifferent woman's voice sounded out from behind the surrounding crowd of spectators. The crowd moved aside to form a path. Tongli, who was dressed in red, could be vaguely seen walking over shoulder to shoulder with a young man around the age of 25. The young man was dressed in green and had an ordinary appearance. On his waist hung a sheathed curved saber, and his body faintly emitted a murderous aura. Obviously, he had received special training. Isn't this Shui Lang? Many students couldn't help but exclaim in low voices when they saw this young man. Shui Lang? Tianhu's face went grim, as he never imagined that Tongli would walk together with this Shui Lang, Paladin Academy's 6th-year student, 2nd-level Origin Core stage martial artist. In terms of natural talent, this Shui Lang was only slightly inferior to Su Tong, whose Dantian was crippled by Duan Lingtian. Tianhu calmed down in his heart when he thought of Su Tong. Duan Lingtian wasn't even afraid of Su Tong and directly crippled him. Would he be afraid of this Shui Lang? Tongli. Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes descended onto Tongli, and a terrifying killing intent swept out from Duan Lingtian's body to envelop Tongli. The face of Tongli, who was still holding her head high a moment ago, instantly went ghastly pale, and her body even shivered. Humph! Whereas Shui Lang, who stood by Tongli's side, instead snorted coldly and stood before Tongli, blocking the killing intent that covered the sky for Tongli. Replacing Tongli and being enveloped by the killing intent caused Shui Lang's pupils to constrict. What terrifying killing intent! You're Duan Lingtian? Shui Lang's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. F***K off. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted cold lights when he saw Shui Lang stand out, and he shouted coldly. You asked me to F***K off? When Shui Lang heard Duan Lingtian's words, it was as if he'd heard an enormous joke. Duan Lingtian, I know that your natural talent in the martial Dao is formidable, and now that you've returned to the Duan clan, you're valued highly by the Duan clan. But even so, there are some people in the Imperial City that you can't afford to offend. As he finished speaking, Shui Lang's face was filled with arrogance and complacency. Is that so? Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Shui Lang. I don't know about others, but you, Duan Lingtian, don't take you seriously. Being provoked by Duan Lingtian in public caused Shui Lang's face to go pale. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Tongli, who stood behind Shui Lang, spoke out with a voice that contained a trace of icy coldness. Big brother Shui Lang is the only son of the Imperial City's City Guard Army commander, Lord Shui Lu. Not to mention you, even your Duan clan's patriarch has to treat big brother Shui Lang's father with respect. Is that so? Chapter 195. Although Duan Lingtian was laughing now, the people present were able to feel the boundless rage contained within Duan Lingtian's laughter. Exactly, Big Brother Shui Lang is my backer. How about it? Scared? Tongli replied coldly. At this moment, she wasn't afraid of Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Shui Lang was introduced to her by her cousin, the fifth prince, yesterday. His purpose was to allow her to have a backer in Paladin Academy, and be able to be fearless of this Duan Lingtian. And Shui Lang indeed didn't disappoint her. Every time she mentioned Duan Lingtian, Shui Lang had a face full of disdain, and didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. This caused her to feel that her backer was very strong, and was absolutely not someone that Duan Lingtian could shake. Looks like, Miss Tong, you're going to learn your lesson this time. Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes abruptly went cold. Duan Lingtian, I know you've broken through to the Origin Core stage now, but so what if you've broken through to the Origin Core stage? Big Brother Shui Lang is a second-level Origin Core stage expert. Tongli grunted, and her words were filled with extreme disdain towards Duan Lingtian. When Shui Lang heard what Tongli said, his originally arrogant expression became even more arrogant, and his eyes looked down at Duan Lingtian in a condescending manner. Duan Lingtian, I heard from Little Li that you've beaten her before? Exactly. Duan Lingtian's eyes went slightly cold, and the gaze he looked at Shui Lang didn't carry any emotion. When Shui Lang heard Duan Lingtian's casual reply, he couldn't maintain his composure and berated. Kneel down now and kowtow to Little Li in apology. Perhaps I'll give face to the Duan clan and not pursue the matter. Otherwise, even if you're a direct descendant of the Duan clan, I'll still properly teach you how to conduct yourself today. Kowtow and apologize? Are you sure? Duan Lingtian's voice sank, and instantly, the air seemed to be affected by him and became slightly colder. Kneel down! Shui Lang glared at him and shouted coldly. At the same time, origin energy slowly effused out from Shui Lang's right hand, coiling and flashing. It was as if he could attack Duan Lingtian at any time. So what if I don't? Duan Lingtian revealed a mocking expression as he glanced at Shui Lang with disdain. Making people kneel at every turn, does this Shui Lang really think that he's the emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Not to mention a mere Shui Lang, even if the emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom personally came, it would still be impossible for him to make Duan Lingtian kneel. Not kneeling? Then I can only help the Duan clan teach you how to conduct yourself properly. Shui Lang sneered and took a step forward. I'll give you one more chance. Get out of my sight right now. Otherwise, even if you're the son of the city guard commander, I won't show you any mercy. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with a cold light as he stared at Shui Lang. If this Shui Lang doesn't know how to retreat in the face of difficulties, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Tang Guo's death caused the flames of rage in Duan Lingtian's heart to burn and accumulate to the limit. Now, it was already showing signs of being unable to be suppressed. He was ready to erupt at any moment. If this Shui Lang really wanted to bump into the muzzle of a gun, then he could only blame himself for being unlucky. Let me see how you'll show no mercy. The sneer on Shui Lang's face grew even deeper, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with disdain. Big Brother Shui Lang, I want him dead! Tong Li's voice sounded out in a timely manner, as if transforming into a fuse. Instantly, Shui Lang's spirits rose, and his gaze went cold. His figure flashed out as if transforming into a rock as he swooped down, flashing directly towards Duan Lingtian. He had the intention to show off in front of Tong Li, so he used his full strength the moment he attacked. Above him, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and along with his figure, they dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky. Idiot! When faced with the menacing Shui Lang, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold, and his hand moved past his waist as the violet myrtle flexible sword flashed out. Blood Crescent Inscription. Instantly, a bloody light flashed out from the body of the violet myrtle flexible sword. The bloody light condensed into form, and in the end, transformed into a blood moon that moved to greet Shui Lang. The speed of the blood moon was extremely swift, and it instantly arrived before Shui Lang. No! Shui Lang's face that was originally covered in a sneer instantly turned ghastly pale, and his pupils constricted as he shouted out in shock. At this moment, he noticed that the energy contained within this blood moon was absolutely not something he could go against. This was the energy of an inscription, and it caused his heart to palpitate and feel terrified. It's an offensive inscription! Some students with sharp gazes couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Pooh! A blood moon rose into the sky and flashed out, and like cutting through tofu, it pierced into Shui Lang's dantian and directly twisted into it. H! Accompanied by a shrill and miserable cry that caused one's heart to palpitate, Shui Lang's body that was charging forward trembled in the sky before falling straight down. Bang! Dust suffused the air. Shui Lang, who was still overbearing a moment ago, instantly seemed to have become a dead dog, lying there as he gasped for breath. He struggled to withdraw a gold injury pill and consumed it, and his expression eased up slightly. However, when he tried to sense the origin energy within his dantian, he instead noticed that his dantian was completely empty. My dantian is destroyed? Shui Lang's pupils constricted, and he had an agitated expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted out coldly. Duan Lingtian, you actually crippled my dantian! You actually crippled my dantian! You're dead, you're dead! Then I'll wait and see. When faced with Shui Lang's threat, Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm, as if what happened earlier wasn't worth mentioning in the slightest. At this moment, the surrounding crowd of students were deathly silent. After a short moment, they started to clamor. Oh my god, Duan Lingtian actually directly crippled Shui Lang's dantian. With his dantian crippled, Shui Lang's life can be considered to be completely ruined. Forcefully standing up for a woman like this and ruining his life, was it worth it? I never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually possessed such a terrifying inscription. Before that inscription, an origin core martial artist would be like paper. All the students were dumbstruck. Shui Lang, a Year 6 student, in existence at the second level of the origin core stage, was crippled by Duan Lingtian, a Year 1 student, just like that. As expected. Compared to the shock of these students, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who seemed to have long since guessed this scene. They remembered that the third-level origin core stage martial artist, Su Tong, who was once the number 1 person in the Su clan's younger generation, had his dantian crippled by Duan Lingtian like this. At that time, Duan Lingtian used the same type of inscription. The scene before them was extremely similar to the scene from that day. They believed that if Su Tong's incident wasn't suppressed by Paladin Academy, and instead spread throughout Paladin Academy, today, Shui Lang absolutely wouldn't dare be so arrogant before Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, Shui Lang's actions were simply courting death. No! Impossible! How could this be possible? Tongli looked at Shui Lang, who was ceaselessly rolling on the ground in pain, and was dumbstruck for a moment, unwilling to believe that all this was real. Shui Lang was a second-level origin core stage martial artist. It was her cousin who found a backer for her. She didn't care about Shui Lang's life or death. What she cared about was that after Shui Lang fell, there would be no one to stand in front of her and block Duan Lingtian for her. Tong Li's face was ghastly pale as she started to retreat. Now, she only hoped to be able to leave this place of trouble before Duan Lingtian reacted. What, Miss Tong? This Shui Lang fell to such an end because he stood up for you, and you intend to run away by yourself? Tong Li's small actions were naturally noticed by Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he spoke with a mocking tone. As expected, what Duan Lingtian said caused a stir amongst the crowd of spectating students. Shui Lang is too pitiful. His dantian was crippled because of Tong Li, yet not only does Tong Li not care, she even wants to abandon Shui Lang and flee. Actually, it's not strange. This Tong Li being able to be so ruthless towards Tanggui is sufficient to show that her heart is venomous. How could she possibly care about the life or death of another? Even I feel it wasn't worth it for Shui Lang. A woman like this should be taught a lesson by Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Tong Li's body froze, and she knew that she couldn't avoid it today. Now, the surrounding discussions caused her expression to become even more unsightly. Ha ha! Ha ha! Shui Lang heard the surrounding discussions and struggled to raise his head to glance at Tong Li. When he noticed that Tong Li really intended to flee, he suddenly started laughing loudly as if he'd gone mad, and he spat out blood as he laughed. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he fainted. Obviously, he was extremely angry. Duan Lingtian, if you dare touch me, my cousin brother will surely tear you into pieces. If you're sensible, then let me leave. Perhaps I'll plead with my cousin to leave your corpse intact. Tong Li looked at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that her eyes revealed terror, she didn't forget to threaten Duan Lingtian. Is that so? Duan Lingtian walked out in large strides towards Tong Li, and his face revealed a brilliant smile. You! Don't come over! Tong Li took 2 steps back and was slightly panicked. At the same time, a middle-aged man and an old man stood in the pavilion of the cafeteria, and they were looking at the scene outside the cafeteria from afar. Dean, if we still don't stop her, then this Tong Li will probably not have a good end. The person that spoke now was precisely the gray-clothed old man, and also the vice dean of Paladin Academy, Zhang Xiong. Zhang Xiong was extremely respectful and reverent to the middle-aged man beside him. In Paladin Academy, only the elusive dean of Paladin Academy was able to make Zhang Xiong treat him so respectfully, and even address him as the dean. Do you think it's useful for us to stop her? With the hatred Duan Lingtian displayed now, even if we were able to stop her in the previous moment, he'd probably make a move in the next moment. Could it be that we can still follow by Tong Li's side and protect her at all times? The middle-aged man shook his head with a carefree expression. Moreover, you've heard of Tong Li's actions earlier as well. No matter what, that Tang Guo was a student of my Paladin Academy, yet she actually cruelly killed her. It's simply infuriating. Chapter 196. Slap. 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 Duan Lingtian walked up to Tong Li with a cold and indifferent expression, and just like the last 2 times, he raised his hand and slapped Tong Li into a pig's head. Tong Li's eyes were emotionless as they flickered with gloominess and coldness as she stared at Duan Lingtian. She already hated Duan Lingtian to the bone. Tong Li originally thought that Duan Lingtian would be done after slapping her over 10 times. But she quickly realized that all of this wasn't over. Young Miss Tong, I really didn't expect that your heart would be so vicious to actually use such a cruel method to kill Tang Guo. I'm very curious, exactly what deep enmity do you have with her? Did she hit you? Did she scold you? Duan Lingtian stared at Tong Li as he spoke word by word with a calm tone. Tong Li glared hatefully at Duan Lingtian, and her swollen mouth moved slightly as she spoke incoherently. Who asked that bitch to be so insensible and put me on the spot? That bitch deserved to die. There wasn't the slightest trace of regret in her words. Just because of this, you tortured her to death? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he asked in a low voice. Tong Li seemed to have realized that Duan Lingtian was suppressing his anger, and she hurriedly shut her mouth. She was extremely perturbed in her heart, and she was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill her at the slightest disagreement. During these past few days she had witnessed Duan Lingtian's methods many times, and she knew that he was a madman who wasn't afraid of anything. Duan Lingtian didn't even seem to be afraid of her cousin, the 5th prince. I was thinking that with your cultivation, you would probably only harm more people if you stayed. Why not? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Tong Li's dantian as he muttered to himself. No, no. When she heard Duan Lingtian's muttering, Tong Li seemed to have realized something, and her face went pale as she hurriedly retreated. But how could she possibly escape before Duan Lingtian's eyes? Boom! Duan Lingtian struck out with his palm, landing on Tong Li's dantian. Activating his origin energy, he blasted it into Tong Li's dantian, twisting it into pieces. Ah! Tong Li let out a miserable shriek. Her originally swollen face revealed a ferocious expression. While her body trembled in pain, she didn't forget to stare at Duan Lingtian with hatred. Boom! Finally, under the intense pain, Tong Li could no longer stand steadily and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Her eyes were red and filled with bloodthirsty hatred. In this world where the strong were respected, crippling a person's dantian was more painful than killing them. Humph! Duan Lingtian's cold gaze swept past Tong Li before he turned around and walked into the dining hall. Wherever he passed, the group of students who were watching the commotion made way for him, their eyes filled with awe. Even the senior students felt their hair stand on end when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Shui Lang, who was at the second level of the Origin Core stage, was crippled by Duan Lingtian just like that. This Duan Lingtian was too terrifying. The meal was incomparably silent. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian who seemed to be able to understand Duan Lingtian's current feelings, and they didn't interrupt. Only when they almost finished eating did Xiao Yu sigh and persuade. Duan Lingtian, don't blame yourself too much. This isn't your fault. You helped Tang Gua out of goodwill. Moreover, even if you didn't interfere at that time, with Tong Li's vicious character, Tang Gua wouldn't have a good end. Don't worry, I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Even though it was like this, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate in the afternoon, but instead lay on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds and stared blankly. At the same time, the matter of Duan Lingtian crippling the dantians of Shui Lang and Tong Li swept through the entire Paladin Academy like a gale. Of course, after everyone knew the ins and outs of the matter, they didn't have the slightest bit of pity towards Shui Lang and Tong Li, and all felt that they deserved it. Imperial City, City Guard Army Campsite. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out from the campsite at the center of the campsite, and it was a robust middle-aged man in light armor who smashed the table before him into pieces under his rage. Whoosh! In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of the person that reported the news, the robust middle-aged man transformed into an afterimage and instantly flashed out of the campsite, then spurred his horse and left the campsite. In next to no time, he entered a spacious courtyard house. Lang! He hadn't arrived when the robust middle-aged man's voice was like a thunderclap that resounded out within the courtyard house. Master, you have to uphold justice for Lang. Lang's life has been completely destroyed by that little bastard Duan Lingtian. The robust middle-aged man had just walked into a spacious room when the middle-aged woman within the room spoke with a voice that contained sorrow and rage mixed within. Father! Shui Lang, who laid on the bed, had a ferocious and savage expression when he saw the robust middle-aged man. I want that Duan Lingtian dead! I want him dead! Lang, don't worry. Father guarantees you that so long as Father still has a breath left, that Duan Lingtian won't be able to live past tomorrow. The robust middle-aged man, the City Guard Army Commander Shui Lu, had an extremely gloomy expression. Lang, rest well. Father will go take revenge for you right now. Shui Lu came swiftly and left swiftly as well, as if transforming into a gust of wind. At practically the exact same moment, the Duan clan had found out about the news sent back by Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian, who just returned to the clan, crippled the only son of the City Guard Army Commander Shui Lu. He crippled the cousin of the fifth prince? The Duan clan higher-ups felt their scalps go numb when they heard this news. The audience hall was deathly silent. Grand Elder, this matter. Patriarch Duan Ruhua had a bitter smile on his face. That nephew of his was really a troublemaker, and was a completely different extreme from his father all those years ago. Although Duan Rufeng was naturally unrestrained and unrestrained, he wasn't so unbridled. This Duan Lingtian was simply a lawless lord. For the sake of the clan's future, we have to protect him no matter what. Grand Elder Duan Jin's muddy eyes flashed with a bright light as he spoke directly. Exactly. That Shui Lu is only a City Guard Army commander at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Could it be that our Duan clan is afraid of him? A Duan clan elder agreed. Duan Lingtian has an extraordinary significance to our Duan clan. We must protect him. The other elders came to a consensus as well. That Shui Lu is a small problem, but the person behind him is slightly difficult to deal with. Duan Ruhua frowned and was slightly worried. No matter how difficult it is to deal with, He's only a half-step void stage martial artist. Could it be that our Duan clan is afraid of him? Duan Jin's eyes emitted a fierce light, and his voice was filled with coldness. Fifth Prince's estate. In a spacious room, the fifth prince's face sank as he gazed at the girl on the bed who had already fallen asleep and whose tear stains still hadn't dried. Then he turned around and walked out of the room. Your Highness, that Duan Lingtian is too audacious. He actually crippled young Miss Li's dantian. This is destroying young Miss Li's entire life. The white-browed old man's eyes squinted, and killing intent vaguely flickered within. Looks like this Duan Lingtian really doesn't take me seriously. A trace of frightening coldness flashed within the fifth prince's eyes. As the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, the fifth prince had his own pride. Normally, even if it was the patriarchs of the three great clans of the imperial city, they would still have to be respectful to him. Now that he was bullied by a youth, his rage had almost reached the limit. Your Highness, do you need me to deal with him? The white-browed old man asked respectfully. It's useless even if you go now. If I'm not wrong, that Shui Lu ought to have already gone. The members of the Duan clan have surely gone as well. With the natural talent in the martial Dao that Duan Lingtian revealed today, the Duan clan wouldn't easily allow anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. A trace of a sheen of wisdom flashed within the fifth prince's eyes. The white-browed old man came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. If the members of the Duan clan were present, it would indeed be impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Humph. Let's see if that Duan Lingtian is able to escape today. If he escapes, then I don't believe that old Bai can't kill him when you personally make a move in a few days. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of the fifth prince's mouth. Subsequently he sighed. Get someone to go to the Fair Sun County's county city and notify my uncle of this matter. Yes. The white-browed old man replied and left. The originally calm inner city of the imperial city was completely stirred when a majestic troop of soldiers walked out in an orderly manner. The orderly troop was majestic and had a total of over 1,000 people. And in front of these people was a robust middle-aged general who spurred his horse forward, and the space between his brows was filled with killing intent. It's the City Guard Army. What's happened? The City Guard Army's commander, Lord Shui Lu, has actually personally made a move. I don't know. Let's follow them and take a look. Behind the group of City Guard Army soldiers, many people followed them out of curiosity. In the end, they noticed that this troop had actually stopped at the entrance of Paladin Academy, completely blocking off the entire entrance of Paladin Academy, leaving only a single passage that was heavily guarded. I heard that Commander Shui Lu's only son is a student of Paladin Academy as well. Could it be that something has happened to him? To be able to make Commander Shui Lu bring over 1,000 City Guard Army soldiers, looks like this matter is not small. Some of the spectators couldn't help but guess. Paladin Academy, on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds. Duan Lingtian slightly frowned. He glanced at the direction of the entrance of Paladin Academy, and vaguely felt that it seemed to have become clamorous. Shaking his head, he paid no attention to it and continued to close his eyes to rest. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian. A voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. Only now did he notice Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun standing under the tree with gloomy expressions. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian asked in bewilderment. Duan Lingtian, that City Guard Army Commander Shui Lu has brought over 1,000 City Guard Army soldiers to guard the entrance of Paladin Academy. They're probably waiting for you to leave. Otherwise, don't go back today. Xiao Sun's expression was incomparably unsightly. Shui Lu? Duan Lingtian's brows twitched. After lunch, he found out about Shui Lang's background from Tianhu. He knew that Shui Lang was the only son of the City Guard Army Commander Shui Lu. Moreover, Shui Lu was a 9th-level nascent soul-stage martial artist. However, he didn't mind. If Shui Lu really infuriated him, he'd directly throw a bone corrosion inscription over and make the City Guard Army change commander. He really thinks highly of me, bringing so many people. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.